Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final episode of the Avocado GamesCast that we're recording in 2023. This will probably be out sometime in early January, so when it does come out, you'll be able to look back at the year that was in gaming. And what a year it was. In fact, it was widely considered to be one of the best years ever in terms of the quantity and quality of games released. However, it was also unfortunately a year of studio closures and unprecedented mass layoffs. That's a topic we'll get to shortly after discussing this year's Game Awards. And then following those discussions, it'll be time for our community extravaganza, where we'll invite our friends from the wider Avocadoverse to share their top 3 games of the year. And finally, we'll return to talk about our favorite, least favorite, and most surprising games of 2023. But who's the we speak of? Let's meet them. He's buying all the bulbs at the nursery, hoping one of them will spawn a wonderflower. It's Wolfman Jew.
You really strain every time. It's incredible, Merve.
I always have to find something. He's making moth broth at Dermot's Depository. Its science is bad.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
And finally, he's in charge of editing this mess together and making it sound coherent. So next time you see him, give him a tip of the hat. It's the Kappa.
Hey, the year-end ones are kind of crazy, actually. So a little bit more crazy than the average one. When it's just me and you, it's super easy. It's just like cut and paste. But
Yeah, for the year-end ones, we have like 4 or 5 different audio files. Well, sometimes like 7 or 8 different audio files to stitch together, depending on how many community submissions we get. And that can be fun, trying to equalize all the levels across different audio files. I don't know how Kappa does it. I've never touched that part.
well,
I
this
just
year
do
actually well, last year I should say. Last year we got really lucky. A lot of people sent really good quality stuff. I had less to do than usual, so keep
That's
it
good.
up.
Yeah, everyone just coordinate your mic levels, and then we're totally fine.
You had a crisp 7.
Yeah, exactly. I was like about to move on to the next topic, and I was like, "Oh, I sense a burp coming on," and the burp
hold
didn't
it.
come. Like you get a burp caught in your throat, you're just like,
Ah.
"When's it coming? When's it coming? When's it coming?" And it doesn't come. That's where I am right now. Like my throat is blue balling me.
There's got to be a nice like German word for that kind of stuff. You know, like the sneeze that doesn't come or the burp that doesn't come.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about? Like they've got words for everything.
exactly. I think there has to be a word. You're right. There just has to be some phrase that describes how I'm currently feeling.
Or
Elusive
geez.
phantom burp.
Yeah,
To burp.
phantom burps.
I played that.
I could.
Speaking of Kojima and things that blueballed us, the Game Awards 2023. So last episode we already went in depth on the categories, potential winners. Today we're going to concentrate on some of the conversations that have arisen in the wake of the awards and some of the announcements that were displayed at the awards. So to kind of set the stage for this, compared to previous years, there was a lot of backlash to the Game
Yeah,
Awards.
I noticed that too.
So, like, let me just list all the backlash issues there were. Acceptance speeches were soft capped at 30 seconds before the playout music started playing. There were lengthy appearances by presenters and essentially advertisers compared to speeches. Jeff Keighley did not mention industry layoffs or the letter from the future class on the conflict in Gaza. There were a lot of Hollywood celebrities that only had tangential relations to gaming. A lot of major awards were relegated to the pre-show or just Keighley rattling off a quick list. And there were a lot of CGI trailers for upcoming games, but that didn't display any gameplay footage. And all of these issues kind of combined into one morass of backlash that has kind of... I don't know if it's really died down over the past week. We're recording this like a week and a half after the Game Awards.
I think it's less that it's died down and more that it's, I guess, become canonized.
Yeah.
Like, it's the conversation. Like, generally, when stuff like this happens, there's a sort of ongoing conversation. I don't really know how much of a conversation there is to be had because the facts are just very blatant. This was an award show that the Game Awards has always been this kind of uncomfortable and very like extreme marriage of like the sincere and the mercenary. And this was a year where the mercenary nature was aggressively on display, and
Yeah.
where the sincerity was less that it was not there and more that it was being actively stopped because people getting played off after like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it was almost like you could see the sincerity. It was definitely there. Like, it wasn't like it was not on display. It just felt like it was getting smothered. Even if there was the same amount of sincerity, it felt like it was drowning in that miasma of commercialism, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this is the year it swung too far into just commercialism, which it always has. Don't get me wrong, but it just felt like it went way too far. Like the pendulum swang towards, okay, fine, this is what you want. You want nothing but new game announcements and everything else. And I don't know that they're totally incorrect, because what's the joke after, for half the people, they aren't watching it for the awards. We are, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people are watching it like how E3 was,
To be clear, I should note, I actually don't do it for either. I'm here for either Nintendo-related things or the music, and on both counts, it was kind of a disappointment.
Mm-hmm. But I just don't know that this year it went way too far into demo, or I don't even want to say demos, just a lot of announcements, a lot of vague stuff, announcements that weren't announcements, celebrities looking for their Keanu moment. And overall, I think it just kind of fell real flat, because it came at the expense of actually giving awards, which is ostensibly what the show's about.
I did hear from folks who actually attended the show that Anthony Mackie came across as less unhinged
really?
if you're actually there, because you could hear the audience was kind of heckling him as a joke, but they weren't mic'd up, so you couldn't hear that.
Yeah. It just sounds like he's like, what are you? Like it was a very like, I'm trying to go viral feel to it. Like, I'm trying to react. Look at me reacting, but like we couldn't hear what he was reacting to, so it just sounded like, like unhinged, like a maniac screaming at no one.
I think I literally wrote, "Hey, is Anthony Mackie okay?"
Yeah.
Has he been ever okay?
Yeah.
I should also mention I came in late. I was working, so I only got to see basically the back half.
Oh, I haven't seen it live. I saw it after the fact. But...
Same here. I watched the VOD because for once in my life, I had a real life that day. So by the time I got home that evening, the awards were almost done.
I would say that it's always an interesting view. Like, I watch it because it's interesting how they do the whole ceremony, because it reflects upon like how the general public views maybe video games on some level.
Right.
It's just such a big event that it is even outside of our little bubble, hobby bubble, and it's nice to see how okay, this is how they're doing it. This is how they think the general public sees video games and all that.
Yeah, to go from Dorito Pope to like, overly artistic maybe in some ways. Here's the one guy alive who can play this instrument. He's going to play it for you now. To kind of flipping back around to, okay, now we're back to just showing you games. And I think the Game Awards doesn't take place in a bubble. I think everybody knew E3 was done. Summer Game Awards have kind of taken over that crown, right? Which is another Jeff production, right?
Keighley now has a lock on 3 of the 4 seasons.
Short of what the console makers and the devs want to show you when they want to show you it, it all runs through House Keighley right now, right? And I think this is kind
the famous
his,
House Keighley from Game
it's
of
like
Thrones.
we do not show demos. I think that this was kind of his stake of maybe where the future of this goes, as kind of a will people tolerate this? And I think the answer is no. And Keighley has always Go ahead.
I was going to say that in that sense, he's actually very much following a recurring tenet this year that's been happening, like a recurring trope of in politics, but especially in the entertainment industry and especially in the games industry, of companies, or in this case people, actively seen doing something bad to see what they can get away with, and then
it's price gouging the Game Awards, right?
Yeah, this is basically, okay, we can't go for 30 seconds. Maybe we can keep them for only 45 seconds.
Yeah. I think this was a test case. I think later on, I think we're probably going to get 1-minute speeches, and I think nobody's going to get an onstage presentation of more than 5 minutes. I think that's what a lot of people were reacting to. It just felt like it was going way too far, one way or another. Right. And I will say it ran on time, so there is something to be said about, getting an award show on time. But at what cost is really that kind of question. And
I would say that they are also evidently like trying to find the balance, because it's been some time without E3. So they're trying to see, okay, are we going more in the direction of E3 trailers, or are we going with these awards more, or what are we doing exactly here? Because it felt a little bit disjointed between these two.
That's a really good point. Yeah,
I always felt that it's a weird show of you're watching the trailers, then somebody gets an award, and it's the same industry, but the Oscars don't have trailers every 5 minutes. It's a weird disconnect there.
Right, and even the trailers aren't always trailers. Sometimes it's just hey, here's a a celebrity talking for 30 seconds and then a splash screen. That's odd.
It's also. And this is really not the Game Awards' fault. This is actually the one thing that really isn't Keighley's fault of this whole debacle, which is that 2 or 3 days before the actual Game Awards, Rockstar released the long-awaited first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6. That thing's 1.5 minutes long, and it blew every single other trailer that night out of the water. Once that thing launched, there was really no way for the other ones to really compete. It's right. They all even look the same. They move the same. They all have that exact same kind of boring trailer music. And then here comes 90 seconds of Tom Petty.
Yeah.
It's, again, it's not, this part isn't Keighley's fault, but it's this weird thing where he's more kind of powerful now than he's ever been, and the Game Awards are more successful and more codified than they've ever been. But at the same time, this felt like a somewhat weirdly inessential one in terms of the mercenary aspect, and the sincere aspect was heavily curtailed. And it's so weird that we have best RPG, best strategy game, best indie game. The idea of just having a person go through all of them within a second. That's insane.
Yeah. Especially when a lot of those awards felt like the second place awards in the first place, to just kind of give them out like that, I felt like was a real big mistake. It was almost like they didn't matter, but you were kind of telling us they didn't matter with the fact that half of them were, just kind of nominated to go up against and lose to what I was assuming was Baldur's Gate. It was a really odd twist this time around to kind of just read off best of categories like that. Not a fan at all of that.
Yeah, and as much as I don't care about some of these categories, it is still disrespectful to be rattling them off like that. I still feel bad for, why do they even run esports categories if they're just going to always rattle them off 5 in a row during the pre-show?
That's very Oscar-like also. All the technical shit, let's just keep it off the air.
And, I don't care at all about esports, but I still understand it to be a valuable part of the industry. If you're going to recognize it, then recognize it, right?
Yeah, it kind of gets this thing of okay, so we're cutting down all of these people's speeches, and we're kind of and we're going to put so much effort into trying to be tight controlled, and then, but you're still actively pushing to the side all the stuff you're actually doing. I liked the Alan Wake opera live performance.
Yeah,
that was cool. Great. That the actual Game Awards medley I thought was kind of a big disappointment. Resident Evil 4 and Mario Wonder have a really distinct and memorable soundtrack, and I could not really even tell you like clearly what song was actually being covered. But you know, I don't know. It just feels like it, as always, it really just feels more and more like Keighley's weird attempt to hang out with celebrities who aren't video game celebrities.
I'm just wondering if long term, now that he's kind of consolidated, this, I gotta think that there needs to be somebody to sit down and says, what is the goal of the Game Awards? What is the goal of Summer Jam? What is the goal of, you know what I mean? Because each one doesn't need to be the same thing. I would really like if the thing you see at Game Awards, instead of being like announcement trailers, was like gameplay trailers. It was more meat to it, right? You're showing the best of the best. You've got eyes there looking at the best of the best. This is what you're going to see. You're going to see gameplay. You're going to see actual games ready to, hit the prime time. And then the Summer Game Fest, that's more like, okay, here's a trailer. Here's a splash screen. Here's a celebrity just kind of talking broadly about the game. I really just kind of think that would be my own personal wish would be we figure out what these shows are about a little bit more. And then there's a little more delineation of, hey, if you're watching this, you're not just seeing some announcement trailer. You're seeing a little bit more meat to it. But I don't know
I
that
think
he never
Keighley has
willing
that.
to say no. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has that flipped right now.
Yeah.
Where the meaty stuff is at SGF, and then we get the celebrities and the trailer announcements and stuff at Game Awards.
Which, I mean, if you're going to delineate that, it makes sense, I guess. But at the same time, like, you can be a little bit more, like, discerning, Keighley.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know I ain't making any friends, but that 10 minutes of Hideo Kojima just kind of chatting was a show killer to me. It was awful. He really didn't even talk about what it was. It was just celebrities talking about celebrities. Felt way out of joint. I don't even know what the game still is,
No one knows. We know it's horror. We know it involves Xbox in the cloud, and that's about it.
Was this at the pre-show?
No, it was during the show. It's where he came on the stage with Jordan Peele.
Okay, because that should have been a pre-show. That's like a perfect pre-show thing.
I completely agree, but that's the thing, right? Do you ever tell, Hideo Kojima, hey, now's not the time for you to come on stage and talk about your non-game game? It was really
comes
awkward.
Up to you and you can't say no. He says
exactly. That's what it felt
this.
like. It felt like, well, he's here. We got to let him go. And then he even came through a special door. And then obviously I love huge fan of Jordan Peele. He didn't even really talk about what his role on it was. It was like,
hey, I'm here.
Yeah,
it was like,
exactly.
yeah, I'm here. Hey.
It was very corporate-y speak too. Like, this is gonna allow us to synergize in ways. You know what I mean? You're like, what is this? Like, this is something I can play? Is this a movie-making software? I almost thought it was a movie-making software. Like, this is a way to drop AI characters into your movie. Was kind of a vibe I was getting.
Kojima's always been very good at hyping himself up as this sort of like god creator of like pure perfect art that kind of hides the fact that he's actually a really good game developer.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny because you really don't actually see that combination of huckster and an actual auteur. But it's again,
it's just tough when you put that 10 minutes up against, that's like 4 categories you could have done. You know what I mean? Or like that's everyone getting a minute for a speech instead of 30 seconds. It's just like it just kind of hits you a little bit more in the face when you're like, well, we got this instead of that, I think.
Yeah. What it reminded me of, actually, when I was watching it, is like, this is just like some 90s ass.com bubble shit where people like want to synergize with video games.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Like in the years past, that would have been like Shaq coming out, like, try my new rapping game or something, you know? Or like, you're like,
sponsored by Lycos.
G Fuel comes in.
I mean, like, and also we're running around and talking about this, but it is worth pointing out that like Keighley is a guy who is both very sincere and very insincere at the same time. This is a person who who very clearly believes that this is actually like the way to push the industry forward, and this is what like the industry needs culturally. But he's also the guy who took a stand against Activision when it was convenient, and then immediately stopped doing that the second that they gave him a trailer.
Oh yeah, he is very PR like focused. He is very smooth that way, but yeah, to the detriment of sincerity.
You're right, and I think it puts him in a harder spot, even for people who aren't necessarily like in the position of being called out. I think it's harder for him to tell people, no, we're not going to announce your giant whatever at the Game Awards because it just doesn't fit, or it's too much time, or you're asking to do it in a way that doesn't really like vibe with the Game Awards, right?
Do you guys still think like it feels like he still seems to think that his shows are in danger of being like toppled?
Yeah. Yeah, like he
feels
doesn't
that
want to be a
way.
meme. Yeah.
I mean, and again, this guy has been like, this dude did spend enough years at like bad video game television channel to probably understand that like there's not really no purely safe position in this industry.
Yeah.
Which is weird that they didn't mention the layoffs.
This is why I don't like even a tangential mention. He doesn't have to call any specific company out. Just say it happened. Does he really think that he's going to lose sponsors over that? I mean, maybe sponsors are threatening to pull out over mentioning that some people got laid off. But if that's the situation we're in, I don't know, like make better commercial deals. Like at some point, like I understand that this award show does not run without money and trailers and sponsors. And the people who think we can all kumbaya without money to run this thing, I think they're out to lunch. But at the same time, you have to decide what kind of money you're going to take and what that, how that reflects on the award show as a whole, and how that reflects on Keighley, because he is the face of the award show. He has to deal with the consequences.
Right, I mean, he really is. He's really the face of video games right now. He's positioned himself to be the kingmaker, you know? If
he has to deal with those consequences.
Yeah.
Like, those are all going to bounce back on him if he wants to be the face of video games. So, like, I get sympathizing with his situation. He is running a company. He needs to pay his employees. We need to pay the crew. We need to pay the rental fee for the theater. I totally get that. And anyone who thinks this can't run, this can run without trailers or without any kind of ads or anything like that, I have seen some of that going around. I'm just like, I don't think you understand how this works.
No way. Yeah,
but
you need the juice. That's the juice.
But at the same time, you got to pick the right juice.
Right.
When you start picking the wrong juice, when you start picking juice that compromises what you can say on stage,
and also like, it's not as though like he really is if he really is the only game in town anymore, and he basically is on the West Coast, or really the Western Hemisphere, like then like he can afford to be discerning, because we know a lot of companies have trailers.
And we know he's been discerning in the past. This is something he has displayed judgment. He has rejected things in the past. We know this. And it feels like he's backsliding on his own morality. Maybe he's not. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But that's what the public-facing version of this is.
Maybe there were talks behind the scenes of like, should we or shouldn't we? Or maybe it was ignored at all.
Like, he's not a stupid man. I'm sure those conversations were had. Yeah,
there's some conversation was had, and probably someone was saying like, how much do people actually care, and how much will we get hit by, backlash from the sponsors?
The most controversial part is, of course, like by this point, I think it's fair that the most controversial part is limiting the actual time for acceptance speeches, and to a lesser extent cutting. But to be fair, like this, he's been doing this so long, and a lot of award shows do this anyway, where like you do get award shows that just don't like allow the winner to show up at all. But like this is partially an overcorrection of last year, where Christopher Judge, who plays Kratos in the new God of Wars, went on and did I believe it was an 8-minute speech that went well over time, and it's
7 minutes and 59 seconds.
And like for a guy who basically did one of the best performances of a video game in like actual years, and for someone whose actual like story with that is extremely fascinating and compelling. Like, yes, he went over time, and yes, that's not a great to some of the other people who won, but like, you don't have to take that part on the chin, and you don't have to move it so far in the other direction that a person can win Game of the Year and talk about his dead friend and then be like musicked off.
Yeah, it totally corrected the wrong way, or overcorrected, I should say, too much. He's kind of, what do they say? You fight the last war you won or lost. That's kind of what it felt like in this one. A lot of what he was correcting to was not really, a one. What most to us would have taken as a one-off. Like, hey, yeah, we don't expect every single person to take 8 minutes. That's crazy. But to course correct to 30 seconds is wild to me.
People who got who got played off includes like a very popular actor who played one of the most popular characters in a game this year, mm-hmm. a 30-year-old industry veteran, and the person who won Game of the Year.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody was really like telling them to wrap it up, if that makes sense. I think you need a little bit of, hey, maybe the person who I think he relies a lot on that moment where someone catches lightning in a bottle. The Ghostwire Tokyo woman,
Ikumi Nakamura,
who also had a lot of time on stage this year. He's relying on that moment where someone comes out there and catches fire, and he's hoping to get like a shotgun approach to as many of those moments as possible, in my opinion, at the cost of, hey, this is just going to be a boring acceptance speech. There's going to be no, virality here. This is just going to be someone thinking.
You can't really artificially manufacture virality.
You can't. Look what happened to Anthony Mackie. I mean, nobody's talking about that like they were Keanu, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is an industry that's spent many years trying to artificially create virality. Like, it's dumb and it sucks and it usually doesn't work, but
and even catching it twice is hard. The Tokyo Ghostwire woman again did not hit with the audience. It was kind of like, here's my art project, and everybody's like, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. One last thing I wanted to note on the Game Awards discourse is I feel like this is the year where finally people acknowledge that other award shows do exist, and maybe we should be checking those out. Like, I've never viewed the Game Awards as the Oscars of gaming. They're like the MTV Movie Awards or the Golden Globes of gaming.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're the Golden Globes right down to the weird starfucker category.
Yeah, and the fact that they're voted on by press, not by an academy, not by a collection of developer peers. They're voted on by the press. There are gaming Oscars effectively already. In the United States, there's the DICE Awards, which is put on by the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences. It happens every February. I don't know, if we're looking for a real award show, maybe that's where we go look in the future instead of this.
Kind of similar too, but they got that weird British slant
to
it.
They're like the BAFTAs for movies.
Award show at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everybody's just patting themselves on the back at the end of the day in the industry.
Yeah. And let's be real, the rosters at these award shows end up usually being quite similar to the ones at the Game Awards because, well, it's not like the Game Awards is bad at nominating games, with some exceptions. Like the fighting category, the sim strategy category always end up real weird because they're niche categories. Like this year, the sim strategy category had some real stinkers in it. The game that should have won did win. Yeah, I think it would have won even against a more crowded field. But
for all the things I do say about usually they get it right, in my opinion.
They get the award.
Yeah. Usually the awards are like, if you can feel the pop culture influence of Baldur's Gate 3, a CRPG 40 years past that being a needle moving genre, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I saw videos of people going off like it should have been Spider-Man. I'm like, I get it if you really like that game, but I think you're crazy if you thought that was gonna,
Spider-Man was the closest this Euro finalist kind of had to an odd man out. Mm-hmm. And even then, it's still an extremely successful game. Like, it's Baldur's Gate, Zelda, and Alan Wake 2 are kind of directed the conversation in a way no other game this year did. And then also you had the excitement of the Resident Evil 4 remake and Mario. Spider-Man's still there, but it's still very successful. I can't imagine it isn't more commercially successful, at least in several of the other ones. But
personally, I would almost guarantee. I mean, yeah.
It's kind of the way that Horizon was in 2017.
Yeah,
that's a good comparison. Yeah.
Or I would say Sekiro in 2019, but Sekiro actually won.
Yeah, in 2019 that was weird. I thought Control had it locked, and then Sekiro came out and pretty much destroyed all the awards. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Sekiro. We talked, I think, at the time, or it was talked about as the time of like that being the game to kind of give From finally something, and then of course 3 years later, Elden Ring comes out and just completely cleans up even more. But anyway, that's not the point. There's always like that, right? There's the collection is there, and then there's one that feels kind of odd each year.
Yeah, I think that goes for like all award shows. There's always a couple of weird nominees. Like, how did that get in here?
Like we said in the last Resident Evil remake bothered me as the Game of the Year nominee. It just did. I mean, I don't know. I've got a weird spot for remakes unless you're doing something,
We're gonna talk about this in the next section, but no. I think I normally agree, and I don't. And I do kind of lower remakes in general. Advance Wars, the Advance Wars remake, I kept out of my top 5 for the same reason, even though I think it's a nigh impeccable game. But no, I think RE4 Make does do a lot of things to distinguish itself and feel like something more than just a replacement for original RE4.
Interesting.
But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the announcements that were at the awards. And let's just talk about what we thought was intriguing or interesting from the stuff that got announced, what we think could hit, what we think was a little weird in terms of announcements. The one that I would like to mention, just to kick this off, was Arcane is making a Blade game.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. Huh?
Yeah, third-person action adventure. Like, it kind of leaked beforehand, but no one really believed the leak, and it turned out to be true. So, third-person action adventure, which I don't really associate Arcane Lyon with. And it's also going to be set in France, like in Paris.
Yeah, it's very cool. My general distance from like superhero games and stuff means I'm almost certainly not going to play it, but a Blade game in Paris made by Arcane is extremely cool in every single part of that sentence.
Yeah, I'm actually excited. I might play it in, like, depending on what language the script was originally written in. I might actually play it in French. I've only played like indie games in French before. I might try playing a AAA game in French just to see what it's like.
One of the things I liked about it is it felt like it got the feel right. They know he's a vampire. He's kind of, a little bit feared, a little bit respected. It seems like vampires have kind of run the streets in that area a little bit. The cross being everywhere on the outside. It had a very cool vibe to it, almost like a post-apocalyptic vampire kind of thing, which I thought Arcane might try to shy away from after Redfall. But overall, looked very, very cool. Right? Good looking character models. Definitely, want to see what kind of action RPG it's gonna be. But I think that's the right fit for the studio, for the character, and for the atmosphere, and that's usually the 3 points you're kind of looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see gameplay to see how exactly it hits, but I'm intrigued by the concept. Speaking of things we didn't see gameplay for, we mentioned Ikumi Nakamura and her new studio Unseen earlier, and she came on stage to announce Keiburi, which I believe is Japanese for smoke. It was just a colorful CGI trailer. We still have no idea what this game actually is. We just know it exists now.
This is going to be a recurring theme, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So you could say that for pretty much everything, yeah.
Yeah, like, that was a really bizarre announcement. Mm-hmm. Like, no idea. Keeley says, okay, yeah, her studio doesn't even have a publisher yet, and she's not ready to announce what the game is, but we're just going to announce it exists. Like, it's essentially an ad to publishers. Like, hey, talk to me and give me money to get this game out the door.
I mean, and honestly, like, that's literally the best thing the Game Awards could actually do, is just help a developer get financial support. Like, that is honestly the single best, like, if we think about it, like, a lot of the actual value of award shows is to support games, right? To give games clout that they deserve, and that can hopefully kind of percolate down to allowing the people who made those games to create new work and get more like stability. So yeah, I'm okay, on that. I'm more okay with it on that front. I don't necessarily know if it should take away from people being allowed to actually make speeches when they get those awards, but
right,
yeah,
right. That's another example of where I thought this was probably a pre-show type thing. You know what I mean? There's really not much to talk about, and to give it, time on stage during the awards, that's what kind of colored a lot of this entire Game Awards. Was it felt like there was a trade-off, right? So for everything we were getting, even if I liked it, I was like, well, this kind of sucks that this is taking over instead of this other thing, right? Like, it felt like you were making that trade-off. And this one, I didn't even know kind of what we're talking about. I didn't get a feel for the game, kind of like a parkour Mirror's Edge kind of thing. Didn't really sound.
We have no idea.
It felt like a pitch.
Pitch,
an
exactly.
idea, a pitch that anything else, like something that.
A pitch needs a genre, like a gameplay hook, right?
Even less than that, actually, yeah.
That's always so bizarre.
Yeah.
What other announcements did you guys?
Dave the Diver and Dredge crossing over. That's actually fun. That feels like the exact kind of thing that, like, weird, out there, not at all realistic thing that is pretty awesome, actually. As someone who hasn't played Dave the Diver but really loved Dredge.
Yeah, that looked cool. And people do love Dave the Diver. That feels like the indie that kind of caught everyone's heart. Well, not indie.
Indie in quotes.
No.
Let's not start that.
Yeah,
Let's start that debate again.
My game announcement that kind of took me, like, sent me right to Google was No Rest for the Wicked. That looked fucking rad to me. The Ori top-down action RPG, Diablo feeling. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but that looked really good to me.
A little bit like Hades in spots.
Hades would be a good one too. Yeah. It seemed to have a lot going on, and that Ori studio is really talented at taking existing systems and making them feel cool. So I really do want to see what they could do with something like that. That was the very first trailer that I remember seeing, where I was like, okay, I got to hear more about this.
Moon Studios has a knack for making games that are visually stunning, but that also play so tightly. Like, you wouldn't expect, like, Ori could control kind of like crap and people would still like it, but Ori controls amazingly, and that's what makes it such a fantastic
Ori's also
experience.
Interesting because it's one of those games where people say it's hard but fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cuphead's one of those, like, too, where it's like, okay, yeah, this is very tough, but I never feel like it's because I can't control my character properly. So that's always a good sign that, like, you're nailing what's making that genre work. And I have very high hopes for an action RPG by them. Very excited for that game.
Yeah. That's cool.
And we got a little bit of gameplay on that one too, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, Wolf, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not an actually thing I like necessarily so much as a thing I thought would be worth actually mentioning, because I'm extremely suspicious about how well it will be. But a video that was, I think, a good example of all of this kind of weird, confused, like, insecurity about what the Game Awards are can kind of be seen in a trailer that's just Sega explaining that they're going to continue older franchises of theirs, but no indication of what that will look like, and or how they'll run, or maybe if they will or will not involve terrible new technologies that we kind of assume the industry had phased out by this point.
There were some. Sega did provide with some gameplay.
Snippets, there was gameplay for all of them playing in the background, but I know shotgunning all 5 at once may not have been the best approach.
I agree. I think that would have been cool to maybe just say, hey, this is I think people knew it was coming, because they definitely said they were going to reinvest after Hyenas failed. They were going to reinvest in their back catalog. I do think they could have done a better job of highlighting each of the 5, because a lot of it was like, if you weren't very plugged into that era, like my kids weren't, obviously, they're like, oh, that looks cool. I'm like, that's Jet Set Radio Future, and it is cool. You know what I mean? But like, you don't. To them,
and your kids were like, "Is it though?"
Let me tell you about the future, boys. Yeah, but no, like if you weren't very into that, time frame or played those games, I think it was kind of disjointed to throw all 5 at you at once.
Yeah.
But I do like that they're doing that. Sega has needed that refocusing for a while, I think, and Hyenas was never, ever, ever going to hit. So, yeah, it sucks. I'm glad that the Total War guys are getting the ability to go back and focus on Total War again, which they should have never been taken off. But promising, I guess, is but I would like to see more.
Yeah, continue, Wolfman. Yeah.
No, sorry. I was also, there's one other one that I only kind of realized now. Pony Island is getting a sequel.
Yeah. It's gloriously weird.
I did not really expect Pony Island, the cult game where the devil forces you to play a like DOS style My Little Pony ripoff game, to actually get a sequel.
Yeah. Pony Island is one of those games where I'm very glad. Like, I have zero interest in playing this because I'm a known Pony Island hater. I'm so happy this is getting a sequel for the weirdos who love the first one.
I agree.
And I was very happy to see I was going to call him Pro ZD, show up in like a live weird like FMV segment.
Yes.
Throw all the weirdness at the wall. Let's just see what happens. I'm very eager to observe this from afar.
I'm very happy that this is one of the next things Sungwon is doing. Like, he goes from Tuca and Birdie to God of War Ragnarok to Advance Wars Remake, and now to Pony Island 2.
On the way, Blackberry. He was in Blackberry, which is always a weird thing.
And Yakuza.
Oh yeah, he was in that movie.
Yeah.
And Yakuza.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did play. He was in Lost Judgment, I believe, as one of the main characters. Not like one of the main characters, one of the secondary characters. Forget the name of the character he played, though. But yeah, he's kind of been all over the map. And I am very happy that this man who did a bunch of YouTube skits a few years ago now has a pretty thriving acting career.
I did, of course, have to mention, you guessed it, the casting of Frank Stone. I don't know where these are going, these Quarry games, or the Until Dawn series. I like that these horror genres kind of create themselves sometimes, but this felt like an add-on to the Quarry. It felt very, very similar to it. I'm not saying it's going to be bad, but I don't know that horror and choose your own adventure to me is the perfect fit, and it seems like the Dead by Daylight supermassive universe really thinks that that's what people who are into horror games want right now, is play the game 100 different ways and see the different endings of what could happen. But not really as hyped on that one as I was the past couple, but I feel like the people who are into Until Dawn and the Quarry are going to be.
Yeah. I think I missed that announcement. I must have fast forwarded through.
Yeah, it's literally called The Casting of Frank Stone. It's very generic.
Oh, okay.
That one, and then I did want to talk about one that I thought looked very bad, and I wanted to see if this was just me. What the hell is up with that Jurassic Park game?
Okay, I gotta. The character introduces herself as Maya Joshi. The Indian surname is usually pronounced Joshi. Like, you're already on the wrong foot if you're mispronouncing your own surname. But like, anyway. Sorry, Kappa, go ahead.
I just was kind of more like, I was very surprised that they would give us a 1993 game set in the classic Jurassic Park world, but not give us any of the main characters tied into any of the events, but also try to show us like, hey, remember the scene where the T-Rex, attacked the truck? Here's the truck. Here's your character, but there's nobody else around from the movies. That style of like movie tie-in to me felt like it died 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Like you relive the events of the movie, but from a different character that wasn't there. It's very odd to me.
I mean, I guess though we actually kind of got two apparently disreputable examples of it this year with the new Avatar: The Last Airbender game and the even more disreputable Skull Island: Rise of Kong.
Oh yeah. You don't want to be in that sense.
For context, the gimmick of the Avatar game is that each level or each area is attempting to tell the story that was in like a certain episode or a certain season, but you can choose for certain things to go ahead differently because no one is exactly sure what happened. So, which is a cool idea that apparently is not executed at all well.
I struggle thinking that the Jurassic Park game can pull that off, because it's very, to me, the Jurassic Park story is very clear. Like, Steven Spielberg does a lot of great things, and one of them is giving you a great sense of place and who is there and what is there with them, right? It's why Jaws works so good, right? You know who's on the boat. You know where they are on the boat. You know where the shark is. Your mind's putting it all together, and it's building the tension, right? It's the same thing in Jurassic Park. Like, I know where the characters are. I know where the ops center is. I know the rooms. I know, like, it feels like a world to me, not like something that's just like, oh yeah, and also this other character was there, but you just didn't see her. Very odd to me.
It was like a theme park of a trailer, let's say that. It's just like,
they kind of give you a little bit of everything at the same time.
Do you guys know that Community episode where like Jack Black is a guest star and like, who the hell are you? And then Jack Black's like, I was there for all your major events, and he's he's in the back. They like reshoot a bunch of scenes with him in the background and go through the clips, and then there's that infamous Britta and Annie wrestling in the foam thing that he just completely makes up. That's what this felt like.
Yes, that's exactly how I would describe it. It's like yeah, I was there too. You just forgot me. I was super integral to the plot. What are you talking about?
The episode of the X-Files reboot, where the guy claims that he was there for all the episodes and they have to digitally insert him into like 30-year-old television episodes.
Wait, why is this guy at such a higher resolution?
I like that there's all these like classic examples of exactly what was going through my mind when I saw this trailer. I was like, oh, you're trying to pull this off. This has never worked, you know?
If this turns out to be Killer Cats, I'm going to be very disappointed.
So I think the last one I wrote down that I did want to review, and this is more kind of like that last one to kind of ping off of everybody and see what they were thinking, is there's another Wukong game coming. I feel like I've seen or played or been alive long enough to see 1 million Wukong games at this point. Like I get a little badge or something. This one was kind of going like dark and gritty, I think, with it. A little bit more than most of the other Wukong games, but I mean, maybe that's going to be the angle that, I don't know. It seems like we've seen 1 million of these, but I don't know. This one I didn't walk away feeling one way or another. I was just surprised that they were going with a dark Wukong game when that's kind of I don't know, at least to me, a more lighthearted story.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of already did the dark version of this with Enslaved Daughters.
Odyssey to the West.
Yeah. And then the other thing I should bring up is this is the studio that, in a report by, I think it was Reb Valentine, was it Ki-Hoon Chan? For IGN, reported on the extreme problems of misogyny at the studio that is currently developing this game. So it's under a little bit of controversy at the moment.
Makes it a little bit more easy to ignore.
For me, I had only I also was a couple of those that you mentioned, but also the one that I liked because I'm interested in the game that'll come out is The Rise of the Golden Idol. It was also one of those like very quick snippets of non-gameplay, but even if you showed gameplay of that, there's I mean, they can like mix it up, of course, and I'm interested in what they will do because it's taking place now in 1970s instead of the oldie times. So that's could be fun, but it's going to be one of those Obra Dinn kind of things where you're figuring stuff out, and I like the Golden Idol game, and I'll probably like this one because if they don't fuck it up, and I don't think it's very difficult to stick to that formula.
1970 is such a cool timeline to put that game world into. I think that was, it's not quite all there technologically, but you do have a little bit to go off of and stuff. I think that was very smart.
I really like the future 1970s. Really like that. So yeah. I'm excited for that. It was weird seeing Netflix. Like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, what's going to be this? That's this shit. Like, I don't like seeing Netflix as a.
They love throwing money at stuff, so I don't think they can go wrong there. I feel like we haven't talked the two big announcements, at least from what I saw on most of the internet. One of them was Light No Fire. Yeah. I think cautiously optimistic is pretty fair there for most people.
I would say, and this is what I wrote in the notes, Hello Games has now proved that they can make a small game good at launch, like they did with The Last Campfire, and they've shown that they can make a massive game good eventually, like they did with No Man's Sky. And what remains to be seen is whether they can make a massive game good at launch.
Yeah.
So I think skepticism is warranted.
I mean,
it's essentially putting the best parts of what they've done previously together.
I think they have one chance here. If they fuck it up again, they're not only shooting themselves in the foot, they're shooting themselves in the head, basically.
Yeah.
So
the word will be out, like, don't buy it for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then Exodus.
Oh, yeah. This...
all over the place on this one, I think.
I don't know what to think of this.
I don't either, yeah.
Did they show any gameplay of that one? I don't think so.
They showed
right at the end, like about 10 seconds of it.
Is the best I could describe it. Definitely something going on there with time manipulation, but I didn't get a good feel on it. Yeah, Quantum Break kind of time manipulation.
I think they really needed to show how time dilation will be instantiated or implemented in the game, because without that, I'm going to make the assumption that they're not doing anything particularly interesting with it. Like, it's just going to be binary choices that affect the narrative. Unless I know that it's an actual mechanic that can kind of play out differently depending on how, like when you choose to jump ahead or light speed travel. If that's how it plays out, and there's some freedom in how you do it, then it becomes really intriguing. Yeah, but if it's just like binary choices, but I don't think this is something to hang the entire game on.
I was watching this and I was like, in my back of my head, I was like, did somebody just watch Interstellar and said,
we'll get that guy? Very
and Matthew McConaughey, yes, and time dilation thing, yes, and space, it checks out. So
I want to know how that works out. If I'm doing my own thing and generations have passed, am I going to go see flying humans or there's got to be an angle to it to me that makes it more fun than just you click the button, everybody has this. I mean, one of my favorite things of a game that a lot of people didn't like, Starfield, I really did like how they did some of that. If you keep playing the game, you keep seeing different things. That's not easy to pull off, I think. So see what happens. But
yeah, like I figure if this is what Starfield did not hang its entire like reputation or premise on that really cool aspect of Starfield.
Right.
This is like Exodus is hanging everything on that aspect.
Yeah, a mechanic that traditionally in games hasn't worked.
And like now they've got to clear the bar that Starfield has already set. And like honestly, someone who has pretty mixed feelings on Starfield, I think that's actually a very high bar.
Yeah, I do too.
And Exodus is going to like it's almost setting itself up for failure, which I don't want to feel, but I'm really skeptical.
Yeah, it's tricky to pull that feeling off of like, hey, this is this is how you've changed the world, the game world. That's not easy to do. So be interested to see what happens, but I do enjoy at least kind of seeing like for a while now, movies have really been into this multiverse shit, you know. And I think games have always been able to do the multiverse better. It's more complicated, but if you really want to do multiverse stuff, I feel like a video game is a much better medium than a movie. So see what happens, I guess.
All right, 3 more announcements that I just wanted to rapid fire, like Jeff Keighley would. So first is Don't Nod's new game. Start playing off. So you better start like playing strings in the background. First is Don't Nod's new game, Lost Records Bloom and Rage. Don't Nod kind of spread their wings this year with Jusant and Harmony, the Fall of Reverie. They kind of started experimenting a bit, which I think is really cool. But also part of me is secretly glad that they appear to be returning to their roots with this one, because I love Life is Strange and Tell Me Why. So I'm really interested to see what they do with this one. Visions of Mana. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't Nod was always in that little danger area of like Telltale. Do you know what I mean? Where you become too beholden to the formula, too beholden to the gameplay, and you don't feel like you can break out. I hope it was like a conscious effort for them to do some stuff outside of their comfort zone.
Didn't
I am glad they're
game?
Remember Me was their first game. Yeah,
that was a little bit different though, right?
Yeah. That was a weird game. Like that was Hi-Fi Rush before Hi-Fi Rush.
There was a lot on it too. It was almost too ahead of its time. I don't think
it was also kind of janky.
Yeah, it was very.
It was kind of janky. The story didn't all hang together. And frankly, the traversal sections were just boring. But there was a lot of really cool ideas in there. One of which they put into their next game, Life is Strange, which was they took the memory puzzles from Remember Me, essentially built a game around them for Life is Strange, and then some of that combat stuff they've taken those learnings and put them in Vampire and also the upcoming Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden. So they are a studio that seems to understand that they don't want to do the same thing over and over again, but also a studio that's capable of taking learnings from past games and applying them forward to other games. So they seem to be in a healthy place, and if they were kind of returning to their Life is Strange, Tell Me Why roots.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope it... Sorry, go ahead.
It feels like you're one flop away. You know what I mean? From so many other, you know... It used to be you'd get the one, okay, this was your mulligan, but now it really does seem like you're one away. Even big studios are.
Well, they already had their flop with Twin Mirror. And that didn't kill them.
Yeah,
so, hopefully these other games like Banishers doesn't flop. Banishers actually moved to next year to avoid the Fall Bloodbath. So hopefully that hits, and hopefully this hits as well. The next game I wanted to mention, Visions of Mana. Did not expect Square Enix to bring back the Mana series. I've never played anything in the Mana series, but this looks really lush and colorful. I love lush and colorful action RPGs. I think the combat looks a little kludgy, but until you get your hands on the sticks, hard to tell how it actually feels.
Yeah, I think I'm getting someone from our Mana expert, Wolfman. Wolfman?
I've never played a Mana game.
Okay.
What I was going to say was that after the remake and the collection, I felt pretty confident that we would see a new Mana game. Not necessarily a Mana game that's this pretty, or a Mana game that wasn't just, trying to ape the style of a 35 or whatever year old game. But no, I it's not surprising to me. What is surprising to me is that it does look quite as good as it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's money in here, which I would not have expected. Especially given Square Enix's AA fire hose over the past couple of years.
Yeah, you're either getting all the money in the world or you're Balan.
Or
boy.
Harvestella. What else is there? Valkyrie Elysium.
I guess Power Wash Simulator is that, but I think Power Wash Simulator is probably for the best that it's that.
Yeah, Power Wash Simulator is the best thing Square Enix has published in the past few years.
By accident, basically. We've released the game of the year.
Oops. Last announcement that I wanted to mention, Usual June. This looks kind of like the same animation style that Compulsion is using for their new game.
That voodoo game, right? Or New Orleans kind of dark purples and greens kind of color.
This looked very similar. I think I described the color scheme as Zoomer Rave. I don't know if I'm fully on board with that, but what I've seen as far as combat and exploration and like the animation style, what they showed off in the trailer, this is 100% my shit. I am super excited for this.
Yeah, it looked very cool in action too. One of those, like, the trailer looked better than the screenshot ones.
Yeah, for sure. Any other announcements we wanted to hit up?
No. For me, this was a kind of a low one, just because I have the unfortunate thing of, is it Nintendo related? Maybe it's interesting.
Yeah, Nintendo doesn't usually make big appearances at Jeff events, for better or worse.
I think sometimes for the better, but come on, you give something.
Give a little bit.
Yeah.
Nintendo's too big for that. They're just like, we don't need you, Keely.
I mean,
they're right. They're right.
Them doing their own thing instead of Summer Game Fest, but may as well, right?
Just show some cooperation.
They're showing up to get awards.
From what I get about Nintendo is that they barely can make an interesting showcase on their own, packing everything in that, and they want to have one. So it's I'm not criticizing the games. I'm just saying that sometimes they don't show much of the games. They just announce things sometimes on their what they're called, the Nintendo showcases. Yeah, the directs. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse, but they definitely want to have one of their own. And watering down what they have by giving something to the Game Awards, I think it's something that they don't like thinking about.
All right. So the next topic we have on our agenda is what I spoke about at the top of this podcast, which is industry layoffs. I think I wouldn't get much argument if I were to say that this is the biggest news story of the year in gaming.
Yeah.
Currently, over 9,000 workers in game development and associated professions like PR or community management have been laid off this year. That's very likely an underestimate because not every round of layoffs gets reported in the news. Probably closer to around 10,000.
It's also, there's no sign of it particularly stopping.
Yeah, it seems like just in the past couple of weeks we've had announcements of layoffs at various companies, including the rebooted Free Radical studio at Embracer shutting down. There are a few big factors driving this. High interest rates is the one that's most commonly cited. Interest rates are high. Borrowing to fund investment and fledgling studios is just not as easy anymore. Another factor that's commonly cited is that companies were overly optimistic during COVID lockdown, and they mispredicted how many people would take up gaming and become core gamers instead of just casual gamers who buy a couple of games annually. And then there's also
point, actually, I hadn't really thought about that too much until you said it, but during COVID, my mom bought an Xbox. I do think that maybe there's a lot of industries right now that are kind of assuming or kind of assumed that things were going to be COVID forever, and it's why we're a lot of the gouging we're dealing with, a lot of the other things we're dealing with, where people taking these unprecedented times, as they love to say, and acting like this is the future from here on out. But yeah, that's a really interesting thing to think about.
It just wasn't like, no. And it's not like these people went away or stopped enjoying video games. They just didn't become like hardcore gamers.
Right.
They're people who buy
they weren't putting as much of their investments into it.
Yeah. So they played a lot of video games during lockdown, and now that other entertainment options are open, like, okay, I'm going to play a couple of video games a year. I know many people like that. People who bought like Xboxes or Switches during lockdown.
Animal Crossing or like,
and now they're like, I played 3 games this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for them, that's totally fine. It's worth the investment, but they're not like pouring money into microtransactions or buying like 20 new games a year. And so they've really overestimated how much these people would be spending probably thinking of them more like core gamers than casual gamers.
I also imagine core gamers are almost probably spending less for the same reason, though, too. So it's across the board.
This was one of the first years where I really noticed my purchasing go down. Not necessarily because of, obviously inflation in the price and stuff like that, but it seems like, we're pushing games for $70 at the gate, $100-ish if you're talking about the whatchamacallit, the season, patch or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So so now I'm starting to creep up to 100, and then I don't feel like I'm getting a full game a lot of times at $100. That is very weird.
It doesn't help that the industry spent a number of years moving very aggressively into this model to deal with the very problem that we're also seeing of focusing on games as a service that then collapse because, as it turns out, those cannibalize each other more than one-off games do.
Yeah, and then the people who wanted the one-off games lost their mind over Baldur's Gate because it was like, this is what we've been asking for forever. It was the one game I think that really delivered on the promise so far.
I mean, also Zelda too. Infamously cut its had no DLC too.
But I think that the second Zelda, in a way, is kind of its DLC if you think about it.
We'll get into this anyway. We'll table that for a different.
Yeah, but that game was extremely financially successful for Nintendo. It sold, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but more than 10 million copies, right?
It's probably hitting 20 million soon, honestly.
Yeah, so these are things that are immensely financially successful for the companies that put them out. And not every company can be Larian or Nintendo and put out a 20 million seller single player game.
Last week, Larian's huge.
Yeah, it's about 500 people, right?
Yeah, I had no idea they were that big.
Yeah,
that's a very good sized studio.
Yeah, I know a few episodes ago we were thinking, say, CD Projekt Red was small. I actually went and looked it up. No, they have over 1,000 employees.
Yeah.
Sometimes studios are larger or smaller than you think they are. And so, we have seen layoffs at, not these studios. I mean, we have at CD Projekt Red. Not at Larian or Nintendo, but we have seen a bunch of large companies making pretty big layoffs.
Microsoft, Bungie, Sega. Ubisoft.
The biggest ones have come from Unity, ByteDance, Embracer, and Epic. Those have been the companies that have been hardest hit by layoffs.
I think all these companies we can point to, and we could, but I think ultimately Embracer is kind of the one that we need to talk about most, because Embracer it's not the only one that's doing this. It's not the only problem, but it and Unity are, I think, the most representative of a lot of what's going on and a lot of the problems. Namely, that in Embracer's case, it basically is a company that exists to be a consolidating company, to buy up huge numbers of IPs and studios, more so than it can actually generate, or more so many at such high prices that it can't really generate profit to compensate. So it then jettisons these companies or just shuts them down and keeps the IP, and then hundreds, now thousands of employees are kind of left holding the bag, partially because of the fact that they wanted to be bought out by the Saudi Arabian government and then didn't.
Yeah, they're expecting a massive, I would guess, equity investment from Saudi investment fund. The interesting thing about Embracer is, and I think this keeps getting misreported by, frankly, games journalists who should know better, Embracer was not a very highly leveraged company. They did not have a lot of debt. They had a debt to equity ratio that was less than 1. So they were not paying out the nose in interest payments. And what that indicates is they bought up too much, and then their future profit forecasts or revenue forecasts must have been in the toilet. Without being able to generate revenue right away, now covering salaries for employees would have been a major problem. And that was really what's driving these layoffs. It's not so much that they can't service debt, it's that they don't have much debt and they would have to take on oodles of debt to be able to pay employees in the short term. And because it takes a long time to develop games, you're not generating revenue right away. Without any cash on hand to pay employees, your options are limited, and that's why they needed that Saudi investment.
Yeah, and I think sometimes I do know that a lot of studios have said, hey, look, this has been normal to basically, hire up, get tons of people in, get the game out the door, fire half the staff. And I think a lot of companies now are saying that we don't want to do that anymore. We want to keep our talent in-house, but it's just it's extremely expensive to do that when you don't know kind of what the next 6 months are going to bring working for some of these, higher tier embracer type groups, right? So you might have your game ready to go and shipped, and now you need to keep people on payroll, artists and writers and stuff like that, but you don't know what the pipeline looks like. And I think a lot of people have been saying that that's something that really needs to get cleaned up, but nobody's really figured out how to yet in a way.
I mean, Ubisoft's solution was literally to send employees to empty rooms to do professional development.
Yeah, they were doing like HR training.
For professional development in quotes, because they didn't have anything for these people to do. They kind of solved it a little bit with smaller teams working on titles like Grow Home and Atomega. But Ubisoft has started to lay people off.
Yeah, EA did something similar to some of their EA originals. It was like, hey, we had these teams of people just kind of sitting there, and we gave
those
them
are
something to do.
Generally outside studios. I don't know if they've done much internally with their smaller studio, with like smaller teams from large studios, but it's possible. I'd have to look into it. But yeah, this is a model that I think is worth pursuing to the extent that it works. But even Ubisoft, the kind of champion of this model, like they still fell victim because it's the execs who announce the layoffs and they have to take responsibility for that. But yeah, even Ubisoft had to announce layoffs this year.
Yeah, it's very odd. I don't think there's a good fix for it yet, but I know that if that's how your work went, it'd be very frustrating to be like, okay, I'm doing this thing I'm very proud of. It's out the door. Now that it's done, basically I've got no job. I kind of worked my way out of my own job.
I think there is a fix for this, which is for executives to take a pay cut and keep salaries on, like salaried employees on board. I think that is the solution. It's just, is that a solution that can happen under our current economic system? I don't know. Sorry, Science, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's weird that this industry of there are a couple of different corporations in different industries, like IT industries, and COVID has been rough on them, right? There's some firings here and there, but this industry, video game industry, it's the roughest there is when it comes to like firing people left and right. Like whole studios get axed completely, and maybe we hear about it a little bit more because these are like more public, more they work at video game stuff. We hear about them, right? But man, it's so rough. Like I work in an IT branch and I have job security, which you can't say about many of these video game companies. It's crazy.
It reminds me a lot of, I don't know, how the early 90s, late 80s, like home movie market used to be, where you used to have all these like weird producers, who would...
PM Entertainment. The masters of the erotic thriller, dystopian buddy cop movie, and basically any genre that can justify an exploding warehouse.
Right, and all these like shitty horror movies, that were like direct to video and stuff, and like people were making tons and tons of money off of it, but it was like they would have whole film crew studios, and it'd be like, hey, we're gonna go out, we're gonna shoot 100 movies this year, and then I'm gonna fire all of you. And it seems very familiar to like kind of how multi-billion-dollar studios are running a lot of their business right now, which is crazy because obviously that model didn't work, and it seems like they're doing it, kind of recreating again. There doesn't seem to be a lot of long-term, let's try to keep this talent in-house. a lot of it goes right out the back door, and then all the games start sucking, and you're back to where you were.
Yeah, that is really the problem at the end of the day. It's that this is, especially from the larger companies that are making these layoffs, there's a lot of short-termism in this thinking. Because if you let that talent go, they're going to go form their own studios or leave the games industry and go work in software development elsewhere.
Now, that's
and once you
interesting.
lose that talent, it's hard to get it back.
But that's interesting.
And then you're left with untrained, like BioWare did this up in their Edmonton studio where they had to cut costs and they let a whole bunch of veterans go.
Yeah, but don't you think like they are banking on it that for every person that they fire, there's like 100% people wanting to get into video game industry that are like working.
Oh, the talent is there. Like junior talent is there. It's just that when you let senior talent go, you're losing a lot of institutional knowledge, and that makes game development harder.
Think about like how bad, when Bungie fired who they fired. If you look at it, it's a lot of big names. It's names that players
it's insane.
And
they let go of their legal counsel, who knew. Like Bungie has a lot of bizarre contracts and like money things from the years of being bought, then having that exclusivity deal with Activision and being bought again. Like Bungie's legal must be a gigantic mess. And hiring external lawyers to go over that instead of your in-house legal counsel, I don't know you're going to save much doing that.
Yeah, no, it like all of these, it very much reeks of desperation bought on by something.
In this case, it's pretty known now what it was. It was that Bungie had missed internal revenue targets, and Sony and Bungie have this clause where Bungie's board, I believe, is like four people from the Bungie side, three people from the Sony side.
One vote different,
Yeah. And essentially, if they fail to hit revenue targets, then one of the Bungie people gets replaced with a Sony person, and Sony effectively takes full decision-making power over Bungie. They got rid of a bunch of people to cut costs. And it was entirely a Bungie internal decision by Bungie executives, not the Sony higher-ups making that decision. The really like galling thing about this is instead of Bungie execs, like the C-suite, taking
pay cuts
to keep people on, they just went and fired a bunch of people.
Yeah, the bigger name people, not like
I think also
the expensive people who were probably making like mid six figures after the amount of time spent at that studio. But once you let that talent go, you can't get it back.
The other thing about this is that like when Bungie was bought up, like part of the discussion and part of what made it very notable was the fact that Sony was giving it a greater amount of independence than most of the studios being acquired get, to the point where one of Bungie's rules was being able to release their games on other platforms, not just be Sony exclusive. So we have this thing where like it was last year, right, that the buyout happened?
Yes.
Okay, because like we have this example of, sure, this is an acquisition, but this company is still maintaining a certain degree of independence, and now just a year later, it's at risk of losing that independence entirely.
If Bungie loses, if Bungie goes only first party, it's gonna die. I mean, it's got too many fans on Xbox and across PC now, I think, to be just a Sony console thing. I think it would choke to death that game environment. You need a huge player base to make things like Destiny work, or make any MMO work, right? You start to choke off the player base.
Do the people who get crossplay, do they get screwed over? Do they only get screwed over when Destiny 3 comes out?
Right,
PlayStation
exactly.
Only?
That's when it gets a little bit more like, what are we doing? But I think the thing about most of these layoffs and acquisitions and stuff like that, I think it's only kind of just started. I think it's the console wars have really heated up. And I think, unfortunately, like you're seeing kind of like Microsoft, I think, is going to start to maybe exert a little more control over its studios. I don't think they're happy with stuff like Redfall. I don't think they're happy.
Oh, absolutely not.
Nobody's
with a
happy
lot of
with
these
stuff like Redfall.
yeah. But a lot of these like passion projects, I think that before there was a blank check, hey, we trust you guys. I think that's going to start to tighten down, and I think that's when you start to get a little of the, the producers versus the devs, who's grinding down who. But there was a lot of horror stories about EA, but then it looks like you sort of look at stuff like what BioWare did with Anthem, and it's like, damn, maybe they really did need a little bit of that,
A lot of BioWare's stuff is really in like kind of between a rock and a hard place, where it's EA mismanagement and also BioWare mismanagement, and aren't always, sometimes work together and sometimes don't.
Yeah, we've seen that with Visceral as well. And as far as Microsoft goes, I think it's been, especially with the Bethesda acquisition, they probably put a little too much faith in Todd Howard and Pete Hines to steer the ship properly, and now they're learning maybe they should have been a little more hands-on after the acquisition.
I agree.
To make sure that like Redfall doesn't happen, or that Starfield gets out the door in a little bit of a better, more technically sound state.
Even in the positive side of it, like I think if you're a little bit more ahead of it, you get to do stuff like give Grounded more of a an actual like hype cycle to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that Grounded should be huge.
Right. Yeah. And
it's not as huge as it
it's
should
kind of like a
right
passion project. You almost don't know what you're getting until, hey, this thing's out the door and it's actually really fun, or this thing's out the door and it stinks, So I think that's kind of interesting to really like try to figure out what that runway looks like for, Microsoft, probably, especially now that they've got so many of these things. I mean, obviously you're always going to hype the next Call of Duty and stuff like that. But what does Diablo 5 look like? What does, you know what I mean? The further down you go down that runway, I think it's going to be interesting to see what, Microsoft does with some of it.
Yeah, I think at the higher up level, like your Matt Booties and your Sarah Bonds, I think they really need to, and again, I'm speculating here, they really need to hone their skills in identifying what are their potential smash hits.
Yeah.
It's very rare that a game like Grounded comes along, which is a live service game that also feels like a passion project.
What about like Hi-Fi Rush? There's another good example, right? Like,
I think they didn't realize how big that would.
I don't think they knew they had Hi-Fi
Rush.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
The interesting thing about Hi-Fi Rush is I think it was a real boon to Game Pass and didn't do like super duper well at retail. Mm-hmm. But like this was something that Jeff Grubb reported on, and then he got a bunch of pushback from Microsoft people who said no, it didn't meet our target numbers. I think the reality probably is that it did super duper well on Game Pass, like way better than they thought it would, and did slightly worse than they thought it would at retail. But that probably evens out to being like a pretty big success for them.
That's what I would say. Like, hey, we could have nailed this a little bit more, but I don't think it was a flop.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah.
And that game's fantastic, so it deserves all the love it can get. And I think what'll be kind of the key thing for not just Microsoft, also PlayStation, and to some extent Nintendo going forward, will be honing those skills and identifying what can be breakout hits, and then putting a little bit more love in the campaigns behind them to make sure that these games actually do hit where they can.
This isn't technically connected to the Layoffs, but it would almost certainly come with Layoffs. So I do think it's important, and it also fits within something you were saying, which is the now recently retired Jim Ryan, formerly he of Sony Games, had, I guess, this like weird internal edict of trying to come up with like a dozen live services for Sony, and then banking on like 2 or 3 of them being successes.
Yeah, and that really goes into, I think, why they bought Bungie, right?
Yeah,
because Bungie's the one who's basically pulled it off, and now that they're not doing that, you know.
Also Bungie was literally there telling them like which games to cut.
Yeah,
It's just like, this is insane that like like, why are all of these layoffs happening? Well, it's in an industry where it's considered an acceptable economic model to basically have 12 products that are competing against each other with the hope that only a few of them survive. You're basically building a gladiatorial arena.
Yeah, yeah. And then you're also pushing them all out at the same time against each other and saying, like, you know, fight whoever wins, you know. And people are looking at their wallets and saying, nah, I'm good, you know.
Like, the gaming public is not a money spigot. Like, maybe the industry can support, I don't know, 3 or 4 Destinies, but it can't support 20.
Yeah.
There's just not an audience for that.
And God damn it, I had something I was thinking. That was it. The games industry really likes to like present itself as this thing that can give you everything you want and anything you want immediately. And a lot of the games that are kind of driving the market, or have been at least for a decade or so, are part of this. You know, your live services. You can be part of this world that endlessly updates and is endlessly expanding and will constantly show up, in every day you can go in and see something new. And part of me is wondering if, to a certain extent, like, that maybe has infested or infected, like, the minds of the people who make games, or at least publish them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of there right now with these games. I think one of the World of Warcraft designers was like, it's just too hard to keep making content. Like, it's literally too hard. And I know that there's been similar sentiments out of Bungie. It's like, you know, we come up with something, it takes us a year to make, and you guys chew it up in 2 weeks and want more. And it's like, we just cannot keep up. You know, and I think there's always going to be that like high watermark of people who play, who just kind of, you know, smash through content.
I do think that to some extent we kind of just need to be okay with that, like both devs and gamers. Like, we have to realize that the majority of gamers aren't making it through the new content in like 3 days.
Right.
They're probably taking their time with it. They're just not very vocal. And the other thing that probably internal metrics do bear this out. The other thing we have to realize is it's okay for a game to go in waves. It's okay for you to log in like every 5 weeks, play a few rounds, and then shelve the game for another 5 weeks. Like, that is fine. That's my relationship to, say, Halo Infinite. I jump in for a few multiplayer matches like every other month.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine.
Yep.
But I don't know if Microsoft thinks that's fine. Maybe they should think it's fine.
Anything else?
There's an old hard drive article, and it's something like, Super Smash Brothers player logs in to play Steve for Minecraft, stops playing the game for 5 months after 10 minutes. Like, yeah, that's a certain extent kind of how a lot of us play games when we play games like this, and that's okay.
Yeah, it is totally fine, and I wish that there was a way to recognize that as a success. Like, these things are going to happen in waves, and you cannot really smooth out that time series. It's just not going to work at the end of the day. So, yeah, kind of to sum up, industry layoffs, our hearts go out to all the people affected by them, and hopefully the companies that hire these people learn to manage their workforce better and make business decisions that make more sense to keep employees on in the long term, and think about their employees not just as like interchangeable cogs in a machine, but as people who have valuable institutional knowledge that will be valuable to these companies for years to come.
Hey, we did a better job than Video Game Awards. And
yeah, suck it, Jeff Keighley. That's how you make a speech.
Yeah, 15-minute segment of Hideo Kojima not saying anything.
Well, wait till you see the synergies that are you gain. Oh man, the synergies.
To be fair, right. While we did do a better job, we also did a job.
Yes. It was bare minimum. It would have sufficed.
Really a binary here.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Did you cover this?
Yes.
We'll be back after a break to cover more things. And by more things, I mean our favorite, least favorite, and most surprising games of the year. And what'll fill that break? Our community top threes. So stick around to hear our community members give their top 3 games of 2023.
Hello, Avocadoans. LittleMac coming at you with my top 3 video games of the year 2023. A bit of a change from previous years. I had to actually make some choices because I played more than 3 contemporary games this year. So I'm going to start out with some honorable mentions. Honorable mention to Disney Illusion Island, which seemed like a fun, Metroid-esque platforming adventure that replaces combat entirely just with jumping around. Seemed like a lot of fun. Bought to play with my girlfriend. Really tough to get her to play games that aren't for the king. And so we played it for like an hour and never touched it again. Seemed fun though. Honorable mention to F-Zero 99. F-Zero, a perfect fit for the 99 Battle Royale format. And it's just a ton of fun. F-Zero is fun on its own. F-Zero 99, quite a fun modernization. And it gives us all hope that they'll make another F-Zero game because F-Zero is great. And finally, honorable mention to Double Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons, which resurrects the Double Dragon IP, but not really so much the series itself. This is it's a pretty fun beat 'em up that does new things, tries to add a roguelite structure and things like that to the genre, but it's not really trying to update Double Dragon gameplay at all. It's really a lot of other beat 'em ups, mainly ones with single button attack schemes, are better fits for what the game is doing than Double Dragon. But it's fun. It's fun. It's not top 3 fun, but it's fun. Number 3, my 3rd best game of the year. Are you ready? Drum roll. Chants of Sennaar. Chants of Sennaar is an indie adventure puzzle game with the gimmick that you're a stranger in a strange land where there are multiple social castes who all speak their own glyph-based language. And so, of course, this is not a voice-acted game. They're all speaking by, you see their speech bubbles with the glyphs. And so the primary puzzle-solving gimmick of the game is learning the language. It's a lot of fun. I had a great time with it. At the end, I had wished almost that they had gone on a tear with really hard language puzzles. I think they made the right choice for making a good game in itself. I could have kept going. I thought the language puzzles were really fun. This game is also aesthetically beautiful, just great to look at. Sounds very nice. Has a very cool setting. And given that you wake up as just a stranger, you awaken, you're in this place, you don't know what's going on, you just start proceeding through the quest. I really thought we were going for an indie adventure game. There's not really a narrative or a clear theme here. At the end, we have an ambiguous revelation, and then the credits roll. But this game actually turns out to have real themes, a real narrative with a real concrete objective for the stranger, for the main character, and it all builds to something that just beautifully ties the gameplay mechanics together into the story, and just is really just very touching and thoughtful. It's a great game. Absolutely worth your $20 or whatever, and 5 to 6 hours of your time. My 2nd best game of 2023, drum roll. Not sure if the drum roll is being captured. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Hey, new 2D Mario, except it's not new Super Mario Bros. It's better. New Super Mario Bros. Games are fun, especially the multiplayer in the Wii and Wii U ones. And New Super Mario Bros. U started to weave in a little bit of personality, and they all have pretty solid level design. They're okay. They always felt just kind of theme parky, plasticky, I don't know. This is a 2D gameplay based Mario. Graphics are obviously rendered in 3D, but a 2D Mario that is just new, not the label new, but new in that they brought a lot to it. The animation is filled with personality. They made Daisy, among others, playable characters for the first time. It uses a fun badge mechanic where you layer in other gameplay mechanics. For example, the floating hat badge, it's called some parachute cap, where you hold down the shoulder button and your character will hold their hat open and it becomes you float. Different things like that. You can pick your badge. There's a bunch that are there to make the game just easier. Pop back up from your first fall down a bottomless pit, or to make the game harder if you want a challenge, make your character invisible. And then, of course, the central gimmick of the Wonder Seeds, where in every level there's a thing you can grab that basically, that turns the game and level into some kind of acid trip with a crazy gameplay twist and lots of cool aesthetics. Just a really, really neat game. And I think the worst thing you could say about it is that it does leave you feeling like, Super Mario Bros. Wonder 2 is gonna be lit. Like, when they have time to really dig in on just exploring more. There's a lot of, especially with the Wonder gameplay gimmicks, where you finish up and you think, you finish the game and you think, I really wish there had been 6 more levels developing that idea. But oh well. And then number 1, drum roll, Tears of the Kingdom, obviously. What do I have to say to add to this that everybody else isn't already also saying in their own recordings? Probably nothing. It is a really good sequel to a really good game. It's a great sequel to a great game. It adds a fun building mechanic that you could go wild sandbox style, but I don't really get into the sandbox parts of games. You can still use it tons just in playing the regular game. Opens up so many different ways to solve every puzzle. It very much apes the structure of Breath of the Wild, but more. And so I will say that at the end of it, I'm ready for them to reinvent Zelda again and make people go, oh no, they've ruined the series. But Tears of the Kingdom, oh man, I sunk a lot of hours into that on a big first playthrough, and I didn't regret a moment. Very good story, very good gameplay, very, very fun. Lots of good quests, side quests that don't mean anything in terms of advancing your character. The rewards barely matter. You just do it to engage in the world. It's a beautiful world. It was great to spend hundreds of hours across 2 games in it. Awesome. All right. Well, running out of time. So I'll say happy holidays. And hey, in the new year, folks, let's talk about video games on the internet, eh? Huh? Sound good? Cool. Bye-bye.
Hello, Avocado Cast. This is Bloomed Wings, swinging in with my top 3 games of the year. Picking just 3 games from this year has been hard, given not just how many I played, but also the variety. So the 3 I'm going to shout out are ones that I think appeal in different ways. First, I really enjoyed Let's Revolution, a fun take on Minesweeper. You'll pick one of 3 characters, each with 2 class options. What really struck me is how differently each of these classes ends up feeling, despite working within the Minesweeper framework. Phloxian is very aggressive, and they benefit from taking out all the enemies hidden on the map. They have pricey abilities that help them safely uncover every square, but I found myself struggling with them when I would run through their energy, or have abilities on cooldown because I didn't just think of it more. Count Leo, on the other hand, is more of an assassin type. He's good at staying hidden, and often wants to avoid actually engaging enemies. And Mitsuki is a magic type, whose first class has almost no offensive power, whereas her second class is incredibly destructive, but costly. It's also a game that, while run-based and full of replay value, feels easy to get through in a short amount of time. For my second game pick, it's only fitting that I recognize Birth, a game that Merve here recommended to me, and for good reason. He knows I like weird body, quote, horror, and floral imagery, especially when combined, so the rec knocked it out of the park. You play as someone looking for companionship, and so go around the neighborhood, gathering up bones and organs so they can construct a friend for themselves. And besides the delightful imagery and the tactile feeling of uncovering body parts, that theming is very sweet. Tears running down my face for the entirety of the ending. And finally, my game that is, well, undeniably my game of the year, the big one, is Against the Storm. It's a dark fantasy game about building cities, tiny refuges for a ton of civilians living in a storm-stricken world. Runs have random elements, and there's a ton of game language to figure out and balance. Picking up buildings and finding resources that will give you fuel, food, and comfort requires equal steps planning ahead and looking at where you are. All the while, the forces of nature and a godlike queen are staring you down. Besides the often horrific descriptions, it's also a game that could make me feel truly uncomfortable. Turning the forest into a safe haven for your little guys often comes at the expense of the land itself. Trees will be felled, glades settled, wildlife consumed, all the while trying to appease an impatient queen. The only solace to be had is in the end of an era, when the storm will consume and destroy all of your settlements and grant a fresh start. Thanks for the podcast, and have a happy end of the year to all.
Hello there, friends. Third String Hero is back yet again. 2023 was a truly incredible year in gaming, but this time I'm going to be short and sweet, and we're going to just jump right in. So my number one game of the year is Baldur's Gate 3. What else is there even to be said about this game at this point? If you follow games, you are fully aware of Baldur's Gate and the stranglehold that it held on gaming this year. I came into Baldur's Gate having never played D&D and never really having enjoyed a CRPG. Well, this changed that, as perhaps the highest praise I can lavish on it is that thanks to Baldur's Gate, I ended up playing 3 other CRPGs this year. My second game, my number 2 game, is Armored Core 6, and this is the first FromSoft game that I've actually played. This game just whips. It is fun to play, fun to build your mechs and customize them, has a great narrative, even though it's only told in voiceover, it's still incredibly compelling. Characters you'll never forget, despite seeing them only briefly and only being in a full-blown mech, it's just aces. Just an incredible experience. My number 3 game is actually Rogue Trader. Hey, we heard you like Baldur's Gate and 40k, so what if we put some 40k in your Baldur's Gate? Like I said, this became my year of CRPGs. Rogue Trader is a late entry, due to it coming out very late in the year, and I'm still working my way through it, but it has been a genuine treat so far. I am a big fan of 40k, and with Baldur's Gate earlier in the year, this actually became my most anticipated game throughout the year, and it is definitely delivering so far. I am incredibly happy with how this turned out. And, well, that's it. Except it's not it. At all. You see, this was widely hailed as one of the best years in gaming ever, except for an obvious black shadow hanging over the entire industry all year long. The most recent estimates are that about 9,000 game devs and staff were laid off this year. On top of that, there were also seismic shifts, layoffs, and rearrangements, we'll call them, of the media at large, but also specifically of some of the very talented and focused media that covers gaming. The vast majority of these layoffs were not because of failures or lack of profit, but because of our good friend late-stage capitalism, where even being profitable means nothing. Now, the industry by many accounts is due for a reckoning. I have seen many writers, podcasters, and devs themselves who I trust posit that the current way game development works is simply unsustainable. I have no doubt that the members actually on this podcast have done a great job speaking about these layoffs, probably more eloquently and better informed than I can. So I just want to shout out those who have been laid off this year or have lost their jobs in some capacity. While I'm not confident that we can turn back the wheel of capitalism, I will simply say that we should all strive to remember the humanity, the flesh and blood, the actual people with lives and families that have to work to create these experiences that mean so much to us. I hope that everyone can land on their feet and continue creating art and games that they are passionate about, if they choose to remain in this industry. I wish nothing but the best for them. Peace to everyone listening. Be good to each other. Lead with empathy and compassion in all things. Thank you, and have a wonderful upcoming year.
All right. Thank you to our community for providing us with their top 3 games of 2023. Now we're going to turn to our favorites of the year, and we're going to begin. We're going to kind of split this in 2. We each have our top 10s, or if we don't have our 6 through 10, we have some honorable mentions. So we're each going to shotgun our honorable mentions one by one, and then we're going to talk about our top 5s in a lot more depth. So I'm going to start by shotgunning my 6 through 10 real quick, just like a sentence about each one. At number 10, Dordogne, which is a lovely Ghibli-esque watercolor narrative adventure set in that region of France, Dordogne, about a woman reflecting on a summer in her childhood. Then at number 9, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, a fantastic, very fun, imaginative 2D platformer that has some really great level design. At number 8, back firewall. I promise you, it is not the Portal 2 ripoff that it appears to be from the trailers. It's actually a 3D narrative puzzle adventure game set inside a mobile phone, and it's really a fantastic, fascinating tale about capitalism, labor, and learning one's self-worth. At number 7, Hi-Fi Rush. It is a joyous 3D rhythm brawler that feels like a lost PS2 or Dreamcast game in the best kind of way and has fantastic art design. And at number 6, A Space for the Unbound, a 2D pixel art adventure game set in 90s suburban Indonesia that features almost like Psychonauts-esque puzzle mechanics where you go into people's minds and mess around. Really great stuff. And also has a beautiful story about trauma, abuse, and recovery. So that's 10 through 6 for me. Science, what are your honorable mentions or your 10 through 6?
Yeah, I have them numbered. So number 10, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. It's alright. Number 9, Pizza Tower. It's basically like, Wario Land 4, but made in a modern way. It's also very energetic and a fun platformer. Number 8, Quake 2 Remastered Enhanced Edition new levels. I put it on the list because I think the new levels that they added to this Quake 2 port basically are fantastic, and I had a blast, and it actually better than anything in the base Quake 2 or its expansions. Number 7, System Shock Remake. I have 2 remakes on this list. This is the first one. It's a great game. It sticks a little bit too much to what the original was doing, to its detriment a little bit, but it's still a fantastic time. And number 6, it's Resident Evil 4, also remake, and it shakes things up a little bit. I enjoy it quite a bit. It has a darker tone a little bit, and yeah, it's fun. It just didn't make the top 5 because, as we have discussed, like remakes for me also a little sag down the list when they're not like exceptional. And this was just a good time. So yeah, number 6. So that's my 10 through 6.
All right, fantastic. Wolfman, what about your honorable mentions, ranked or unranked, however you want to do them?
Okay, sure. I've got 8 for honorable mentions. I'm just going to get one out of that. 8 is, because I only played 8 games, one is Sea of Stars, which is a very charming Chrono Trigger-like. However, I do have some issues with what is otherwise a very, very well-made game, so I'm going to put that into our extra section about some of the disappointments of the year. 7 is Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, which is a nigh pitch-perfect way to remake not one, but 2 excellent classic strategy games for the Game Boy Advance that I never got to play. However, it got out of the top 5 because, as a rule, I also do kind of, not undervalue, but I do put lower value to remakes, and this is an extremely faithful remake that doesn't, as far as I can tell, have as much new content. And 6 is sort of weird because, again, it's not only not a remake, it's actually just not even a remake, but a remaster. Metroid Prime Remastered, my favorite game of 2002, and one of the greatest shooters ever made. It is a truly excellent and sumptuous remaster that basically just that is so additive that it kind of runs a weird it runs a straddling point between how much can it be considered a remake. It is a remaster, to be clear, but because of that, it technically misses the top 5 too.
All right. Those are all really fantastic games. Kappa, what about your honorable mentions?
Starting out with Age of Wonders 4. Enjoyable, that Age series still keeps on giving. There's a lot of strategy there. I haven't really been able to crack into it like I have some other games. Just kind of came out at a weird time, but wanted to get on my list. The GoldenEye remake, this one probably more for my own personal fun of just destroying my children in it, to the point where they stormed off and cried a couple times.
Sounds like fun.
They did not appreciate how hard shooters used to be, and they learned a very valuable lesson, and that's I can beat both of them at the same time and not even take damage. That's how good I am.
Hang on to that.
And, and like they even try to play the campaign, and like how there's all the little like time trials and little weird Easter eggs and go on. They're like, there's so much. I'm like, yeah, I know. This is what a campaign used to be like, and it really kind of was an eye-opening experience for them just to see like how much a shooter used to involve. And then Hi-Fi Rush, just outside of my top, 5 or so that I'm gonna end up doing. Really enjoyed my time with it. Fun game, start to finish. Wish there was a little bit more to it, maybe. I know that's not really, a negative to it, but I did enjoy what I played.
Yeah, those are all fantastic games. I really did love Hi-Fi Rush as well, and in a less stacked year, it probably would have made my top 5.
I think that's kind of what everybody's is kind of like. This is a tough year for kind of those fun one-off experiences that you didn't really, like take in totally, I guess.
I will say my 1 through 8, I could make an argument for any game in my top 8 being my game of the year. Even Hi-Fi Rush, which I have at number 7. So it's been a really great year in that regard.
Really high marked games all around.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of those high marked games, we're now going to do our top 5s. And the way we'll do this is we'll each do our number 5s, then each do our number 4s, etc. And when we get to a game, if it's higher on someone else's list, then we'll table that discussion until we get there. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with my number 5 of the year, which was Misericord Volume 1. Does anyone else have that on their list? I'm going to guess no. But...
Nope.
It's a cool name, though, right?
Yeah.
Dagger to finish people off.
Yeah, it has a dual meaning, right? Yeah. Like, so as Kappa mentioned, it's both a type of dagger, and it's also a room set aside in an abbey where the normal rules of nun behavior are relaxed. So, and both of those things play a role in this particular visual novel, which I'd describe as kind of a gender-swapped Name of the Rose. It takes place in an abbey full of nuns instead of a monastery full of monks. Set in rural England in the late 1400s. So what's notable about this is visually is that it has this really harsh, dithered, monochrome art style, like really old school PC graphics in black and white from the early 90s. And the soundtrack is just phenomenal. It's like this mixture of jazz, melody, and harmony with occasional use of organs and lutes and other medieval timbres. So you've got this nice thematic dissonance of mixing these old and new musical ideas. And story-wise, which is really the centerpiece of any visual novel, it's about an anchoress who had taken an oath of isolation to devote herself to religious study. And so she's locked in a room, no contact with the outside world except food that gets passed to her every now and then so she can, eat meals. And conversations she has through a closed door with other members of the abbey who come to her for spiritual guidance. So a murder happens in the abbey, and this woman who's been locked away all this time is the only person who could not conceivably have committed this murder. So the abbey superior forcibly takes her out of solitary confinement and forces her to become the investigator of this murder.
I love those plots. I don't know why. They're just so fun.
Yeah, so she's like a real fish out of water despite being probably the foremost religious expert in that abbey. And that's kind of the backbone of the story, that here is this fish out of water who has a lot of preconceived notions about how nuns are supposed to behave, at least on paper. And then when she's confronted with how nuns behave in practice, her notions about morality and black and white and the context in which things might be appropriate or inappropriate kind of starts to melt away. It is volume 1, so it's not a spoiler to say that the murder mystery does not get resolved and will probably be resolved in the sequel. But what's there so far in this novel is really fantastic. And I would urge everyone who's interested in visual novels or stories like The Name of the Rose to give this one a try. All right. Science, what's your number 5?
All right, my number 5 is Sludge Life 2. Does anyone have?
Does anyone else have that on their list?
No, I do.
Okay.
All right.
Sludge Life 2 is a sequel, as the name implies, to Sludge Life, and both are open world, first-person platforming things. You are basically it's a vandalism centric kind of vibe where you have to go around and tag a lot of things, but also you talk with people, you get upgrades. There's a couple of stories going on in the world. It's fully explorable in any way you want to. Nothing is actually stopping you except for a couple of abilities that you gain by exploring. And it is cool. It is weird. It has kind of a VHS aesthetic to it. Also, a lot of art reminds me of that kind of exaggerated cartoony art on the back of skateboards.
Yeah. I'm looking at a screenshot right now, and it's a poster that says, Kid Siggy, SIGs are for kids, now with vitamins.
Yes. I remember when the first one was announced, a lot of people thought it was like a stealth Rick and Morty project. Or something like that. Like it kind of has that kind of vibes to it.
Yeah. It's thankfully. Nothing like that. It is very fun. It's well written because there is a fair bit of writing there, and it's all very bizarre. It's also there's a big corporation that kind of pollutes everything and is shitty to everyone, and gives cigarettes to kids because now they have vitamins in them. And you're exploring this world, and you also can get engaged in a terrorist subplot and all these kinds of little threads running throughout this whole open world that you can grab onto. There are a couple of endings. The aesthetics, like the movement itself is fun. The world itself is interesting, and I don't know, the aesthetics are so thick in this game that if you are feeling it, you are going to love this game. And I don't know. It's not the longest of experiences. It's like 4 hours tops, but I had a blast with this one. I really enjoyed it. So there's my number 5.
Awesome. Wolfman, what was your number 5?
My number 5 is Dredge, which a game we actually talked about momentarily an hour or whatever ago.
Anyone else have that on their list?
Higher up.
All right. Let's go ahead.
So Dredge is an interesting game for me. It's to me like a very perfect example of what I like to see from a lot of indies, not everyone, but a lot, where it's kind of this thing where it's essentially a genre mix in the way that a lot of indie games are a genre mix, but the game is so like smooth and it's so like singular in its vision that you don't even really notice until after you've played the game that, oh wait, I've been playing a survival horror game this whole time. This is essentially a survival horror like work fishing simulator mashup where you're a like early 20th century fisher, like driving a crappy, ugly, rusted trawler across a haunted, eldritch, like sea. You go out and catch fish. If you stay out too long, you lose your sanity, and the fish become disgusting, monstrous fish covered with eyes or fangs or incomprehensible body parts, and they start attacking you. It becomes this weird gameplay loop where you essentially choose when to endanger yourself, but you have to endanger yourself repeatedly, and the game constantly comes up with odd little mixtures of ways to twist, like for instance sending you to explore, solve puzzles, but the puzzles are far enough that you're going to have to spend some time out at night. It is a
really thick atmosphere, really nice atmosphere in that game.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah, this is the kind of game that I really love to play a few times a year. Like this specific kind of thing that really could only exist as a game and only exist as this specific kind of game. And that's my 5th favorite.
Yeah, it's a game that I've heard a lot of praise for, and that unfortunately I didn't have time to play this year, but I'm really intrigued by. So
yeah, I completed it, but there's so many good games this year's that but yeah, I enjoyed it a fair bit too.
All right, Kappa, what's your number 5?
So technical. I need a technicality ruling on this one. This one came out December of last year, December 2nd. So I think that's fair. I'm going with Marvel Midnight Suns.
Probably nobody has that because
because the rest of us followed the rules.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm kidding. I
made December exceptions in the past.
Yeah, it's fine. It's your list. It doesn't matter.
I've gone back and forth with this game so many ridiculous times. I wish I could love this game more or hate this game more. So I know it seems weird as a top 5, but everything but the combat is top 5. And it's hard for me to take it off my list just because the combat drives me nuts. But just exploring that world, the character interactions, the feelings of the superheroes just kind of goofing with each other, the layers of customization, and I mean layers. I mean from the characters down to the bedroom that you sleep in, down to the clothes. There's a lot going on there. I've really enjoyed my time spent with it, and I do think that there's a lot going on there. I just wish that there was a little bit more going on in terms of the combat. And I keep hoping it's going to open up to me or I'm going to figure it out a little bit more. But it really hasn't yet, even though I'm probably about halfway through the game now. But the where the game shines is in everything outside of the combat. So that's why it's kind of clinging around my top 5. I just enjoy the game world that much. The characters that much, interacting with everybody. It's just fun. But the combat, oh boy. I think there's a good chance that other people love it a lot more than I do. It's just hard for me to get past the card-based combat.
It sounds a bit like Fire Emblem Three Houses in that it's also a tactical RPG, and the best thing about it is actually not the combat.
Yeah, wandering around the game world and meeting the characters and talking to them and hearing their thoughts and like their different personalities. And there's like hangout missions, like in a visual novel, so like me and Magic are gonna go fishing. It's just kind of fun. Like all the downtime is kind of cool, and you're playing a user-created superhero who's kind of learning what it's like to be a superhero from lots of different perspectives. Obviously Ghost Rider has a different perspective on being a superhero than Blade, than Magic, there's a lot of tragic stories there, but also you've got Iron Man kind of goofing around a little bit, so it's fun. And Marvel hits are few and far between. I enjoy my time with this game. I really wish they would have rethought what they did with that combat system, because it is mind-numbing to me that's the system they went with. So yeah, a lot going on there. I would really be interested to see what people think of it, but overall better game than the combat system deserves.
The Three Houses mentioned, and this also being a tactical strategy game, makes me think of, this year started with a very high profile Fire Emblem release that was praised for its gameplay, not so much for its story or characters.
Yeah, it seems like the inverse of Three Houses and Midnight Suns in some ways.
Yeah, like I said, there's probably people who do enjoy that card style combat. It's just not for me. Yeah, I find it very frustrating.
Yeah. All right, now time for our number 4s. And my number 4 game of the year is Pikmin 4. Does anyone else have that on their list?
That's yep, I got that a little higher up.
Okay, so we're going to table that. Science, what's your number 4?
My number 4 is Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew.
Anyone else have that on their list?
I don't.
I thought that could appear on Kappa's list, based on what I know about the kinds of games he likes. But okay, let's go for it. Shadow Gambit, what's this all about?
It's a stealth-based RTS kind of game that You see the characters from an isometric point of view, and you're stealthing around using all kinds of tools at your disposal to complete different objectives on a map that you kind of are dropped on. And if you ever played like Commandos back in the day, or Desperados, or Robin Hood, or from this studio that unfortunately is shutting down.
Yeah.
Me
Yes.
games or something like that.
They are shutting down, but they're doing a very slow shutdown because the creators are burned out. So they're still going to support the game. They just came out with 2 DLCs for Shadow Gambit. And, people are going to get their Christmas bonuses, and they're going to be employed for a little bit longer so that they can find other ventures. So it's not that bad of a story. But either way, they also made Shadow Tactics and Desperados 3. All in the same vein, the 3 games that I just said, Shadow Gambit, Desperados 3, and Shadow Tactics. But this one is, I think, the best of them all. When it comes to gameplay, it's just because it's not the 2 other games are more grounded in reality. And Shadow Tactics, you're these samurais and ninjas in Japanese Edo period, and Desperados obviously Western based, and this is just like undead pirates on the Caribbean Sea, and it really is fun to use all of their abilities. They have this teleportation abilities. They have this big anchor that kind of pulls people down into the beneath, as they call it, or whatever, and they have these they can possess people, all these kind of neat tricks. And also the game has a baked in ability that's basically a quick save. And it not only it bakes that in the gameplay itself, of like one of the ship that you're on and you're going to different islands has this ability to save your game and load your game up, which obviously, you could in older games you use that, but this game encourages save scamming basically, and also uses that as a plot point later on, where different people gain access to the same ability and kind of take that power away from you, and it's very much fun.
So almost like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time,
Yes,
where
a little bit.
like the saving and rewinding become part of the narrative.
Yes, definitely. That's the crux basically of the whole narrative here, and it's very nice. The only thing that I'd say is that the story is very basic. It's very simple. It's more character based. There are very colorful, fantastic characters that are in your crew, and finding out about all of them is really fun and engaging. But the story itself is very simple. It's just bad guy wants this power. That's pretty much it. And then you look around for a treasure. So
But I'm very interested in playing this game, and it sounds like they took a lot of what didn't work and what I didn't like about Desperados 3 and really kind of made some changes to it. The what you were just describing, I think is going to be so much more fun to play than what Desperados had.
Yes, yeah. I also bounced back hard from Desperados, but this was just so smooth and such a fun experience from the beginning to an end. So
Go ahead.
No, just 34 hours. I completed like a lot of the content. Still a little bit left, but I also have the DLC. So yeah, but continue, Kappa.
Yeah, Shadow Tactics was an all-timer for me. I absolutely loved it, start to finish. Yeah. Desperados, I feel like they kind of try to do a little too much with. The characters got a little goofy, a little silly, and it was very like visually, like I think they were going for like an art style that was very hard to pull off, where everything just looked like muddy, brown, messy. And this doesn't look like that at all.
Oh no, the beautiful islands that are very turquoise color and just very like colorful and interesting visually. I really liked it.
Yeah, and the thing about Desperados that kind of pushed me off was there was definitely like, okay, this is the character that does the thing, and when I get into this area, I do this thing with it, and it's very rock paper scissorsy. It didn't have like that free roaming feel that Shadow Tactics did, where you could like kind of outsmart the game in certain areas. So hearing that it's got a built-in save scumming system, I think is really going to let me play the way I want to play. Whereas Desperados kind of forced you into this is the right way to do it. Otherwise, you're reloading 20 minutes of gameplay. Yeah.
Also, I would have to say it's amazing how they put these characters in the game, and each of the characters is completely overpowered.
Oh yeah.
And it's so fun. It's like each of the, no matter which characters you go out on a mission, you're like, this is the best character, and the next mission is like, no, this is the best character. It's like really fun that way. So yeah, much. If you like those style of game, you will have a blast with it.
This looks very cool. I'm putting this on my to order list right now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at screenshots of this, and this is like gorgeous.
It says beautiful art direction.
Super lush art style.
Shadow Tactics was like that too. It was only Desperados that really took that weird step back into sludgy mud.
yeah.
From what I can see from Desperados screenshots, it looks like fidelity-wise really nice, but I don't know if they picked the right color scheme.
Remember, you're almost always playing these types of games zoomed all the way out, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, when you're dealing with it, the fidelity kind of has to give way to the gameplay a little bit. So,
For sure. All right, Wolfman, what's your number 4?
My number 4 is something I know someone, specifically you, have lower on your list. It is Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
Oh yeah, a game I really enjoyed.
Science, Kappa?
I don't have it.
No, I mean, I'm not a...
Of course. Okay, so Mario, for a character that has like over 300 games to his name, Mario has a surprisingly large number of games that feel artistically like energized or creatively justified, or that feel like they exist for more than to put out a game with Mario's name on it. Not all of them, because again, 300 games. Rarely have I, and I speaking as a person who loves Mario so much that I was part of our online gift exchange and literally got an LED Mario head. That's how much I like Mario. I have rarely played a Mario game that feels this excited to be alive. Like this, like deeply, deeply energetic. It is not the most polished of Mario games. I would probably put it a little lower, or actually mid-tier on the scale of like among the classics, but a little bit lower. It's lower than World. It's lower than 3. But even if it wasn't coming off of like a near half decade of antiseptic, like bland New Super Mario Brothers games, it would still feel like a true burst of energy. It's a game that loves being alive and loves being played, and is constantly coming up with new tricks and new ideas and new weird little twists. The gimmick effect, like the central gimmick that you need in every Mario game in this case, is the Wonder Flower, like this sort of hallucinatory magical effect that twists the world and shapeshifts things and can suddenly like turn the game into a stealth section, or turn the game into a completely different kind of platformer, or it could transform you or transform the enemies. It genuinely is just it is filled with gimmicks, and it's possibly one of the gimmickiest Mario games ever made. At least Super Mario.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, at least Super Mario Brothers game. I don't know if it's as gimmicky as New Super Mario Brothers 2, which had a not very fun gimmick powering everything else, but it's just a game that feels good, and
I think the gimmicks work because the fundamentals are so strong.
Yeah.
And if it didn't have those really strong fundamentals, like very good level design throughout most of the experience, it would feel a little bit... Cloying is the wrong word, but it would be a little irritating almost to be constantly running into those gimmicks. But because what underpins the game is so strong, the gimmicks feel like they enhance the gameplay or add something inventive or fresh rather than like bugging you.
Oh, absolutely. I also feel a need to just mention the graphics, and specifically the mild redesigns for Mario and Friends, which are absolutely excellent. They burst to life like cartoon characters. wrote an article about this game. I also wrote an article about Dredge and a couple others of my top 5, and it was a genuine pleasure and challenge to get the images for it, because you just want to have the exact perfect thing of seeing Mario's feet run as a little Sonic figure 8 as he runs past, or seeing all the him as or the character when they're changed into an elephant and kind of wiggling their legs a little bit as they kind of force themselves through a pipe.
The animation work on this game is incredible. And it also gave us Elephant Peach, which is hilarious.
And singing piranha plants.
Singing piranha
there's
plants.
Literally,
yeah.
One of my minor complaints about the Game Awards was that the medley just chose a music track from Mario and not the part where the piranha plants put on a musical.
Yeah, that probably would have been the right thing to go with. It's it is the jump up superstar of this game. And I really enjoyed that little musical section when I played through it. So Kappa, what was your number?
All right, I got a late entry for you. You ready?
Let's hear it.
Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. This game is great, man. Everybody's shitting on it, and I've got part of me is okay, well, what's kind of going on here?
Wait, does anyone else have this on their list? I'm guessing no, but
the rest of the world does.
Unsurprisingly, no.
So,
this is a game that I wanted to play. I just don't have time for it, unfortunately.
So, this is my defense here, right? I feel like there's no two safer things in the world to shit on, right, than Ubisoft games, right, that follow the Ubisoft formula, and Avatar, right? And I think you got a Nickelback situation where people aren't even playing it and being like, this game's gonna suck. This game sucks. But it's got pretty solid Metacritics, first of all, right? I think it's in the high 70s, right? I mean, it's not.
It's lower 70s.
Lower 70s. There you go.
And I mean,
OpenCritic's 71.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but so was Hogwarts Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that game was not very good. Sorry, go ahead.
What I'm finding is how much fun you're going to have in this is how willing you're going to be just literally wandering around Pandora, right? Just is that world, going to capture you the way a lot of other game worlds do, right? It plays a lot like Far Cry Primal, which I think was one of the better Far Cries. You do get access to some human weapons. They are not necessarily the best. It really kind of maybe encourage you to use the Navi weapons a little bit. The game nails one thing really well, and it's the scale. You feel like a giant 9-foot creature, right? You're ducking to go indoors. All the human stuff is just cramped feeling for your character. Everything's low to you, right?
Do you single wield an assault rifle with one hand? Is that how it feels?
Yeah, exactly. So there's those mechs.
That's so cool.
Yeah, you basically take the guns off the mechs and you're using that, right? It's a very the traversal is how a lot of times we'll say, hey, why doesn't this you've got Assassin's Creed and you've got Far Cry. Why don't you guys just talk? Why don't you guys just get together in the hallway and say, hey man, show me how free roaming traversal works, right? Man, did they nail it in this game. You just see a spot on the jungle and decide to run, and there's vines you can shoot up into the air with. There's double jump patterns you can hit. There's things to grapple on. The movement feels very cool. You're running through the jungle. I don't fast travel in this game. That's how fun it is to move from one side of the map to the other, right? It's gorgeous looking. I wouldn't say all of it, but a lot of the the plants you come across, you can harvest, and the harvest mechanic isn't for some of it is right. Just push X to harvest, right? But it's if you pick it at night while it's raining, you get a higher version of whatever you're harvesting. While you're harvesting, you don't want to harm the tree, right? So you find the way that the branch is going to give and lean it that way, and then push the harvest so that you get a pristine harvest without damaging the tree, right? Little things like that make it feel more like you're a Navi running around Pandora, doing the things that the game's telling you're doing, which is, hey, we've got to protect this planet from these assholes. This is kind of after the events of 1. The story, I think, is pretty interesting if you're into the Avatar story at all, which is basically, the real world analogy would be reservation schools, right? Like they basically kidnap Navi kids and try to raise them as
residential schools. Yeah,
they try to raise them as humans, and then they teach them human tactics, they teach them human weapons, they teach them, and now you've basically created the perfect resistance force of these kids that are now realizing that humans have lied to them. They were not born here. They've done a lot of evil things to get them there, and you're leading a resistance against the humans. Game feels great, plays great, gets great frames, looks gorgeous. Exploration is awesome. I'm probably about halfway through the main story, I would guess. The map is gigantic. All those little like moments, like in the Avatar movies, where you find like the floating islands or things like that. I mean, it hits the exact same in game. Like you turn a corner, it's like, wow, I can get there. I'm gonna try to get to that spot. Feels really cool to do stuff like that. So I'm loving it just for the exploration. Weirdly, it kind of ending up on my, kind of last minute, top 4, top 5. I don't think it's crazy, but I'm going to be interested to see where people end up with this game, kind of like as it has a chance to cycle through and isn't just people saying, well, I'm not interested in Avatar and I'm not interested in Ubisoft games, but the people who actually do enjoy it, getting a little bit of time with it and seeing where it goes.
Yeah, I think critical reception initially was a little cool because it launched with quite a few technical issues, which I assume will get ironed out as patches arrive over the course of the next year or so. So it's something that I'm interested in picking up on sale and definitely playing at some point, because I was really looking forward to this, and then because of real life stuff got in the way, I just didn't have enough time to go out and play it. So I was like, okay, I'll wait for a sale. I'll play it later.
Yeah, and sales are going to hit. I think they already have been hitting. I think Microsoft has one now where it's buy 2 get 1 at even brand new games. So, but putting you in the mindset of kind of like a Far Cry, I think is only giving you half the game. So I know that's what a lot of people were originally going with. Hey, this is Navi Far Cry, kind of, but there's more to it than your Far Cry for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to eventually give this a shot at some point next year. I'm just going to have to try to find time between Infinite Wealth, which is probably going to take most of the year, and all the other stuff I want to play. So yeah. All right, my number 3 game of 2023 is The Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Does anyone else have that on their list?
Nope. I do not, but I want to hear about it.
I actually would have guessed that maybe Science would have played this, but I would actually Science, based on what I know about the games.
I'm interested in the name itself, but maybe
The Cosmic Wheel System.
Yeah.
I think you'll really dig this. I've actually written a whole essay about this game. So I've kind of described this game like, okay, cards on the table. I am a straight cisgendered man, so I'm not speaking with great authority on anything I'm about to say. But so, take however many grains of salt you need to take. But I still do feel passionately about what this game is doing. I've described this game as like an act of reclamation. Where womanhood kind of intersects with capitalism, you get expensive scented candles from Indigo and overpriced pashminas, and then at the real extreme end of this, you get the Eat, Pray, Love posters and whatever the hell goop is. This feels like a game that's reclaiming femininity and womanhood from corporate control and giving it back to the people, and symbolically does so by just blasting off into outer space. And what this game's premise is that you are a cosmic witch who once had a mundane earthly life, but then ascended to witchhood in outer space, and you were exiled from your coven for predicting its downfall. So during your, 1,000-year exile, you make a deal with a demon to build an alternative to the tarot deck that was confiscated from you. the main mechanic is you do readings with this deck that you construct from different components that you find in the world, and then different interpretations of the card, so you draw, give you different resources, which you use to build cards to add to your deck. So there's a random component, which is the card you draw every time you do a reading, and there's a choice component, which is how you interpret that card. And there ends up being this trade-off between picking the decision you want and then the decision that will give you additional resources for future cards you want to construct that will allow you for more important decisions down the line to have the choices available to you that you want to make. This is all built into a kind of pixel art visual novel with this really striking purple-hued visual style and this amazing space rock soundtrack. Just the vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, this sounds fantastic. Wishlisted, definitely.
Oh, I think you'll really dig this. And then ultimately, I've liked this game. It starts off, I'd say it starts off like Life is Strange and then kind of ends up like Pentiment. And then ultimately becomes a game about political decision making. And it's really posing to the audience. Let's assume we all want to dismantle capitalism. What type of society will we build in its wake?
Monarchy.
That is essentially one of the options, right? Like you can suppose someone who wants to replace modern, let's say, ostensibly liberal capitalism with an authoritarian monarchy. And so you get to kind of make these interesting political trade-offs. It is a really fascinating experience made by this small team from Spain called Deconstruct Team, and also published by Devolver Digital. I've said that this is a Devolver game that feels like it should be an Annapurna game, but I'm glad that Devolver published this because they've done something really cool here. So yeah, that's my number 3 game of the year. Science, what's your number 3?
All right, my number 3 is Alan Wake 2. Does anyone
else have Alan Wake 2 on their list?
I wish. I'm excited to play it despite not actually liking Alan Wake 1. And please, Science, I really want to hear your take.
All right, Kappa?
I played not enough of it for it to make my list and me feel fair about it.
All right. Well, I was apprehensive a little bit because as Wolfman, I did not like Alan Wake 1. I did not like it at all. I played, yeah.
I was going to say, it's basically like a Twin Peaks ripoff that isn't enough of a Twin Peaks ripoff, and a Stephen King ripoff that's too much of a Stephen King ripoff.
I agree with that. I also would add that Alan Wake's original gameplay, I completed the game, made myself really boring. Like the gameplay is samey and uninteresting in Alan Wake 1. I would not recommend playing Alan Wake 1. Alan Wake 2, I would say that it's still a Remedy game. It's a third-person perspective game that has a lot of FMV in it. A lot, maybe not that much, but has some interspersed FMV elements in it. You probably know about some elements that come up in the game. They have been popular on social media and whatnot. And what I would say to that, what Wolfman said, that the Alan Wake 1 was like aspired for David Lynch, but didn't quite make it, and went too much into Stephen King and even modeled that. I think that Alan Wake 2 has similar issues when it comes to David Lynch, because it is Lynchian, but it doesn't. When Lynch chose symbolism just for the sake of symbolism of some ideas that he had and doesn't explain it, this is mostly for the service of the plot. Every kind of non sequitur that happens is in the service of the plot, and it's explainable mostly. So it is that. So if you're looking for like off the wall kind of abstract symbology, you won't quite see it here. But I think that what it does way better is the small stuff, like the little conversations and little situations and the weirdness of these characters interacting on, and this story intermingling with the history of characters, because the main plot is that Alan Wake is stuck in this weird dimension and his writing is changing the reality around the lake. So basically you play as two characters. You play as Saga, an FBI agent that comes to town to resolve murder, and Alan Wake, that is imprisoned in this other dimension that has these trippy segments in this other dimension. And yeah, I would say that it has more of its own style than original Alan Wake did, and pulls it off quite well. I think the presentation in the game is excellent. It is one of the most beautiful games that I played, and it is one of the most striking when it comes to art direction and some of the sequences that it does. It is extremely impressive, and that's mostly why it is on my list that high, because some of the situations, some of the like scenes are breathtaking, really.
So do you think it got better by embracing the weirder parts of it?
I would say that the Alan Wake original had weirdness in how convoluted the plot was. Mm-hmm. I think this one shows you more of the weirdness happening on the screen.
Okay,
and
that makes a ton of sense.
That's interesting.
Because I've been lukewarm even on Control, to be honest with you. And I know a lot of people love Control.
I'm one of them.
Yeah. It's just been hard for me to really connect with Remedy stuff, just on a level that a lot of other people seem to. But everything I've seen so far and heard about where it goes with Alan Wake is really fun. Yeah. And I'm not surprised that it actually got better by allowing itself to get weirder. I think Silent Hill kind of followed a little bit of the same trajectory too. So maybe that's kind of the future, is to just hey. If you got weird ideas, run with them. Don't hold yourself back.
Be confident.
They are very confident in this one. You can sense it. Playing it, it's like confidence is on display. I would say that the only thing that I would say that it might be a detriment to some people's experience is that this game, the gameplay of this game, it's a survival horror kind of game. And action survival horror, more on the action end of it. But it requires you to play by its own rules. Mm-hmm. It really punishes you if you don't listen to what it wants you to do. Like the dodging is extremely important, and it works in a particular way. And if you just spam dodge and try to escape that way from your enemy, you're going to get wrecked.
There's kind of similar too. Control had something they really wanted you to do.
Yeah.
Their way.
Yeah, but this has animation priority when you're changing weapons. Mm-hmm. So if you're changing weapons and you're surrounded by people, and you let's say you're surrounded by a couple of enemies, and you empty out your magazine, and instead of reloading, you're like, I'm going to change my weapon, or you're going to change to a grenade. The animation priority in changing that weapon will forbid you from like doing anything else except for walking. And they're going to demolish.
So this is Remedy's first FromSoft game.
Yeah.
They're going to demolish you in this game. And the first boss, I saw many people, including me, like restarted 15 times. Like retry it over and over and over again, because it's so hard from the get-go. But it turns out, once you're over the hump, the game is pretty easy. But I almost never died after that point. But it wants you to play in a very specific manner. It has its own rules, and you have to kind of learn how the game plays. After that, it's a cakewalk. But really, that first boss is going to discourage a lot of people. And that's one of the design fumbles in this game, of like, couldn't you have like made a better tutorial or like a easier introductory section, because you fight like 2 enemies before this boss, and it's like too much. So that's one caveat. The second, some of the checkpointing could have been better. So that's the two problems with the game. The rest I thoroughly enjoyed. So yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This is ultimately like inconsequential for me because inexplicably I want to replay Alan Wake 1 in the wake of this game's release.
Oh, you poor soul.
I'm gonna do it. But I do want to ask, like, how much do you need or to know about the first? Because this is a game that's coming out 13 years later on the back of both Control success and 13 years of Alan Wake being a cult game whose status is somewhat odd to me.
Yeah. They specifically introduced Saga as the first character you play to introduce you to all of the weirdness of Alan Wake and kind of explain everything that is happening in the universe of Alan Wake. So you don't actually have to know any goddamn thing, thankfully. Because I forgot so much from the first Alan Wake. I only knew there's Alan Wake. He's trapped in some kind of dimension, and while he's writing is changing the reality. And that's all I knew. And there's a couple of more things, and they really keep you up, get you up to speed very quickly. So,
okay, that's good.
Yeah. It is a beautiful game. I was playing on PS5. It doesn't even have all the bells and whistles there, but oh my gosh, it's so pretty, really.
All right, Wolfman, what was your number 3?
This is the game that I sniped from you, Pikmin 4.
Oh yeah, I love this game.
So I'm gonna actually, join with science for a compliment sandwich here and kind of get the bad stuff out of the way, especially since one of the bad stuff is a bad thing he mentioned, namely, Pikmin 4 is one of the greatest games Nintendo has ever made that starts with one of the worst introductions Nintendo has ever made. The introduction is plotting, it's slow, it has too much talking, and it kind of front loads the fact that Pikmin has always been, alongside a really fascinating and transformative and excellent like real-time strategy, but also kind of a Zelda-y series. With this sort of odd social satire. Like, this is basically typically Nintendo at about its most political, where it's essentially presenting societies of alien people who are basically hyper-capitalist, hyper-consumerist, and are constantly destroying themselves and their own economies in search for food or treasure or just things that they don't need. And that constantly gets them...
Not to mention their own labor force.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're literally playing working-class astronauts who are being repeatedly sent on the whims of cruel and short-sighted management.
That sounds like Lethal Company.
Yeah. Very famously, the second one, Olimar, the series' original hero, is stuck because his boss gets indebted to a company called the All-Devouring Black Hole Loan Sharks. In this case, Pikmin 3 has a large cast of characters, none of whom have any of the charm of the original, of like Olimar or the 3 characters in Pikmin 3, which is, by my estimation, still the best game in the series. Okay, all that stuff aside...
I will say, I didn't feel the plotting nature of the intro that much because Pikmin 4 was my first Pikmin game, but definitely for people who are veterans of the series, I can see why it would be a little irritating to have to go through all that.
I think Pikmin 3 has a really elegant intro. I love its first day, where you're just kind of like managing stuff. You still feel like you're doing a lot, and then you just get you just get thrown to the weeds. I recommend it, by the way, Pikmin 3, or all of them actually. Pikmin 2 the least, but especially Pikmin 3. Merve, I think you'd like it a lot. But anyway, bad stuff out of the way. Pikmin 4 is excellent. It has not just one, but multiple excellent gameplay loops. It has an incredibly gorgeous world filled with excellent, surprisingly, not just by Switch standards, but in general, excellent graphics.
Oh yeah, like this game should... I don't know what voodoo magic they pulled off to make this game run on the Switch, but like whoever did this is a wizard.
This is I mean, it's Unreal Engine, but even still, the general like actual like combat, the strategy is top notch. The introduction of the new elements is elegant, but they're also transformative in a way that feels extremely satisfying. You get Ice Pikmin, which completely changes how you can move on water, which is typically lethal to Pikmin. You get a new sidekick named Okshi, this adorable dog who utterly changes the gameplay in every way. And it's just really good at threading this ability to constantly allow you to explore and empower yourself. It basically fixes and redeems the caves, which is the worst part of Pikmin 2. It feels like very much an attempt to kind of gather the surprisingly disparate factions of what's still a pretty small fan base. And
yeah, I mean, just for context, I believe this game is sold, I don't know, a few million copies. Like half the sales are from Japan.
Yes.
It was a smash hit in Japan, and like it wasn't a failure elsewhere by any means. It was still a success, but a very minor success elsewhere in the world, compared to Japan, where it just blew up and was like the best-selling game in Japan for many, many weeks straight.
It should also note that despite not being that big of a success in the West, it's still basically the most successful it's ever been in the West. So, just to give you an idea, this is still a very niche series, but if this is basically what Shigeru Miyamoto kind of wants to do, to just kind of slowly push out a Pikmin sequel every 9 years.
I mean, like, if you let Miyamoto cook for 9 years and his team comes up with this, I'm fine with that. This game is fantastic. And, like, what I really appreciate about this game is compared to other RTSs that I've played that can feel a little impersonal, this one feels so wonderfully tactile. Like you're throwing your units at people instead of like commanding them to go places. I love the little noise they make, like as they go like
the Pikmin,
flying at the enemy.
The Pikmin death noise has been seared into my brain. It's so good. It's also like it very much is. Pikmin 1 was part of this like early GameCube wave for Nintendo, where basically they were really interested in like kind of like sending you into like dirt and into like ground and into basements, and you're kind of like an investigator. You're just kind of hanging around the dirt. Like Pikmin, you're stuck in like the ruins of this apocalyptic Earth, and you just basically hang out in like the backyard of someone who died like 500 million years ago. In Metroid Prime, you're kind of analyzing this sort of the ruins of a dead society. In Luigi's Mansion, you're like goofing around in this nasty house trying to find all this kinds of like all the schmutz. Like Pikmin 4 is that whole aesthetic and that whole like thing done to an insane degree. And
yeah, they've really managed to do make the post-apocalypse look kind of weirdly appealing in a way. But whatever they've done here is really just fantastic. And I would say it's my favorite game on the Switch. Don't tell anyone.
It's completely justifiable as a game I pick. I have a list of like 6 games that I think every Switch owner should have, and honestly, I might want to just up it to 7 for Pikmin.
This game is really phenomenal. I always say Nintendo's good at making like my 8th favorite game of the year. And this is a time where Nintendo's like really like they've nailed it for a change. And I am so glad that I jumped on the Pikmin train finally and experienced what the series is all about, because this is fantastic stuff.
Out of curiosity, Merve, what do you think about Louie?
I will say confession, I rolled credits and didn't do much beyond that. So I've like talked to Louis but haven't done much else. Okay,
because I love Louis. He is the worst. In a video game that's basically making fun of humans' ability to just endlessly consume and appropriate and steal and hurt each other in the grand scheme, just for the sake of like pure id. Louis is like the most. He's the second. I would put him as like the second most evil Nintendo character. It's the guy who commits genocide every 100 years, and then below Ganondorf, it's Louis. Louis.
I think they should team up.
I know.
Congratulations for the second place, Louis.
Yeah.
In Pikmin 3, you rescue him from an evil.
But it's best game direction, I think, awards. Sorry.
In Pikmin 3, you rescue him later in the game from this evil insect. Like, it's basically a bee with a harp for a mouth that like strums and has an entire like army of bees. It's basically an evil Pikmin like you. You rescue him. Literally the night you rescue him, he steals your ship, crashes into another place, steals your food, and then leaves you for dead. And you have only 1 day to start getting your food supply back, or the game is over.
Louis, come on, man.
Like, I ain't even mad.
Like, at that point, you can't even be mad. You brought that upon
Definitely
yourself,
for
right?
that
You should
again.
have just left him for the bee.
He does something similar in Pikmin 4. He's antagonizing you constantly, and it's terrible, but it's awesome. And a lot of people hate him, but I love the fact that they introduce someone who is so utterly unlikable and loathsome.
So loathsome. I do want to go back to it and do the last 2 worlds, because like I said, it rolled credits, but I didn't, like, I haven't cured Ochi, so I should go back to it and, like, finish it for real. Not, like, 100% it, but, like, really finish it, because I had a great time with it. I just, got busy with other
I will
things.
say 100%ing it it's rough. Some of the later ones are, like, kind of cruel.
Yeah, I don't want to do, like, the really, really hard Dandori battles. I just want to, like, I just want to cure my boy Ochi. Yeah. That's all I really want to do. And figure out what the hell Moss's deal is.
I still don't know, actually.
I figure, like, I know people are out there shipping Moss and Ochi. I get it. But, like, she's shifty, and I don't trust her.
I mean, as far as you know, she's been contaminated by PNF404. That's the name of the distant planet. That's actually Earth, like 1 million years in the future.
So yeah, Pikmin 4, fantastic game. Had a great time with it. Kappa, what's your number 3?
I don't know if anybody else can have this. This might be one that somebody else has, but it was Starfield.
Yeah, that's a game I quite liked. Not a game I loved, but a game I quite liked. Let's chat about it.
Starfield, this one is on here for what I think Starfield maybe will be in the coming, years, and maybe less what it is right now.
I will say, even what it is right now, at least in my view, is pretty good.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not
which I know is not a very popular opinion, but I actually quite liked.
I enjoyed my time with it, and it's we've talked about it quite a bit. We even had a whole reaction to it, and I think you were both pretty high on it, overall. And I think what kind of really did it for me was thinking about the stuff that I did in Starfield that I want to do again. And that's hard. When we talk about the way they did the New Game Plus in Starfield, it's not easy to say, I want to do all of this again. And there is some stuff where I'm like, I don't want to do that again. And I'm glad that they did provide ways, basically, to workarounds for it, right? But what I did do, I enjoyed. I would like to see different quests from different angles. I would like to make different decisions. I would like to see how the universe reacts to things that I did. And I even want to rebuild some of my ships. And I want to see what some of my companions think of me if I do certain things out of order or in different ways, or, give me that incentive for an actual evil jerk playthrough where Too Bad Universe, the Starborn is not very happy with your bullshit this time. The potential is always there for me to pick up Starfield and play it again. And I don't know. I think what makes it make my list and what makes me think about it in such a positive light is I don't think that there's many RPGs that I want to return to in a way that I do Starfield, which is part of it is how the game itself, gives you that ending. And another part of it is just the systems in place and the game being full but not overstuffed as well. I would really have no problem picking up and restarting Starfield again today, where I might not feel the same about other games. But I enjoyed my time with Starfield, and I wouldn't have a problem going back into it tomorrow.
Yeah, there are parts of it that I kind of want to go back to and mess around with a bit. This is, I think, an underrated combat system, which really accommodates so many different kinds of combat playstyles, whether you want to play more cautiously, whether you want to effectively just run and gun and like constantly spam healing items. All of these things are supported by the game and its systems. Like there's so much customizability in how you approach combat encounters, how you approach your weaponry, and how you like, or even how you avoid combat encounters if you'd rather avoid them.
And within that is the role playing of my character would never use a I can't remember the name of the bad guys in the game. The Varun,
Ecliptic or Varun or House Varun. There are lots of bad guys in this game.
Never use a Varun pistol, even if I picked it up and it was just god tier stats. But then maybe my next character might, you know what I mean? And little things like that are how you kind of enforce your own role playing, and that kind of, you know, in my head, this is what my character does or doesn't do, right? And I think to me that's interesting. That's interesting to not enforce role playing on me, but allow me to have a framework of it. And then I did enjoy that part of it.
Yeah, there's so many, like, if you want to play like as a demolitions expert, just like set mines everywhere and like watch enemies run into mines, you can do that. You can do all sorts of really cool things with encounters, and even like outside of encounters, just like wandering around the handcrafted parts of the world is, I think, really interesting in a way that I haven't felt in other RPGs for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's
how to really
even, you know, the procedural stuff is tough. It's not ideal, but even when I get to a procedural place for the first time, I do enjoy the storyline of what's going on there. You know, I don't like that it's repeated over and over again. I'm not silly about it, you know, but I do like running into it and be like, oh, okay, wow, what went wrong here? And the environmental storytelling, taking it away from there, which I've always thought.
I think this is like the best environmental storytelling that Bethesda's ever done.
At it. And the fact that this is the best, I think when you get to an area, your brain is like, what happened here? And if you're just going through shooting and looting, sure, you know, but there's logs, there's this, there's that. I mean, every, you know, Dunwich Borers was the gold standard. And in my mind now, it wouldn't even be a top 3 of those areas that I've just gone through procedurally, you know, and seen kind of the stories in different areas about what went wrong on these weird little, you know, procedurally generated, I don't know what you call them, dungeons, you know, some
planets, moons. Yeah,
there's a lot going on there, and Starfield is gonna have legs. It's gonna get better. What's there now, like you said, it's not bad, and I think, you know, sometimes I do think we get in the horse race of like, you know, mine has to be better than yours, or this is my game of the year. But I think this was just a good year if you were interested in diverse experiences, you know, and you just wanted to play a game that catered to whatever you wanted to play. There was great indies, there was great Nintendo games, there was great RPGs, and I think just Starfield, like, it doesn't have to be the best to make the list for everybody to be happy. I think it's just a very good Bethesda RPG that, you know, I like Skyrim when it came out. Skyrim wasn't perfect either, you know.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think Starfield is, regardless of what is good or bad, and I'll confess I haven't really paid much of any attention to Starfield other than enjoying Brian David Gilbert's extremely awkward performance. Is that it's kind of just, and this is not fair to it, but it is kind of, it does suffer from just being under the shadow of Skyrim and also Fallout 3 and also Fallout 4 and also Fallout 76.
Right. And I think there is a little bit of fairness to that for sure. But also I think this was their first, like, hey, we're striking out in a different direction than what those previous games were. I think they could have done a lot better job of framing what Starfield was, which is really an exploration game. It's an exploration RPG. I think they could have done a better job there. But yeah, you're right. The burden of Skyrim, and not Skyrim when it released, Skyrim now.
Well, Skyrim and then Skyrim when it released too. It was also the fact that when Skyrim came out, a lot of us played it and just fell in love with the Wanderlust, and we kind of ignored the fact that, you know, you couldn't basically do a lot of the quests because they were bugged.
You like walk into a town and a dragon would wipe out everybody in it, and then that was the end of that town. Yeah, or
like,
the vampires.
You then
kill
get the
everybody.
Dawn Guard thing, and the vampires.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there are vampires in Elder Scrolls.
Like
Um,
it's sad, and I do feel bad because I also do have a lot of lingering nostalgia for Skyrim. But yeah,
I will say this game, like if you try to play it like a Skyrim or a Fallout, I think you'll have kind of a rough time with it. If you approach it as its own thing that just happens to share the same janky engine, then I think you'll have a much better time with it.
I think that the way to approach it weirdly is if you were to play the No Man's Sky version that was promised, I think you would have the most fun with Starfield. Not No Man's Sky where it is now. No Man's Sky is in a great place now. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the E3 No Man's Sky of, see that planet, go to it. I really think there's a lot there under the hood with Starfield where you let the exploration guide you. You just go and see what's going on at this planet. And maybe it's a lot, maybe it's not, but finding out is kind of has to be its own reward for you.
Yeah. All right. Let's go on to our number 2 game of the year. My number 2 is Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. Anyone else have that on their list?
Nope. I'm still wondering when I'm going to take the dive into Like a Dragon. I'm excited for it, but I'm just intimidating.
Oh, it is super intimidating, and for this game in particular, you need to have played 8 other games to understand what's going on here. So I'm not going to recommend it to anyone. This is my personal number 2. So yeah, you really need to play Yakuza 0 through Yakuza 7 to appreciate what's happening here. This game had a lot to prove. When it was first announced, people were like, I thought we were done with Kiryu, Kazuma Kiryu, the protagonist of Yakuza 0 through 6. Why are we dealing with him again?
That's interesting.
And,
I didn't know that was kind of the sentiment.
Yeah, because like Yakuza 6 was supposed to be his swan song. Like, we're not going to deal with Kiryu again. He's gone. He makes a cameo in Yakuza 7, or Yakuza Like a Dragon as it's known in the West. And he's gone now. He's off doing whatever secret things. He had this kind of bittersweet finale. We don't need to worry about him anymore. But no, he's back for another starring game.
Okay.
And so people were really skeptical about this. Like, why do I want to play a side game about a guy who, I did love, but he's had his time in the sun. Let's move on. And by the end of it, as a player, I felt not only that the game justified itself, but proved that telling the story was essential.
Okay.
And like that is a really tough needle to thread, and a really tough thing to pull off.
A similar situation to that would have been Last of Us 2, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That game ended almost perfectly. You feel like you got what you wanted for most of those characters, and then it's almost tough to hear that they're going to go back to that well because you like where you left it. That's very hard to pull off. So I guess in your case, 100% that ended up happening.
I will say that the slight difference here is that I think people really liked where The Last of Us left off those characters, and people had very mixed feelings about how Yakuza 6 ended. So, in some sense, this was perhaps a little bit of a redemption, but also a way to kind of enhance and further that story that perhaps people were a little bit skeptical of going in. And the story this game tells, very much a story about grief and trauma, and like the underlying questions this game is asking, as opposed to like the political questions of, say, Yakuza 7 or Yakuza 3, are really questions about to what extent does society let us grieve events in our life, and what forms of grief are considered valid, and why are they considered valid or invalid. That's kind of like the narrative backbone of this. But like a lot of preceding games in the series, this is a brawler where you get into constant fights on the street and end up beating up thugs who have a problem with you for some reason. So
it's like, I just wanted to grieve, leave me alone, and then like 10 minutes of fighting.
Almost like that really does feel like how the combat encounters work here. And I'll get into it a little bit. So combat is, you have two styles you can switch between. Yakuza style, which is good for one-on-one battles, which is similar to Kiryu's traditional moveset. And then there's agent style.
Oh, okay.
And this is where things get wacky. A lot of this is how Kiryu has taken on a secret identity as Joryu. No relation. Obviously not the same guy. Joryu couldn't be Kiryu, right? So he's essentially a secret agent for the shadowy organization known as the Daidoji faction. And being part of the Daidoji faction gives him access to a lot of wacky gadgets. So he gets a drone, he gets like a Spider-Man web shooter, he gets a bomb that blows up, does AoE damage. He also gets rocket shoes, so he can just like zoom around the arena.
I always love the crazy fighting style. It seems like everyone has, like, I remember I was telling you when I played, what was it, Zero? Like the only fighting style I used was basically throw everything at the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like, I think it's called Beast.
Yeah, something like that.
Zero.
It's like pick up signs.
And then there's
breakdancer.
breakdancer.
Yeah, I love that shit.
That's
so fun.
Like, this is part of what makes Yakuza so appealing, even though it's also, there's so many games and you really don't know where you want to start, that it feels unclear. But like that combination of like, it's visceral, violent, realistic, like thuggish beatdowns where you beat the hell out of someone with a bicycle, and then also you go in fishing mini games or you go to karaoke. It's this thing that makes it exciting. It's not that it's weird, it's just that it's a very specific kind of weird. And like that gameplay you're describing, like I want to play a lot of the entries for that, but this especially sounds exciting with like combining that with the super spy stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the things that's super appealing about this, is that it's probably the biggest change to the flow of combat that the Yakuza series has ever had. I mean, not counting the switch to turn-based for the mainline games going forward, but in terms of the brawler combat, this is the biggest revision and innovation it's received. And it really goes well with the idea of Kiryu playing this grieving secret agent who's hiding his identity. He's fighting in the streets as a completely unrecognizable person, doing unrecognizable things that Kiryu would never do. But these unrecognizable things are just like really fun to pull off, and you get the sense that there's almost this catharsis in being able to do this really fun stuff and put on this mask that Kiryu's experiencing because he can't get catharsis otherwise in his life. And that's kind of the thematic link between the combat and the story that's going on in the background. So really fantastic game. One of my favorite entries in the Like a Dragon franchise. And again, hard to recommend because if you haven't played a whole bunch of other games, this is going to be tough for you. But if you are in the Yakuza sauce, definitely play. So
just to clear up, there's been 3 reboots now, and then a back in time type story.
Okay, so the way it works is they did Yakuza 1 through 5. Then they went back and did the prequel Yakuza 0, and following the prequel, they remade Yakuza 1 and 2 to update them for modern. Those are just those are remakes. They changed a little bit of narrative stuff technically, but you can think of them as replacements for the first 2 Yakuza games. And then they made Yakuza 6, Yakuza 7, and this game, and then Yakuza 8, or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, is coming out in January. Concurrently with the Yakuza series is also the Judgment series, but they really, some stuff about the situation of the world gets borrowed from one sub-series into the other because they do take place in the same world, but you don't really need to play the Judgment games to play the mainline Yakuzas, you don't really need to play the mainline Yakuzas to play Judgment.
Got it, okay.
So yeah, that's how it works. It's a little bit confusing in the West because now they've dropped the numbering. So how are you supposed to know?
Like now when I look at it, it's like, is this Eshin? Is this, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what those...
Oh, Ishin is the historical spin-off. You don't need to worry about that at all. It also came out this year finally to the West. So they had the original version, I think, on PS3, and they remade it this year for a worldwide release. And so finally that game is available in the West. I played it this year. It's all right. Not my favorite Yakuza game, but
it is an overwhelming series if you're just trying to jump in. So it's good to hear that like the main line is really all you need. The other stuff is just flavor.
Yeah, I would consider The Man Who Erased His Name to be mainline. It's just a shorter game in the main line. So the order I'd play in would be 0 through 6, then Yakuza Like a Dragon, then The Man Who Erased His Name, and then Infinite Wealth when it comes out next year. And you don't need to play the original 1 and 2. Play Kiwami and Kiwami 2 instead.
Okay. Man. A lot of games to play.
All right. Science, what was your number 2?
My number 2 is Chants of Sennar. I don't know.
Oh, that's on my list. So we're going to table that.
Okay.
Yeah, Merve loved that game.
Wolfman, what was your number 2?
Sorry, I had the thing muted. We try to mute each other so that too much background noise doesn't come through sometimes. This temporary thing. Anyway, whatever. Mine is Resident Evil 4. Does anyone have it on there?
Had it a little bit up, but no.
Okay. Cool. So this is a remake of Resident Evil 4 from 2005, my favorite game of 2005, and one of my favorite games of all time. Like, I think all of us here are a little bit uncomfortable as a rule of putting remakes too high because they're, kind of fundamentally using older material, especially when it's a remake that's incredibly, faithful. And this is quite a faithful remake. So why is it number 2? Well, ultimately, it is, I think, aggressively different despite its faithfulness. I realize that sounds weird and kind of confusing, but I think it manages to not be a replacement for RE4. It thankfully is not. The Capcom smartly is still keeping that available, but it feels like very much a complement. It's a game that recognizes that it is handling some of the most respected and iconic forms of video game tropes and motifs in the world. And what it leads to is a game that has a lot of what Resident Evil 4 original had, cut some of it because for time but then also has new stuff. And then the old stuff has new ideas. It's this constant thing where you're dealing with this experience that is kind of remixing things in a very unique and specific way that leads it to having ideas that are completely different or feel just as iconic or just as compelling. And it's all...
I would say that also due to the tone change overall of the dialogue, the characters, everything, the world, it had to get rid of some of the sillier and completely off the wall stuff and replaced it. Replaced it with as good, if not better, alternatives.
Yeah, we should be clear. Resident Evil 4 is one of the campiest video games ever made.
Yeah, at one point there's a giant statue.
Yes. The statue is not there. Yeah. However, the head of the statue is there, and it's now a flamethrower.
Yes.
The unabashed sexism is not there, but Leon, not only does he have many of his old stupid lines, they gave him new stupid lines. Famously, wonderful.
Oh, that's great.
There is a part when the giant, the giant knights that are actually the suits of armor that are infected with parasites, because, again, no matter what, this is still Resident Evil 4. It's scary, but when you kill them, Leon says, "Nighty-night, knights."
Yeah.
I love that.
It's the fight against Salazar is changed. It's completely different. It's better, but also Leon and Salazar basically snipe and quip at each other angrily as it goes on, and it's dynamic. So Salazar will insult you differently depending on how much you've dodged his attacks.
Yeah. Unless you egg him, then it.
Which you can do. Eggs are now weapons.
Yeah.
It's less campy, but it's still campy. It's more thoughtful, but it's still goofy, and it's definitely scarier, and it does so in ways that really couldn't have been done before. There's a standout that I'm thinking of. Kappa, Merve, have you played original Resident Evil 4?
Yes.
I haven't played any Resident Evil games. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I played it with Waggle as well.
Oh yeah, no, the Wii version
Oh, wow.
is probably the best. Actually, sadly the HD version is kind of a little bit unsatisfying. They only badly up-res the art the graphics.
But the unofficial remaster by fans is absolutely phenomenal. So recommend it.
Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks for telling me. I tend to not pay as much attention.
They've been remastering it for 15 years, and they've remastered the original, the HD version. They went to Spain actually to take photographs of the textures that were used in original Resident Evil 4, just to have better texture work that's authentic. There's so much time and patience that was used in that remaster that I highly recommend checking it out.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So in RE4 original, there is this enemy a mini boss called El Guerrador. It's you fight. He's a large prisoner with eyes that have been stick shut and giant Wolverine claws on his hands. So he's blind, and it can only hear you if you run, or if you're really close to him, or if you use a gun. So you kind of have to try to find a way to it's almost like this very slow moving dance, because he is very dangerous. And there's usually this giant bell, and if you shoot the bell, he freaks out and attacks that, because the only way to actually hurt him is by shooting his back. It's awesome. And original Gyarados, very intimidating. I replayed Resident Evil 4 original after the remake. It's still very scary. In the remake, though, it's done as this more grand and actually genuinely scary sequence, because instead, the dungeon you're in is longer, and more to the point, there's all these inexplicable hanging metal pieces, so whenever Leon walks by them, they make a noise, and the Gyarados runs after you.
Yeah, it's clever.
Yeah, no, the game is all filled with stuff like that, things that probably couldn't have been done, or maybe things that should have been done. A lot of stuff is retained, and a lot of stuff is changed, and it also has the Separate Ways DLC, which is excellent. Anyway, Resident Evil 4 to me is a great thing of what a remake should do, which is to be in conversation with the thing it's remaking and not act as a replacement of the thing it's remaking. We're in kind of a weird position with Resident Evil, sadly, where the original trilogy, Resident Evils 1, 2, and 3 Nemesis, are unavailable, so you're kind of dependent on their remakes to play them. Resident Evil 4, both Resident Evil 4s exist together, and I think they're both equally excellent. One is a little bit more important, because it basically codified the entire third-person shooter camera position. But they're both really good, and I'm also basically, this is a game that I didn't think needed to exist, and that's why it's number 2, because it's a game that proved to me how much it justifies existing.
It's always nice when a game does that, when you don't think that it has any reason to be around, and then it comes out and it's it makes a case for itself in a way that you never expected.
In many respects, when Resident Evil Village came out, I was okay, this is basically a Resident Evil 4 remake, kind of. Why do we need the actual remake? And now this exists, and I think I like it a little better.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to have that happen. Kappa, what's your number 2?
Well, it's Baldur's Gate 3.
I have it.
Okay, is it higher?
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, it has to be higher.
I figured we were going to be talking about Baldur's Gate 3.
We will. We'll have a conversation, Kappa. That's right.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to my number 1 game of the year, which, as was revealed earlier, is Chants of Sennaar. So this is an isometric point-and-click adventure game where the twist is, instead of just solving puzzles, You are simultaneously deciphering a series of logographic languages, and where words are represented by glyphs. Deciphering the languages gives you solutions for solving environmental puzzles, and solving the puzzles help you learn the languages. So these two systems feed into each other. Really fascinating, well put together puzzle game. One of the cleverest puzzle games I've played in years. Has this gorgeous Mobius-inspired art style with like really striking color palette, and yeah,
It does.
fantastic
Yeah,
game.
it is fantastic. You know what? It reminded me of I've mentioned that once before, that I really like Return of the Obra Dinn and really like the Curse of the Golden Idol. It reminded me a little bit of that because of how you use the sketchbook to fill out the words. So there's a little sketchbook that basically your character like sketches like verbs or nouns in it, like, oh, this person is protecting someone, and you assign a letter or like a word basically to that sketch, and if you complete it well enough, it checks you off, and then like codify, like, I don't know how to say it actually, like it makes sure you know that the words that you have assigned to it are correct. Like, oh yeah, these are the correct verbs or nouns, and it's very much like that. A lot of this language learning is through the sketchbook of like, oh, they will write about, like, sketch out a bunch of things on it, and you have to like match them, what's on the page. For it to check out and to tell you, oh yeah, those words are correct. So in that way, very similar. And I found myself, oh yeah, that it kind of scratched the same itch for me.
Yeah, I actually didn't play Obra Dinn or Golden Idol, but I would liken this a bit to Heaven's Vault in the way you're deciphering languages, and the languages you learn teach you about the world. And Chances Are really takes that idea and runs with it. Because not only are you trying to understand the language, you're trying to understand the cultures behind these languages, the way their world works, and the way the devices and machines they use work. And then all that comes through in learning their language.
Yeah.
And different cultures that emphasize different things, like a warrior culture has a differently constructed language than a culture of scientists versus a culture of artists. And the way they prioritize words and the literal meanings of those words versus their figurative meanings all comes out in the way that you translate these languages and the way these worlds are put together.
I would
really phenomenally clever
I would
game.
think you would enjoy Return of the Obra Dinn. Have you ever tried it?
No, I just never had the chance. I'm not sure. I think I have it in my Steam library somewhere, or maybe in my Epic library.
It's an excellent. I'm gonna second that the recommendation.
I think these are very, like, weirdly similar. So I think that people who like Obra Dinn should play this, and people who like this should play Obra Dinn. So if you, I bet that also very indicative, like very striking art style. Also, a lot is being told to you by context, not by explicitly telling you. So very similar there, and like the puzzles themselves have a very similar vibe happening between these two. So yeah, both excellent. But yeah, it's so smart, the Chance of Sonar. I wasn't expecting much of it, of like playing it, but I'm after linguistic studies, so years ago. So I was like, yeah, I have to like at least check it out, and I was hooked like very quickly.
Yeah, really phenomenal game. There's a reason it's my game of the year, and I would urge pretty much anyone who's interested in puzzle games should definitely give this one a try. Science. So, what's your number one game of the year?
Surprise, Kappa! It's Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. This one's gonna go on a lot of lists, right? And I've talked about my downsides of it, but let's talk about the good first, I guess.
Yep. I would say Well, talk about like voice acting, the writing, which is excellent, all the way through. Actually, there's so much work put into this game, and you can talk a lot about that. But what struck me the most, as a person that plays a lot of TTRPGs, I think that what Larian did here was very smart in the way that they segmented the game into like 3 chapters, right?
Yeah.
And you have like the first open world kind of chapter, second open world kind of chapter, and the third open world kind of chapter. They're like maps.
Yep.
And what they do extremely in a way that Larian always did, but here they do it with such expertise, is that everything that you do in chapter 1, like, kind of can weave through the second and third chapter, and a bunch of things go through chapter to chapter, continuing your story and narrative. And you can kind of look at it as, hey, you played Mass Effect 1 and you did all those choices, well, then you'll see some of them in Mass Effect 2 and maybe 3. But here, they're not only, they're more, they feel more tangential in Mass Effect, and here they feel more impactful because it's the same game. They didn't have to like design it separately. It's one single experience that how you get through one map to the other. And I think that is...
It's like Dragon Age 2, where stuff you do early in the game
Yes, also,
influences later acts.
As well. So it's this thing leads to this thing leads to this thing. There's definitely, an opportunity that some of it I wish would have been layered more, but I can't complain about what's in there. And there's some fights that have payoffs down the line that you would never expect them to. Very, very smart. It's the kind of game I wish that everybody could experience once without any kind of guides or, anybody from the outside telling them to make a certain decision or do this or do that, because so many things happen weirdly organically, that's how the game really shines. If you're going through using guides telling you to do certain things, I think it loses a bit of that. I don't like the idea that there's kind of this, this is the good ending floating out there. I don't think it should be that way. I think you should get the ending you get because of the choices you made or the things you did or didn't do. And I think if you try to basically make that happen, you're going to lose a lot.
Yeah. It is dynamic, which is excellent. I also would say that I don't know what one more good thing I will say about it, and then maybe we'll talk a little bit about the drawbacks. But I really like the combat myself. Like a lot of people can have different reactions to it. I'm a big turn-based kind of guy. I really like turn-based RPGs and tactical systems. And there's something about it in this game that whenever combat started in a lot of other RPGs, I'm sometimes like, I don't feel about, like, it changes pace so much, the game, between combat and our role playing, that it's jarring in a lot of other games. Here, I love the combat so much that when combat began, I was like, okay, let's go. And also, it kind of happens. There is no, like, it feels very organic. It happens in the setting. There's no like change of like, oh, you're now in the combat menu or whatever. It feels always like the only thing that changes is time slows down. That's how it feels like. It's very well made and very satisfying to get through. I just like it very much. What drawbacks do you have, Kappa?
Well, a lot of it, initially was playing through the game kind of quickly, choosing Dark Urge, which I still to this day maintain is the canon playthrough, right?
I think so. My first playthrough I was with generated character, but I think Dark Urge is definitely the way to go.
So I think one of the drawbacks I had playing through and playing as Dark Urge is that I didn't want my character to feel like a goody two shoes that resist all the urges. I feel like the game is very punishing to evil players.
True.
That, like, there, this was my initial knock on it. Now, a lot of this has been fixed in patches. Don't get me wrong, right? Yeah. But I feel like what you give up to play as evil, just in terms of content and characters and things that don't happen, doesn't have an equal side to it, right? You're giving up, like, I think 4 characters off the bat, all their stories that are entailed into it, all their things, and then the game basically puts you on a path that is not that much different other than one ending choice for the evil person, which I think is very it's a compromise decision. It's not an equal, and I get it.
Yes, I think that sacrificing a couple of characters is to the detriment, I think, because a lot of the game, also the choices, what they've written, whether you're good or bad, have similar kind of things, because it's not like a black and white kind of game.
Right.
But yeah, when those characters like leave you because you did something super horrid, I understand it as a player of like, yeah, I get it why you'd be like, no, I don't want to hang out with you. But then if you're doing such a blow to the content of the game when you're playing as a evil character, you have to give me something in return.
Yes, and that's
which
exactly
the game doesn't really do.
Right. I don't know why, for example, Orin doesn't join an evil Dark Urge. I don't know why. It is right there in the story that there she has opportunities to do that. I do think that if you pull off a good evil Dark Urge, the evil people in the game should recognize it and say, whoa, you're basically doing our plan for us. We're on board.
The bad people in the temple, let's say.
Yes, why would
something? But
yeah, I'm not going to spoil it either, but I don't know how you can be walking down that temple and be like, yeah, guys, all that shit you'd planned, all that shit you talked about, I'm doing it. In or out. Like, and instead they're like, no, we're gonna, you're the false whatever. But it's so set up for so many of these evil characters to join you, and I just don't know why they didn't pull the punches. And I think the reason is they did not want a canon evil Dark Urge playthrough to kind of shape up, where you'd be, instead of fighting the bad guys, you'd be recruiting the bad guys. And there's a lot of narrative in that game that got changed last second. The Guardian kind of famously turning into all the Guardian stuff that did there. But I can't encourage people enough to play Dark Urge. Just know that if you give into your Dark Urges, you're making a very specific decision that's not like oopsies, you're going to get it back.
The truth be told, the game allows you to be shitty, but it doesn't reward you with anything sometimes, and can feel kind of empty. But I would say that I would say that while it is kind of sad that they didn't give much more in that part of the game, of the evil side, I can see kind of like it would like triple their budget.
Exactly. So that's where I think the compromise had to get made. And I think it's a fantastic game. It's my number 2. I have no problem recommending it to anybody else, but I think that you need to go into Baldur's Gate with a little bit of a mindset. Don't spoil it. Don't look at all this stuff, but go into it a mindset of that you're basically playing a very well-designed, dungeon master D&D session. And I think
the dungeon master doesn't really want you to go all the way evil.
Yes, yeah. He wants you to flirt with being a bad guy, but he doesn't. Don't go full on.
He
didn't write a plot if you decide to murder everybody in the town. The voice acting is top notch, and I said this during the Game Awards episode. I think Esterin's great. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if he's even top 3 for me in that voice acting.
Karlach has a scene that made me like misty eyed. It's so powerful.
And Shadowheart just rings it every single time you talk to her. I mean, Lizelle, top quality. Everybody in there is great. And I almost feel like that award was an ensemble award. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know Asterion has great dialogue, but you almost have to go down his pathway to get to some of it. Otherwise, he's just kind of a little too glib, a little too silly, But when
kind
you
of
start,
dickish. But then, you start to explore his whole thing, and it turns into a very powerful.
Exactly.
Again,
but I think my thing was with Shadowheart, it's all right there. It's all up front. She is a conflicted person who has had a fucked up life, and you're either there to push her down one path or pull her up on another. But man, that voice actress absolutely nails that role. I cannot say enough. Jennifer English. She absolutely deserves all the accolades, and I mean it's tough because I know you can't nominate a whole damn cast for an award.
But standout after standout in that game.
Even the narrator. I mean, like, there's not one bad part of that voice
and it's all
cast.
beautifully written also. It's not like only cast that's, doing the job. It's like the writing is half the battle here of like,
The number one thing I was worried about when Larian took over Baldur's Gate was I worried about the tone a little bit, right? Larian generally gets it, but sometimes they get a little too silly with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Silly.
Like with Divinity.
Divinity has moments where you're like, okay, now we're just doing like an extended, 2-hour-long joke. I get it. Let's move on, But I think that they really kind of went at this with a little, I don't want to say like reverence. I don't think it's that deep. But they knew they were doing a Baldur's Gate game. I think that reined in some of their, maybe worse impulses and instead put them on a path of like, let's get the story right. And then we'll write in the jokey stuff kind of along the peripheral rather than, the main stuff. And man, does it nail it. There's quests in that game that I'll always remember doing the first time,
So anything else you wanted to mention about Baldur's Gate 3?
I think that's it. I mean, great game.
I did actually have one question. Speaking as someone who has never played Dungeons and Dragons and basically has absolutely no enthusiasm or love at all for tabletop games, despite all that, I did actually spend the money on the pre-order for the physical Xbox version. Like, how much do I need to know? How deep am I gonna be in from the start?
Honestly, like story-wise, not a lot. Honestly.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. When it
I
comes
think
to story.
the systems are gonna probably bug you at first. One thing I will say, I said don't research.
My detriment.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a good tutorial. Like, it does a basics tutorial, but for example, it doesn't tell you how to use magic really or how magic works. And it's simple, but it doesn't tell you. And it has a couple of those detriments of like...
That kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy 15, like having an in-game tutorial, but then having another in-game tutorial before the game starts that's much less clear about how it all works.
Yeah,
I think one of the first things like I said, don't look up too much, but you're going to want to respect your characters, I think, when you kind of decide what party you're going to want to go with, because the roles and stats and abilities they give your characters are not very well optimized. And I think to a Dungeons and Dragons novice, that's not going to be obvious right away. Because you're going to assume that...
A little asterisk here. I am very crap at this. As much as I like tactical combat, I did not respect anyone and went through the game on normal difficulty and completed it. So it's not that hard. It's not.
You could definitely do it, but like you're kind of working. If you find it difficult, you're kind of working against some of your character's abilities with how they have your characters laid out and set up.
Cool. No, thanks. So I'll make sure to keep that in mind. I'm also probably just going to play on an easier difficulty mode. Like,
then you'll have no problem.
You'll be fine.
Like Mass Effect and like God of War. Like in the end, I'm doing those for the characters and the story and the game.
Then you'll have a good time. I think that. Yeah.
And don't be afraid to live and die by some of your dice rolls. Don't feel like you gotta always re-roll them, because sometimes
this
failure
is not
will.
For save scumming.
Look, I'll save scum when it comes to protecting one of the Black Eagles. I'm not necessarily as concerned about anyone else.
Yeah.
All right. So Wolfman, what's your number one game of the year?
Perhaps unsurprisingly. And one of the least surprising revelations that's hit this entire podcast, mine is...
It's Redfall! No, I'm kidding.
No, obviously it is The Last Days, or whatever the hell that last episode.
The Last Case of Benedict Fox.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that game came out this year. It was a disaster, but all the other disasters overshadowed it. But no, seriously, what is your number one game of the year?
Yeah, of course it's The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is my favorite game ever. Full stop. 100%. And as a game, Tears of the Kingdom is in an odd position. Kappa mentioned this some hours ago. I'm putting a vague number, depending on how much gets cut. But that this is kind of a weird thing where it seems almost more like DLC or expansion. It features the exact same world, as it features the same depiction of Hyrule that was in Breath of the Wild. Your main character is the same main character who was in Breath of the Wild. Many of the characters are there, many of the environments are there, many of the actual general like basic mechanics are there. A few of them have been removed. It seems the same at first glance. However, under the hood, Tears of the Kingdom is sort of a weirdly transcended form of what it means to be an expansion or of a game, I think. Because it, much like Resident Evil 4's remake, it is in constant concert in discussion with its predecessor, and also like Breath of the Wild, it makes a goal of developing gameplay that is aggressively player-directed and aggressively nonlinear and very, very, very strong and satisfying. You don't move around in the game the way you moved around in the last game. You just fundamentally don't. And the way that and the reason why you don't is because of its basic mechanics. Namely, that you can just stick schmutz together and make whatever the hell you want. Like flying machines or boats or mecha. It's unbelievably loose and but also at the same time, it's incredibly player friendly. So you can basically just make something that doesn't super duper work and it'll still get you where you need to go. It also means that the game builds itself around this. So, for instance, there's now a massive sky area and now a massive underground area that itself is basically an homage to the Dark World from A Link to the Past. Moving around in those demands you explore these new systems. You just can't play the same way. So it creates this weird thing where you move in this game so differently despite the fact that it's ostensibly it's actually the same world. It's also kind of weird for Nintendo in that it's very much, and weird for Zelda in that it's very much a sequel. You get to see what these characters are like 5 or 10 years in the future. People's lives have changed. New people are important, while some old people have mysteriously vanished. And come on, Nintendo, where the hell is Cass? Moving on with that, this is the second thing that I think is the really most important. Breath of the Wild was a game about exploration, right? You were a surveyor. You were exploring this area, this massive and bizarre and beautiful landscape. And in that sense, that's what made it so important for people. It was the fact that it was the kind of completely open and player-directed open world that they loved and that they maybe used to have a couple times, but had been completely replaced by kind of bog standard Ubisoft map game design. Tears does something similar by the fact that it's kind of a mystery, and because it's kind of a mystery, you solve it not just through exploration, but through experimentation, constantly developing new weapons, because you can have this incredible fuse power that allows you to radically alter the tools you actually use. It creates a mystery where the goal is to find out what exactly happened. And so Zelda is missing, and you're tracking her down, and that means going through the main plot lines. It also means going undercover as a Clark Kent-esque investigative journalist, solving mysteries and then not getting the credit for them.
That's actually kind of hilarious.
It's incredibly cool. You literally work for a struggling newspaper as a reporter, and you get leads, and you have to solve the leads, and then they're like, this got solved immediately. I wonder who did it. Whatever. Look, you just go and find the next story. It's this game that's filled with all kinds of cool new ideas, and because of that is also a great companion to Breath of the Wild, a game that was really great at letting you explore and really great at letting you kind of direct the adventure, but also was kind of lacking in classic Zelda dungeons and classic Zelda bosses. This has basically allowed Nintendo to do that because, by their own admission, making an area as expansive as this, and this is an expansive damn area, basically allowing them to save time on making that allowed things like 3-headed dragons that shoot ice at you, and you have to find a way to like shoot yourself up 100 feet in the air to kill them.
I will say what's interesting, like, as much as they've reused the same map, it's like they've layered one map on top of it and one map below it. So, like, it's like they built 2 whole new maps, and they use that as bread to sandwich the existing map.
Yeah, it's incredibly weird. Like, it's very, like, that's part of that, what I mean about this weird idea of, like, it's an expansion, but it's an expansion that's so big that, isn't it, like, twice and or 3 times as big as the original?
Yeah, it's like... I know I liken everything to Yakuza games, so it's like a Yakuza game. You reuse an existing map, and then you add another map on top of that. It's exactly what the Yakuza games did. I think that's a valid way to make a new game.
Yeah, it is. And that's what kind of makes it fascinating to me, is that, like, it really straddles this line of, like, how we consider, like, video game development and video game spaces. Nintendo said that they're not doing DLC for it because they literally exhausted all their ideas, and I can see that because there are secret pyramids filled with mummies. There are, like, you can build skateboards. Like, you can turn your shield into a skateboard. And that...
It feels like Link's almost like an inventor.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the whole thing, is the game wants you to be a bit an inventor and an experimenter, but it also provides tools that make it both easy and really fun. I fell into figuring it out. I found it very, very clear, and that's part of what makes it fun. It's fun experimenting, but it's also easy experimenting.
Yeah, it's a game that kind of makes you feel like a genius as you're playing it. And I really love the ability that some games, especially Nintendo games, have to make you feel really smart while you're playing them. It's not like you don't have to struggle intellectually or like think through things, but the breadcrumbs they put to kind of lead you to the solution make you feel like you've like solved something pretty tough.
There's one last thing I'd like to say about it, and I know I'm taking a while.
Sure.
Like a few years ago, about a decade ago, it's what Ubisoft had some stupid Far Cry game coming out, and they mentioned this thing. I think it was Far Cry 4, probably, and they explained that they called it
not a very beloved Far Cry in retrospect compared to 3 or 6.
Well, they described it as an anecdote simulator, that they would create things that would sort of just happen procedurally, or they would just happen and you could see wacky gameplay occurring. And there's nothing wrong with that kind of design, but I think that in some cases, and I think a lot of lesser Ubisoft games at the very least, suffer this, where like they can feel forced, or they can feel trite, or they can feel very limited. Tears of the Kingdom, like, is incredibly good at doing it because there are stuff Nintendo has laid out. Like, for instance, they put in a lot of stuff to just encourage you to experiment. There's tons of this, like, magical machine crap that's just lying everywhere, and you can just build stuff off it. There is somewhat famously an unlisted side quest where you help a guy hold up a sign, and the only way you could do that is by finding different pieces and trying to find the best way to keep the sign aloft.
Is that the hold the president to standing?
Yes, that is. I have actual dozens of photographs of all the ones I've made, and some of them are absurd. Some of them are kind of cheesy. Like, there's a floating platform item you can use. I literally just stuck that in place. Like, you can cheese a lot of this stuff if you want, but it's also really fun to try to figure out something more ostensibly intended. And I think that, to me, is just a really great form of game design, not just in that it lets you do what you're interested in, but it also challenges you, but it also gives you tools, and the tools are satisfying to use, even if you don't do them 100% right. Like, I tried to make a paddle boat with one wheel, and guess what? It didn't fucking work. But it worked. It didn't work just well enough for me to get to the end and solve the puzzle. It was this stupid boat that just didn't work at all, but it worked just well enough.
I think sometimes that's part of it. Like, the whole comedy of the game, I think, is intentional. That sometimes you can make these really stupid looking contraptions that just kind of like finagle your way through, instead of like actually doing what's intended. But I think that's part of the charm and part of the fun.
There was one time I made a car, and I was like, this is like, just to be clear, like 250 hours into the game. So by this point, I beat Ganondorf. I had beaten all the bosses. I considered myself pretty much a Tears of the Kingdom expert. And I decided I'm going to make a car and make it a little fancy. So I stuck flamethrowers on the front of my car. Unfortunately, because of this game, because Tears of the Kingdom and like Breath of the Wild features a lot of like impressive elemental effects that affect each other, such as, for instance, fire setting fire, like a flamethrower setting fire to grass and setting fire to wood, the wooden underside of my car caught on fire because the flames set aflame the grass I drove on top of.
That's amazing. I think that kind of sums up the kind of game this is, that it has all these interactions programmed in, and sometimes unexpected weird things happen. And I think that's what makes Tears of the Kingdom so special. Kappa, what's your number one game of the year?
Well, I think this is kind of cheating, but I really think this is my game of the year, and it's Fortnite. And I don't know if people are even considering Fortnite in the game of the year discussions right now, but it has been an insane 2023 for Fortnite. So I don't know if you know kind of the recent changes to Fortnite right now, right?
So they added like no build mode, and then they added like 3 new games inside Fortnite. One that's effectively Minecraft, one that's effectively Rock Band, and one that's a kart race.
And all 3 of them are excellent, absolutely excellent. Which is shocking to me that they were able to pull off all 3. So Fortnite's been kind of in this like weird spot, right, where it's kind of, depending on who you ask and things like that, right? It's losing kind of its luster. The kids aren't as into it, nobody's as into it, stuff like that. So this was kind of their big how do we get back year. And they have pulled it off. Fortnite right now feels just fun to log into. You've got this whole like, first of all, it's ridiculous, right? One of the main skins to try to get this year is Peter Griffin. Well-known battle royale star Peter Griffin from Family Guy. So, now you're running around as Peter Griffin fighting John Wick, getting killed by Goku. It's all there. It's as crazy as it's ever felt. Zero build mode gives us, a chance against the people who are going to build a hotel. But the game itself, it's fun. It's fast. Your drop in, your drop out. It's still good to look at. They went back and redid the entire island, rebalanced it, because it's kind of gotten a little complicated. Now there's sewers, now there's vaults, now there's a Santa's house that comes out during the winter mode. But iterating on so many different things that made Fortnite good, and then making Fortnite Battle Royale great, on top of adding 3 new modes. The rhythm mode is basically the best version of Guitar Hero I've played in a long time. And, considering a lot of younger folks have never played Guitar Hero, it's one of their first rhythm games, right? And it is fun. You feel like you're playing on a stage to other people. They're watching you play. They're cheering or booing depending on what you're doing. Very cool rhythm game stage. The drive.
And it was made by Harmonix, right?
Yep.
Just like the kart race was made by
Rocket League
Psyonix.
guys. Yes. So they've basically taken what they were famous for, what they were known for, and made bite-sized chunk games for them just to get your foot in the door. Now, the Lego Minecraft game, of course, it's very Minecrafty, right? And then you're building, and it's persistent islands. But one of the smart things they did was they took the skins that you already owned in Fortnite, and then they basically Lego versioned them, right? So now you're not playing, just some generic Lego character. You're playing a Lego character of, Captain America because you've unlocked
Wait,
it.
did they do this for like every single Fortnite
Not
skin?
everyone,
Like made a Lego version?
a shocking amount. I mean, there's hundreds of skins.
That's really impressive.
There's hundreds of skins in Fortnite, and even some of my custom ones I was able to import. There's one character I really like. She's like a winter witch. They've got a Lego version of her in the game. So they really put an effort into, hey, if you like these characters, we're going to try to have a version of it in the Lego version, and it's free. They just kind of transport your look over to it. But the Minecraft is, it's your basic survival mode. It's also got your your custom build mode as well. And then the racing game it's a rocket racing, jumping, platforming, almost Mario Kart at times. It's a little bit of everything. But Fortnite has fought off being stale, being whatever for so long now that I think it doesn't get a lot of credit, and it's just been weird to me that right now my jump in for 30-minute type game has been Fortnite of all games. My kids love it, of course. I've always loved it, but never to like the version where I feel like it's, I think what Epic's always wanted it to be, which is a hub, right? Fortnite is a means to delivery. The Battle Royale, remember, was kind of a mode that got tacked on to a single or to a co-op game.
Yeah. Originally, it was effectively a tower defense game where you built your own tower.
Being able to take that, kind of mindset to like, hey, as long as people are playing Fortnite, they're playing Fortnite. Let's give people fun experiences first, and then let's see where people take it from there. They've also gotten into the habit of actually monetarily rewarding, people for doing these types of maps and modes to them. And I think that's paid off now that you've got a whole generation of people who kind of cut their teeth during the pandemic making Fortnite maps, now doing kind of actual, Fortnite experiences with some of it. So yeah, it's in a good spot. And I mean, I don't think I would have thought it would have been my game of the year. But then I just looked at, since they've announced all those modes, how much time I've been playing with it and how much time I want to keep playing with it. I'm having to take myself off of other games to go, because I'm playing Fortnite too much, which is a weird place to be in, it's always felt like my kid's game, but now here I am playing Fortnite, and enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, it's been kind of a remarkable year for Fortnite turning in from a game into effectively a platform now with the custom Fortnite experiences that they have, these 3 new experiences that Epic has built themselves or with studios they bought. So I'm really interested to see where it goes in the future. And while I am wary of a future where every new game is effectively a Fortnite experience,
yeah, exactly.
I do think for now this is in a pretty fascinating place. So yeah, it's really exciting. All right, those were our favorite games of the year. And now in the last little bit of this episode, we're going to talk about our least favorite games of the year and our surprises. So let's just open up, let's just rip off the Band-Aid and let's start talking about some games that we did not like this year.
I'd like actually just to start us off easy, because I'm sure we're going to get really mean soon, and we tend to like that, but I thought maybe something a little bit easy for the start.
Sure.
Let's start off. Let's start off slightly nice.
Okay, because this is actually a game I put in my top 8, Sea of Stars, which won Game of the Year Indie Game of the Year.
At the Game Awards.
It was not the secret 7th.
Sorry, it won Best Independent, which is not the same thing as indie.
Sorry. You're completely
no. There's this whole debate.
Okay, so Sea of Stars is fun. It is a Chrono Trigger that has cool Paper Mario-esque action commands that are mostly done well, even if for some reason I think the basic blocking and basic attack action commands aren't really good. It's beautiful. It has...
Oh no, blocking is awful in Sea of Stars.
It's really weird. And again, as someone who...
There's no visual feedback. You can turn on visual feedback, but then it trivializes the whole thing.
Well, no, I have the visual feedback, and it still doesn't feel like I ever get it consistently. I cut my teeth on Paper Mario action commands, and I gotta say these ain't holding up. That's not what makes this disappointing. This is a really fun game. It has really beautiful music, excellent sprite art. The story so far, having gone through 2 of the dungeons and about to enter the 3rd, story isn't interesting, and the writing is boring at best, and at times actually obnoxious. And I say this because a couple days ago, I went into a town where I had to meet a gang of pirates, and one of the pirates talks almost exclusively in references to JRPG tropes.
Oh boy.
Oh no. I've heard that. I will say I've heard that the pirates are the worst part of the entire game.
It reminds me of the fact that like a lot of indie and smaller games tend to try to be wacky, and I don't want to discourage that because I want more people to put humor in games, and I want games to be more of a facility for humor. One of my favorite little bits of tears is the fact that one of the characters Link can meet is a well fetishist.
That's not a fetish I've heard before, but
he meets a woman who is obsessed with wells and will pay him for every well he finds.
Oh boy. Yeah. But Sea of Stars, yeah.
Yeah, but Sea of Stars really doesn't. It's like it's charming, but it kind of does this thing where a lot of games of its kind do, where it's just a little bit too self-aware and a little bit too like meta, and like it's good, but I gotta be honest, like I've heard great things about Venba, I've heard great things about Dave the Diver, and certainly Dredge was there. It's kind of odd that this is the one that like got the award of all things.
Venba's a game I have a lot of very mixed feelings about for reasons that are probably quite personal given my cultural background. But I did think it was a little odd that Sea of Stars, given some of the criticisms have been leveled at it, won out in the end. Not to say it's wholly undeserving. I'm not that far into it. I'm about 7-8 hours in.
Oh, I'm 6 hours.
Okay. I'm playing really slowly. Yeah, I think I'm at the first dungeon.
Also, you and I have different like histories with this because I played a lot of Chrono Trigger.
I didn't grow up on JRPGs at all. I grew up on like SimCity and Roller Coaster Tycoon. So for me, this is relatively fresh, and I recognize the bits of it that are nostalgic. But I'm not really comparing it to JRPG greats of the past. But I do sometimes feel like the writing is a little bit generic. And I wish that there were more of a hook. Like, I'm always happy to sit down and play it, but I never feel compelled to sit down and play it.
I want to beat it before the end of the year because I have a new project out, and I want to start Dragon Age Origin. But, like, for that project. But to a certain extent, I'm moving it out of obligation, despite the fact that I am enjoying it. Also... Yeah. There are 2 main characters, and they basically seem to have the exact same personality.
That is, that's the really disappointing part of this. I would like, Valere is like ever so slightly more reserved than Zale, but the way they react to the world around them is exactly identical, and I feel like that is a little bit of a detriment to storytelling. To be fair, most of the personality comes through in the secondary characters, but you would hope that the protagonists, like, we're beyond blank slate protagonists, I think, and I really feel like they could have punched them up a little bit.
It's weird because they're kind of like in this weird, like, almost uncanny valley between like a Link and then like a person with a much more defined personality, if that makes sense. Like, they don't have the like you can project yourself onto / they don't get in the way silent protagonist. Like, it's the worst of both worlds, almost.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would take
with the caveat that I'm not very far in the game.
Protagonist instead of silent protagonist. I have some kind of a weird bias against silent protagonists, but I've also heard that the writing is very generic. That's what put me off this game. I also grew up on Chrono Trigger and stuff, and I was excited for it, and then I heard about the writing and was like, no, man.
Like, it's not bad writing. I'll give it that. It's never... I mean, aside from the pirate part that I haven't reached yet, I've never been angry or disappointed or frustrated with the writing. I just wish that there were more of a narrative hook to keep me really wanting to find out what happens next. So, any other disappointments? Wolfman?
You know what? Actually, yeah. I'm just gonna get this out of the way. We are in a not unprecedented, but unprecedented for modern times wave of shovelware. That's a disappointment to me. Like, you're getting companies like
Gollum and Skull Island.
Yeah, and that Last of Us ripoff, and apparently, sadly, that Avatar game. It seems, no, Avatar: The Last Airbender, not the other Avatar that you liked, Kappa.
The good one. Yeah.
The one that people actually are talking about. Shovelware has been involved with games since the day where games became even moderately popular for home consoles. But they started to die at the end of the aughts. And then since then, we've kind of been free of them because the pressures of HD development made it harder to really justify, and consumers got a little more wise.
Now, Wolfman, I would say that...
There's also a lot of mobile shovelware.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
As opposed to
I would
home
also
console.
say that shovelware was what tanked Atari the first time through, and what the big gaming crash and the ET cartridges.
We remember ET.
Yeah.
I think it also...
I mean, I wasn't alive for that.
It also hurt the Wii, at some point. The Wii was doing, very well, and then it kind of started to be like, okay, well, anybody who could make a game for this thing was making, Carnival Games 43 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also hurt publishers too, like THQ.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of really big publishers weirdly you lived on shovelware and then kind of died by it or got hurt by it. But we're now in this weird era where we're now seeing this huge rise of it again on the main platforms. As Merve mentioned, the mobile space has been rife with it forever, but gamers, the hardcore among us, I guess, usually just kind of consign that to basically this weird abyss. It's unbelievably weird to me that we're suddenly getting this on more mainstream platforms, insofar as we can apparently not call mobile devices mainstream.
I think the curation is just a little bit looser than it was in the past.
Yeah, I'm not super happy that Steam's kind of throwing their hands up and what can we do with asset flips? What can we do about this? That game that just released that was obviously a scam to anyone who's ever seen a scam before. For Steam to just be like, well, we got to allow it for sale. Sorry, we can't protect the consumers. I don't know if I like that.
The day before?
Yeah, the day before. The company went out of business the day after it launched somehow, that I don't like that. I do think Steam does owe it to protect consumers a little bit more than that. And that was not one of their finest moments.
There was a game in 2012 or 2011 or something that was also came out on Steam and was this very horrible Uncharted ripoff that...
Yep, Unearth the Trail of Ibn Battuta. I've played it. There's actually I think I actually even streamed it.
Oh, there you go. It was so
if you want to watch my playthrough,
so
I'll put
barely
it in the
game. Barely a game.
The ending of that game is hilarious because the last sequence is supposed to be a chase sequence, but all you're doing is driving around the same city block for 10 minutes until the game's like, okay, you've driven around enough, you've escaped.
What a game.
It's hilariously bad. And kind of audacious of them. It was called Episode 1. They're going to make feature episodes. Those never came out. Yeah. I kind of liked it in a charming, janky, knowingly terrible kind of way. But yeah, don't know how that got sold. Kappa, you mentioned that you had some disappointments.
This was a bad year for RTSs / strategies / whatever you want to call them. Did you know a new Settlers game came out this year?
Oh, really?
I did because you mentioned it to me. Otherwise, I would have had no idea.
I didn't know.
Yes. Settlers New Allies came out to the fanfare of 0 people. I don't know how you shove a game out the door so unceremoniously as Settlers, which is, I gotta imagine there's still some people who are fans of it, right? But
I like Settlers.
Yeah.
This is an Ubisoft game for our listeners. This is their Ubisoft game. Major publishers don't usually just shove a game out the door with 0 advertising.
It seems odd, right? Like, that's something that we just don't do anymore. But nope, there was a Settlers game this year. Company Heroes 3. How about that? That gem. That one that everybody loved. Company Heroes game came out this year.
I think I remember you being really, like, almost angry it was nominated at the Game Awards. Like, they're just selecting games at random instead of actually deserving, like, say, indie strategy games.
It is a pile of crap. There's no way to put it out there. It's basically selling, so Company of Heroes figured out that they can monetize these little, like, skins, these army skins, all this kind of stuff, halfway through the lifespan of Company Heroes 2. Now it's literally all they want to do, and it's a disaster. There's no way around it. It just felt so bad to be playing. And, I want to be careful because I understand that if you're making historical games, you want to, you kind of almost have to play as Nazis, right? But it feels really weird when you focus your campaign around that. And there's a lot of, especially like in the military, like sim community, there's a lot of like, this guy was actually one of the good
people who are a little bit over enthusiastic about this stuff. Let's say
so, like,
your dads and armchair general history professors turned coaches.
Yeah. So this is like
and some of them it's an innocent interest, and some of them you're like, dude, you're saying some freaky things.
And so a lot of the love towards Rommel in particular, right, is like, he just, he was just a good guy caught in no, he was a bad guy, just like the fucking rest of them. But this game basically sticks you in the the Rommel's chair to go out there and deal with all this other shit. But really just bad feeling, part of that. But overall, I get it. You almost have to at this point. But the game itself just really didn't have any level of depth to it. And they kind of thought people would just be fine with it because people were mostly fine with 2 and they didn't do much to it. And then City Skylines, another, not exactly RTS, but strategy game came out and was like
also nominated for Best Sim Strategy at the Game Awards.
What was going on there?
This is insane. It almost devalues the award. Like, Pikmin 4 just sleepwalked to victory.
I will say look, as probably the entire podcast biggest Nintendo fan, and as someone who loved 2 of the 3 games they were nominated for in that category, still completely insane that Nintendo was dominated the most, like, completely untactile, like, super niche genre that they actually support.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it was a very good year for 2 out of 3 of their games, artistically at least, but yeah, it really did seem like kind of almost like a mulligan of a year.
We could say it was a shit category. I mean, for real, I think Pikmin 4 would have won even in a stronger field. But, like, you can't have City Skylines 2, which was just a technical disaster at release, and Company of Heroes 3, which nobody liked in this category. It just proves that people are reflexively nominating what the most famous sim strategy games are, as opposed to what was actually deserving. But yeah, City Skylines 2, Kappa, you're saying, like...
So, a lot of these strategy games are in this thing right now, right? Where, like, game launches, you add a ton of DLC, a lot of, things to it, and then you want to have the next game come out. But you can't put all the stuff from the DLC of the last one in it, because now you're almost giving people too much product. Does that make sense? So you've got to scale it back to a level where now the sequel has less stuff in it, right? Than the new one, or the sequel has
Then the preceding one, yeah.
so that you can sell people that shit over again, you know. And that's kind of where a lot of these strategy games are right now, right? It's just kind of like never-ending cycle. I think Kerbal Space Program kind of had some of the same, you know, accusations levied against it as well. But yeah, we're in a really weird spot right now where people are giving, what do they call it, minimal value product, right? With
minimum viable product, yeah.
With a lot of these strategy games, and they're still getting rewarded for it somehow. And it fucking sucks because those two games do not deserve to be on any kind of list of best of anything. And they were clearly just forced out the door. And, you know, it's embarrassing to see that that's kind of what's become of strategy now is, you know, hey, just get something out the door. We're going to give you an award for just doing that bare minimum.
Yeah, and it really makes me apprehensive for, say, the future of, like, Homeworld 3 is coming up next year, and what is that game going to look like if this is the standard for strategy games? I guess, especially with City Skylines 2, where City Skylines was apparently fantastic.
Yeah, people loved it.
To release something in such a buggy state that can barely maintain a frame rate at all on PC,
you know,
it's just not acceptable.
One of the things that where City Skylines and a lot of those games came in is because EA left the door wide open with SimCity. Remember, they kind of famously fucked up.
They screwed that up.
You know, that launch was terrible, and they said it's going to be all online and your cities are going to be interconnected and all this other stuff. People were like, no. And then so all these other alternatives started to really be where people ended up, right? And then now, look, they're doing the exact same thing. You know, it's almost like you never learned the lesson.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Like, you would hope that a high-profile disaster like SimCity would, like, those lessons would permeate the industry and would be remembered. But unfortunately, this industry has such a short institutional memory that even stuff that happened 10 years ago is just forgotten.
It also reacts very slowly.
Yeah. And I think, you know, a lot of people assume, well, the fans love me. That's never going to change. And oh boy, does it. I mean, even look, CD Projekt Red, I'm sure they never thought that, you know, people would be, you know, shitting all over their stuff.
But I mean, it seems like people have largely taken that back with the changes to Cyberpunk, which is itself kind of makes me feel weird. Like they still did that.
Yeah.
Some of that is
I mean, they put in the work, and that's commendable, but to put out what they did in the first place was unacceptable.
That award, I don't know if we relived all the awards, but that was a weird one to me. To kind of like
best ongoing.
Yeah, that's not really an ongoing.
Sorry, that's not an ongoing game. That you released a patch, okay?
You fixed the game. That's a little different.
You fixed the game.
I think that award is supposed to be.
Exactly. I think that was a really just honest. I don't have a problem with most of the awards they handed out that night. That award, I was just like, what the hell are you guys voting for?
That was like here's a freebie for CDP.
Although I would say that you know, they fucked up, and at the very least they doubled down on fixing it and took them years. And you know that doesn't fix the original mistake. I wouldn't give them an award for it.
I think
there is another award though that kind of fits that, right?
Best community support.
Best community support
actually, is the one that says patches in the description.
A lot of the awards really seem odd whenever I think about them. But again, but we've gone through that, so I don't want to press that.
So one other disappointment I wanted to get out of the way. This one is probably like a personal one, or maybe how it was sold to me. But I finally got around to playing the Gloomhaven computer game. Now I've heard glowing things about the board game, and a lot of people are like, "Hey, the computer game's pretty, you know, I guess faithful, and you know, it's a really good experience." And blah blah blah. I could not stand that game. Holy crap! I don't know if I'm playing the wrong game or what, but I don't know if anybody else has played Gloomhaven.
I played the board game and the computer game.
So now, does the board game have that card thing where you can either move or attack, or is that?
Yes.
Oh man.
But you can use every card for movement or attacking. It's not like you don't have movement sometimes. You always have.
So in the board game, you always have something, right?
No, you in the computer game, you also always have something.
Yeah. I was just very frustrated with the experience of that game because I was not kind of told like there's going to be turns where like you almost can't do nothing based on
That is true. The thing about the game itself, I mean, overall, you always can use a card for 2 movement or 2 attack, but that's very little. But the whole game is based on every card you have in your hand, and you have to design like a couple of turns even in the future to know how many of these cards can you use to the most extent, not having those bum turns.
Now, the computer game does not really walk you through that at all. It's just like, here's your cards, good luck. And the first couple of fights are against like very difficult, I thought, enemies, and like there's no real way for you to adapt because you've only got the cards you've been given basically. And that was a very frustrating like initial experience that I don't know why you would basically like onboard new to the game people like
it's rough.
that. It was, and like
but I would say Kappa, that has been criticized, and I agree that shit, and they start the game off very shitty. However, Jaws of the Lion, which is also unfortunately a DLC in the computer game, but a separate board game, that's basically Gloomhaven, but a tutorial.
Tutorial,
they ramp up difficulty very slowly. They introduce every aspect of the game very slowly. Like the first combat is very simple. Nothing much happens. It's very difficult to fail. So it's Jaws of the Lion is Gloomhaven, but like
so start with that one if you because that first Gloomhaven PC game fight is like, I can't remember exactly, like something kicks in the door. You're like on the other end of the room, and you've got to move and get to the character in a certain amount of times, and you basically either blow all your moves getting to him, or like basically have to stand there and die. Which is
absolute horseshit. Yeah, they front load you with so much shit that it is. Quite frankly, when I was playing it after quite a bit of pause between like playing the board game like a couple of years ago and then playing the video game this year, I think also, I was like, holy shit, I have troubles with this, and I know people that completely did not play the board game are trying to play this, and
well, now you met one.
Yeah, it's insane. I agree with you. It's insane.
That makes me feel a lot better. But I've been told Gloomhaven is like a transcendental like experience for the board game. So I was very excited to finally play the computer game, and it's weird to say like to get let down by a tutorial or a first couple experience hours is really a bad feeling. And so that one was one of my biggest disappointments.
Really, if you ever would like to give it a second shot, and I would understand if you would say nah, but if you would ever want to give it a second shot, Jaws of the Lion really does it. Like, really wants you to have a good time with it.
That's really good to hear. So I'm going to give that a shot because I do want to get into it. Because, like I said, I've heard like glowing reviews about it.
Yeah.
Also, you know what? I'm just going to go out with it. I knew it would be a success, but Hogwarts Legacy being as big of a success as it is, really does not feel great. Just gotta be honest.
It's one of those weird things where it almost disappeared from the broader gaming discourse that we're all immersed in as people who play a lot of video games and talk about video games a lot. But it was a quiet financial success kind of across the board.
Still kind of regularly charting charting very well in a lot of countries.
There was a lot of streamers I was honestly disappointed in with the kind of the rationalization of why they were playing it. It's important. My fans want me to play it. I'm like, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes, where you're playing it and they want to see it, but they'd probably watch you, play paint dry. A lot of these streamers,
I mean, I think that like, if you want to play the game that's giving J.K. Rowling money and also has like a bunch of weird, like hardcore anti-Semitic like stuff inside it in its plot, like, just do it because you want to play a Harry Potter game. Don't constantly try to like justify that it's actually okay. Just take the criticism on the chin and say, I don't care enough, I want to play that. It's maybe not the nicest thing to hear, but like, be honest.
I get it from the perspective of like, look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. J.K. Rowling is gonna be a multimillionaire regardless of whether or not you purchase this game. So I get that everyone's impact on this is minimal. And like, I'm not saying that if you go out and purchase this, you're going to make the difference between J.K. Rowling being destitute or J.K. Rowling living in a gigantic mansion with
a
her
second castle,
surgeon husband or what. She's married to a surgeon, right? Doesn't matter. Like, I get that the economic reality of this is that we have no effect here. And if you want to rationalize it on those grounds, fine. But I don't think you can go out and say, I still want to be thought of as a virtuous person who campaigns for causes that matter and like openly tout yourself as a player of this game. Just like, play it quietly. It doesn't make that much of a difference. This whole like, I still want to be thought of as a good person who also is a Hogwarts Legacy player. That kind of dynamic is.
And there was like a lot of people who were like streaming it, but also donating to causes, or like streaming it, but under like the wrong name and stuff.
You can't carbon offset transphobia.
Exactly.
It's not a thing.
It felt worse in a way because it's like, it almost felt like indulgences from like the Middle Ages.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, it's this, and I mean, like, look, I grew up on those books. I have nostalgia for them, even though I basically like decided to part with them long before Rowling made her worst opinions known. Those books are, of course, still filled with a lot of bigotry and problematic ideas, but like, and if that was important, those books were important for helping you become more thoughtful than their author, then that's great. But like, so much of it really is just this like, I want to live in this world, I want to be part of this world, and isn't that enough? It really was just so dispiriting for what really felt like 2 months, seeing so many critics and players like twist themselves into knots to prove that like,
yeah,
it was deeply, deeply unpleasant. And honestly, for quite a while, for a number of months, I really felt like that was about like some of the worst I've seen from industry professionals, not fans, because fans have kind of always been terrible in many respects, but like,
so it's tough for me because Harry Potter has like no cultural impact on me, like Pokemon and a lot of other things. Like, I'm just like half a generation removed from that stuff being important to me. You know what I mean? So just from like, I don't really have, much interest in this. The game itself looked extremely boring to me. Like, I'm not lying. Like, I found it like very boring. Like, the stuff that they were doing was like, there was like some puzzle where they were like almost like doing like shuffleboard, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah.
Like sliding block puzzles.
I like sliding block puzzles, but yeah, still, it's not exactly the wizarding world that you were promised, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I there was very few times where like someone was playing it and I was like, oh, this looks cool. This looks like a wizard would do this. It more often than not kind of looked and felt like you were doing the training missions that the game wanted you to do just to get from point A to point B, but the story was happening to cooler characters around you. But yeah, so like, I didn't have the cultural tie into it. Just the game itself was kind of like a C- to me, which was.
I also
go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like one of the kind of irritating things about this is it's a prequel game. It's a prequel where you already kind of know how things are going to shake out because all that history and the lore has already been written down. And it just goes to show how games as a medium are still sort of devalued by the broader culture, that the games aren't allowed to continue the story of this world. Games have to work within established lore and can't really create their own lore in this broader franchise.
That was the plot of the Gollum game and the Kong game.
Yeah,
but I would also say that if you have a very compelling, very like franchise or a product that's very popular, and you change genres completely, like change mediums completely, then you basically don't let that medium change to dictate anything, because then you end up with stuff like the Star Wars extended universe that they later axed, basically.
Yeah, they just took that thing out back, right?
Yep. And like I get the downsides of doing this. I'm not saying it has to be like plot critical to the broader lore of this franchise going forward.
Luke and Luke.
But
Luke,
which is Ariel's thing.
That shit's hilarious.
Yeah, like, you know, let it breathe, let it be its own thing. And it's really disappointing to see games get stifled and shortchanged once again for corporate dictates. Because that's what this is at the end of the day. It's a franchise managed by a major corporation, and at the end of the day, the dictates of that corporation and its financial decisions are what determine what gets made.
And I think that's tough from the perspective of like, if we're gonna keep having to deal with Harry Potter stuff, we are. There's no way around it. I really think that there needs to be a more thoughtful, like, hey, how do we separate her from this? And I don't know the answer.
You can't. That's the damn answer. You can't.
Yeah. It can't just be put it under a different title and everything's forgiven.
If basically is that if you want to basically alter it, you either go out of your way to actively remove her, and that includes her whatever financial or creative control she has. I don't think she really did much with the game, but I don't think that matters.
Yeah.
Guys, I have an idea.
You gotta pull a Minecraft. You gotta axe Notch out of there.
We pull a H.P. Lovecraft. So 100 years passes.
We're going to we're going to re-release the book. We're going to remove the subplot where Hermione is mocked for not liking slavery.
Yeah. Man, Hatsune Miiku's working overtime these days, isn't she?
Yeah.
So, Science, do you have any disappointments you'd like to know?
Oh, boy. I mean, I didn't, when playing games this year, I really didn't go out of my way to play any bad games. I tried to limit my limited time, guide my limited time into playing games that I would actually enjoy. So, tried my best to curate my games list so I knew what I was getting into. But, and this is not a bad game. I don't want to dunk on it. It's just a game that didn't resonate with me, and I felt like I just couldn't get through it. I just it was absolutely not letting me enjoy it itself. And it was Season: A Letter to the Future, which I've
heard this game is extremely polarized.
And I see why people would like it. I legitimately do. I just think that they do a lot of world building and hard science fiction world building, and then the story itself is like if you're like the dialogue and people are like if you were on a dream, like weird, unfinished sentences, weird dialogue choices, like everything seems very loose and disconnected, and then the world is very politicized. It has very strict rules. There are certain things in history of the world that happen, and that clash between these two things, I was like, I can't make this work in my brain, and weird.
Like the characters talk in abstraction,
Yeah,
but the rules are so strict that it
artsy.
feels like there's a
Yeah,
dissonance.
it's very artsy, and it's like poetry and a lot of like artistic kind of vibes of like indie movies from 2000s of like, oh, I'm going to lie in the grass for a moment now and remember my father's words that are very poetic and don't really resonate with anything that's happening right now, but resonate with my life. And then you have like politicized, very hardcore, like, oh, this in the history of this world, this thing happened here, and ramification of that is when these people hate this group of people and all that. And I was like, I can't see what you want to do. You're not deciding.
It sounds like the exact same problem that Glitchhikers: The Spaces Between had a couple of years ago, where it had this really abstract, oniric quality to it, but also you'd have conversations with people who would talk about the history of civil rights.
Right. Yeah.
And these two things just clash horribly.
And I see where the poetic stuff and the very abstract stuff can like weave into the story, that like the hardcore like history and world building, but it's just like it's very strange, and it didn't resonate with me. But I can see why people would like it, like if it goes to a good, like the right kind of person that kind of just feels it, that they will love it. But for me, I played it for like 4 hours, and I can't say I bounced out off of it, because like I played 4 hours of it, but it wasn't an enjoyable 4 hours. It is very pretty also. It's nice visuals, but man, there's something about the writing that just doesn't click with me.
Yeah, bad writing's tough. It really is hard to get past. Atomic Heart was the one for me. I just couldn't get into because of that writing.
Mm.
Oh yeah. So that's one of my disappointments.
Yeah.
Talk about like the polar opposite of poetic writing.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are kind of two sets of problems with this game. One, the writing is terrible. And it's a shame because the writing lets down what is a very conceptually interesting story. It's just the dialogue is awful, and it's voice acted pretty badly. Like, bad dialogue just can ruin a game, even if you have a really interesting story. If I hate everyone who opens their mouth, I am not going to have a good time. The second set of problems has to do with combat. This game, again, like the weapons, fun to use, like nice satisfying weaponry, but the combat and counter design in this game is just terrible. You just get constantly swarmed with enemies. Half the enemies can just knock you flat on your ass, which is fine in third person, but in first person is nauseating. And on top of that, every combat encounter devolves into you like running and gunning, but retreating while you're running and gunning. So just like running backwards as you empty a clip into all these bullet sponge enemies.
So like
it's not
reverse
fun.
Doom.
Well, it's going for like a BioShock feel, but it never hits like the tactical combat of BioShock, where like you freeze and then wrench and then release bees. It's never anything like that. It's just everything's a bullet sponge. It takes too long to kill everything. I mean, even little, disposable characters. It takes a lot to kill everything.
Yeah, even on easy. Like I play on easy because I just don't want to bother with super hard combat. Because I've heard that the difficulty ramp up to medium is really, really high. On easy, it's perhaps a little too easy.
And your character never shuts up. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's like that in that Forspoken game. I think maybe they were written at like the heart of, maybe like Whedonitis going on in Marvel, and just thought that I've got to have a quip every 3 seconds or people aren't going to like my game. But man, it is like Atomic Heart. They just don't stop talking, I think.
Sorry, you mentioned Whedon. I'm now thinking of all the Whedon. Like I've never liked his work, but now I'm also thinking of all the weird like attempts to basically ape his style.
Yes, that's what this is more than anything. Yeah.
I would also say that I don't know. It was a little bit weird that it's a Russian developer and all that stuff that came out of that, and
Right.
yeah, there was a whole
like
thing.
they weren't Russian, but they definitely were Russian kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It
money,
was-
fuels some of the Russian. Yeah. It was messy.
I mean, I think that was a little bit, like, they pay taxes, and then those taxes flow to the Russian government, and then what do you do from that? Then there was that circulating that it was kind of Russian propaganda,
I remember
and
that part too.
having played the game, I don't think that's the issue with it. Like, if anything, in the context of the story, it's critical of Russian government, perhaps, like in a way that's frankly audacious, but it's still not a very well told story.
Yeah, I think the story kind of fell in on itself, and they stopped forgetting what they were even, and just started to let go, like what would be cool here, kind of things. Overall, like it's a forgettable game, which there's plenty of those every year, but really surprised because it was very it felt highly touted for a little bit, and then it just kind of fell out of favor.
I think it was highly touted for a while because the visuals were striking.
They were very striking.
Oh, the art design is
and
incredible.
People played it and were like, you know what? Let's forget about it.
This was a year.
It just
if our very varied top 5 and top 10s were any indication, this was a very big year for games and a very good year for game releases. And I think a lot of games ultimately just struggle to hold their place. Like apparently Sonic is good, but that Sonic has the trouble of coming out not just the same month, but the exact same day as Mario and Alan Wake and Spider-Man.
Yeah,
good luck with that. Sonic. You can't outrun your competitors in that one.
It also doesn't help that Mario Wonder basically is the most Sonic-y Mario is without actually without the drawbacks of that. Like, I mean that only in a positive way.
Yeah.
I will say about Atomic Heart, I think it would be a bad game in any year that it came out. Like, it's not an awful game. It's not my least favorite game of the year, which we'll get to in a little bit. It's my second least favorite, but when I played my least favorite game of the year, I was almost relieved that it wasn't going to be Atomic Heart anymore, because I don't think Atomic Heart is bad enough to be my worst game of the year. It's just a bad game that would be a bad game in any year, but it's not like an awful
an inoffensively bad game that was always going to be a bad game kind of thing, right?
I mean, there are offensive bits to it, like the horny machine that gives you your upgrades. Definitely offensive bits to it, but as a product overall, it's nothing that I would consider to be egregiously bad.
Yeah, like you weren't rooting for the best. It was, yeah.
Like I never got to a point with it where I just wanted to hate it. I got to a point with it where I was like, I don't like this at all, but I was never relishing my hatred of it. Like I am with my least favorite game of the year, which is, and this is a real heartbreaker, American Arcadia. I really liked Out of the Blue's debut game, Call of the Sea. That was a first-person puzzler set in on a Pacific island with a kind of Cthulhu-esque story underlying the whole thing. So I thought American Arcadia would be a follow-up to that with some additional gameplay components. And now instead of a first-person adventure game, it would be a first-person adventure game mixed with a 2D puzzle platformer. And it is that, but all the puzzles are terrible.
No.
Every single puzzle in this game is bad. And then the 2D puzzle platforming sequences are also all bad. At best, they're mundane and inoffensive. At worst, you have insta-fail chase sequences where, you're essentially solving a puzzle or, try to psychically determine what the game wants you to do in real time. You'll just fail the same sequence 20 times in a row because you just don't know exactly what the game wants you to do. It's extraordinarily frustrating. You're just playing the same 30-second stretch over and over and over again.
Looks pretty though.
This was one I couldn't get a feel on. Now, is it the future or is it the 70s or what are they kind of going?
Is
for
it
there?
like Deathloop that it's just like 6?
Okay, so it's the present, but so to give the premise of the game, which I should give before we continue. The premise is that it's set in the present day, but in an alternate reality where there is a domed city called Arcadia that's set up kind of like the Truman Show, where most of the residents don't know they're on TV, and then there are a bunch of quote unquote NPCs throughout the world that kind of
that's a little bit of a
make sure that they don't like a kind of like employees of the corporation that runs this dome who keep the regular citizens in the dark and just help plot lines play out, and it's just a giant reality show to everyone on the outside of this dome. And then you play on the outside 3D sections as an activist who's dismantling the system, and on the inside as someone who just learned that he's in a TV show.
Okay.
So that's what the 2D puzzle platforming sequences are. And yeah, both halves of this are terrible. And they very rarely kind of exploit this joint 2D, 3D kind of gameplay. You'd think they'd do that in more places, and they do, but every time it feels half-baked. So gameplay-wise, this is awful, despite the fantastic art direction, which is like 70s on the inside of the dome, and like on the outside, it's 2023 apparently. And then the narrative of this game. And part of me thinks because the ending is really clever, people are overrating what this game is, because the ending is really good. But the rest of the story is just, like, it's frankly sophomoric, and like the people who wrote this game didn't understand the implications of what they were writing.
Wow.
So they have a bunch of real world analogs to stuff, and like intentional real world analogs, like the names are similar, you know what they're trying to reference. But for a game that's about the dark side of media, it's really, really reluctant, or just not even reluctant, it's just completely ignorant of what the implications of these allegories are. So like the figure that the activist analyzes is named Elijah Walton, and he's supposed to be a Walt Disney analog. Right? But like if you're going to idolize Walt Disney and unironically and never confront anything bad about Walt Disney's history in a game where you're also talking about the dark side of media, you're going to sound like a hypocritical, inconsistent idiot, right?
Yeah, he kind of set a lot of stuff up to be that way too in the future. So yeah,
if you don't like confront like the dark labor history of Walt Disney and some of his let's say problematic beliefs, you're not really, you shouldn't invoke Disney at all, which is exactly what this game is doing. And there's littler stuff like that. That's the main one, but there's stuff like that throughout the game where it feels like the writers just did not think through the implications of what they were writing. And it ends up being this really frustrating, frankly amateurish experience that is almost redeemed by a really clever ending, but a really clever ending shouldn't undo all the stupidity and damage that the earlier parts of the story do. And in the end, this is frankly a disastrously poor showing for a studio that I thought was really promising based off Call of the Sea.
Scathing.
And I'm really, really sad about what this turned out to be.
Oh, yeah, I mean, because you gotta, a lot of times it's not just enough to say something politically, right? Like you gotta think about what the implications of what you're saying are, and that's always tough when a lot of these games don't want to touch the third rail of what they're actually trying to say and then soften it. You know, you're not playing a bad guy, you're playing a guy who was compromised. You know, things like that. And I don't think that that's going to work for a lot of indie fans who are a little more in tune with kind of what you're trying to do and say, if that makes sense. Like,
like in this case, it's not even softening like the image of Walt Disney or Elijah Walton in this game. it's just not even engaging with the idea, like not even entertaining the idea there's anything problematic. It's just like, here is this angel, and then his descendants screwed up everything.
Which is really
that is how the story is set up.
Yeah, I mean, Disney's been a lightning rod for my whole life, and I'm 40. You know what I mean? Like, it's not news that like there was complicated stuff with him. Very odd to go for that, I think.
Yeah, it's like, it really pushes forward the lie that modern Disney is a cesspit that is strayed from the light, the pure, innocent, virtuous light it had in the 60s and 70s.
Which is kind of the opposite.
Just a gross misrepresentation of history. Like, not to say that Disney today is virtuous or fully ethical as a company, but you cannot be this naive when you're writing this kind of story. And coupled with the frankly horrible gameplay throughout a lot of this game, like it gets a little better towards the end, but the midsection of this game is just frankly awful.
Let me ask you this.
And overall, my least favorite game of the year.
You play a lot of puzzle games. Do you feel like you're kind of like entering an era where like you've seen it all? You've like, you can't be almost surprised with puzzles anymore? They always kind of feel samey to you?
I found that maybe with Viewfinder, which I didn't like very much. But these puzzles would be bad even if I were a puzzle novice. Okay. Like, they're either just way, way, way too easy, or obtuse in ways that revolve more around your ability to parse the information in the world, like deliberately obfuscating what you're supposed to do, or like make you do 3D pixel hunts, stupid things like that, as opposed to...
You hated Viewfinder for that same reason, right? Like,
I didn't hate Viewfinder, and I didn't hate it for or I didn't
there's like
have mixed feelings on it for that reason.
You obviously do the thing type scenarios.
Yeah, it's not so much that it was super obvious, like the game was leading you towards it. It's just that the way Viewfinder used its mechanics never felt inventive. Okay. Like, once you understood these really inventive mechanics, you weren't really using them in innovative or interesting ways. American Arcadia, it's more like a traditional adventure game in the way its puzzles are set up. It's just that these puzzles are terrible. Yeah. There's no like puzzle mechanics that are interesting.
I would say
you're just like pointing.
There was one time where there's mildly inventive in Viewfinder, where you copy batteries from pictures. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't want to say Viewfinder had nothing interesting in it. I feel like Viewfinder would do something interesting and then kind of repeat that interesting thing to the point of it being boring.
Also talk about like confused narrative that doesn't go anywhere, and it's kind of...
Oh yeah, that story is stupid as hell. Like, the whole story of Viewfinder seems like it's... And sorry, there's going to be spoilers for Viewfinder here, so please plug your ears if you haven't finished the game. Not that the story is interesting, but like, the whole story seems to be like, it's about the fact that you cannot cheat your way out of dealing with environmental issues like climate change. You actually have to make these sacrifices. And at the end of the game, you find a cheat.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah. And also,
like,
they really show you the world is fucked. Like, you go outside of the simulation and you see through the windows that it's absolutely a mess. And it's supposed to be this message about like, hey, there is no magic key solution to this. And I thought, like, while you're exploring this virtual thing where there's supposed to be a key, at the end you find out, no, we have to just like focus up and sacrifice stuff and do something right now. No, there's magic.
No, you find the magic plant.
Oh, are you kidding me?
It's so dumb.
Also, the character that talks to you all the time is super peppy and kind of annoying. I couldn't take it.
That would drive me batty. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Viewfinder, I would say mild disappointment. But American Arcadia, this broke me in a lot of ways. I was just like, I cannot.
I mean, like sometimes with like indie games, especially, it feels like they've got an aesthetic first, and then a story second, and then gameplay third, and that's
this
tough
definitely
for me.
felt like in arcade, not in Arcadia, but in Viewfinder, they had the technology and idea for that first, and then everything seemed like it was coalesced around it, and not in the best way.
Yeah, that can be frustrating to deal with when you're just looking to try to, like enjoy the game world, because for a while, like indie games were so obsessed with that pixel kind of, look and feel that they really kind of forgot to build games around it. They were just in love with the aesthetic, It pushed.
That game just did not need a story, frankly. It just could have been a series of puzzles. I would have been fine. All right, any other disappointments we want to shout out, or whatever the opposite of shouting out is, before we move on to our surprises? All right, let's talk about our surprises of the year. These are games and events in the industry that surprised us, whether positively, negatively, or neutrally. Just things that we weren't expecting. I'll go first. I'll pick Paranormasight, The Seven Mysteries of Honjo. Very weird for Square Enix to publish a low-budget visual novel about urban horror in a ward of Tokyo that no one in popular culture covers. I forget the name of the ward.
I don't remember either. I played a little bit of it. Is it worth playing through? Because I thought that it moved very quickly in the half an hour I played it. Like the story took some wild turns in very quick succession. Not a spoiler.
Yeah,
I
would say
it happens in the first half an hour. The main character is like, well, I guess I have to kill a couple of people. It was such a wild turn.
Oh yeah, it gets a lot less wild. In fact, it's a little bit disappointing how much less wild it gets.
Right, okay.
But it is pretty wild. This completely came out of nowhere. No idea Square Enix would publish something like this. And parts of this game are so inventive and so clever and very meta. Really enjoyed what this game is doing. I think it might be Sumida City, Sumida Ward.
Oh, I don't remember.
Let's look
it
it up.
Has been a month or two since I played it.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. We'll put it in the link dump. We'll correct ourselves. It is on the banks of the Sumida River, I think. I don't know. I don't know Tokyo geography.
How dare you.
How about, if you'd like to look it up, I could talk about a different surprise, albeit a negative one. Look, Unity is terrible, and Unity, the company, is terrible and everything, but I really did not expect them to come out to handle their free-falling business with a new and retroactively added contract that would have actually caused developers to lose money.
Yeah,
that was insane, and it wouldn't have never worked actually. Like it's like a system that from the get-go you're like, wait, how does that? I have like 20 questions about how this would
when
work.
I don't even understand like the business model, and I look at it and go, oh yeah, this number doesn't make this number go up; it makes it go down. That's all you really need to know.
The thing with it, I think, is a combination of the two things. One is that this is like a textbook thing of them trying to like field things and see what they can get away with, and then them probably also just kind of desperate and thinking that we can get away without all of this.
So much of that going around, really. I mean, it's just
I do think they were targeting like Honkai, those games like free-to-play Unity-based games that have a lot of downloads and have a lot of microtransactions that they don't really get money from. So they wanted to like, each download of this free game, we're going to get a little something. And
it's
then
but they're still not making money from the microtransactions, which is what they really want the money from.
But
you would think that they realized that ship sailed the second they sold them the license. You can't do that retroactive. That's madness,
But you know what? we came together. Like Joel Robinson says, sometimes the people come together to beat back hell. Like the time we said no to Yahoo Serious.
By the way, I did confirm it is set in Sumida City on the bank of the Sumida River. My memory was correct. But yeah, Unity. Insane.
It's
stupid. John Riccitello, gone, thankfully.
For the interest of positivity, though, I will say this. I expected Nintendo to remake some games. I did not expect them to remake 6 games, all extremely different games, but also that one of them would be remaking another Code and Trace memory, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, that's coming out early next year, right?
I never played those. The DS mystery game I played was Hotel Dusk, which is made by the people who made the original Trace memory, which maybe we could get that. That's cool. Like, that's just cool that in between all of these weird other projects that a presumably like relatively expensive remake of 2 games as one game can be done.
Yeah, is that in-house or is Nintendo just publishing it?
I don't actually know. I imagine that they're not fully developing it, but I could check if you'd like. But this is already running very long. We're about to hit hour 5 of our call.
We'll put it in the link dump, so don't worry about it. Any other surprises we want to shout out?
One that I wanted to get out of the way was, in my love of all things Lord of the Rings right now, I really enjoyed the Return to Moria game. That kind of was a thrown out there, kind of not with much fanfare game. But
you were really skeptical of that going in, right?
Those survival games, they don't usually hit for me, especially. And getting a chance to actually play that game, I feel like they took the lore seriously, which helped the game a lot. There's a lot of times where you don't necessarily need the lore, doesn't help or hurt, but I feel like paying attention to the reason why the dwarves left and what was in there and what they would have faced made the actual gameplay a little bit more fun to deal with, and then especially setting it when they said it, which is after the Balrog had been defeated and Smaug had left, and the dwarves now had lots of opportunities to reclaim not just one but all of their homelands. Felt like a little more triumphant in that there was more stakes maybe to what you were doing, which made it a funner experience, I think, for me. But I was very skeptical about it, and I was happily wrong about it.
Nice.
It's always nice to have that experience where you get this, where your skepticism is dissipated by a game that really.
Oh, I mean, then there was Gollum, so it balanced out.
Yeah,
I had a similar experience with Alan Wake too, because I did not like Alan Wake, the original one. At the end of that game, I was like, I never want to think about Alan Wake ever again in my life.
It is a very pretty game that has a very fun basic gameplay loop that is repeated so often with so little like evolution as to become almost
so annoyed by like how you had to like find the pages and like the coffee and like I don't know, there's something about putting fetch or like gathering or collectible chasing in a horror game. It just felt so bad to me.
I mean, it can work. I think the best Resident Evil games.
It works in this one. There's each like a cache has like a little puzzle behind it, and sometimes they're environmental puzzles, sometimes it's like a puzzle on the cache itself, and they're always fun. They're like a lot of this game is just fun. Whereas in Alan Wake 1, I was frustrated through the, like 90% of that game.
Yeah, no, that was my exact experience with that as well. I just being frustrated, and there was a lot of times where I was like, this should be more enjoyable than it is. And it was just like the game just didn't want you to go do things.
Exactly. It's crazy so it's crazy that Alan Wake is so high on my like Game of the Year list. That I was ready to completely like, I didn't give a shit like a couple of months before it came out that Alan Wake 2 is coming out this year. Who gives a fuck?
Well,
then
even Control's Alan Wake side
DLC
quest didn't really do much for me. I was like, okay, cool. They remembered that game exists. Let's move on. But you know, I think the thing about Alan Wake is that it's got diehard fans, and
I guess so.
you know, for them people especially, I'm super happy for them because you don't normally get a second crack like at a labor of love type game like Alan Wake.
13 years after it comes out, like a sequel 13 years after the original game, that doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, that's very rare. So good for them. But yeah, I mean, it coming out at all was interesting, but it coming out and being kind of gangbusters was amazing.
Yeah. So that was my surprise. I was like flabbergasted. It resonated with me so much.
Yeah, I've got a lot to play with that one. I'm barely cracked it, but it's just this year more than kind of ever, just that September rush really hit this
so
year.
Many games.
Which is crazy because it was so dry for like March through June or July even, and then it just all hit at once and just felt like I had too much to play.
The first half, it's funny like looking at it. There is a lot of big stuff that happened in the first half, but it really was like around September to October that I was really seeing it as more than just the time I played Zelda for 283 hours.
Yeah, and there was a lot of games this year that you really could get lost in. You know what I mean? Like, and the kind of games that like you could play for hours and hours and hours. And there was a lot of games that just when they came out and when they did, like they got buried because it was such a weird, like everybody right now is playing this game. And I don't think anybody expected a CRPG to suck all the air out of the room for, months at a time. But shit, man. I mean,
crazy year.
Yeah. And I think next year is going to be even crazier because I think we're finally seeing maybe the down end of the effects of COVID. And I think a lot of these studios are going to get back on that release schedule where, we're seeing a lot of these games that were maybe announced during COVID, but now we're starting to see them. So, but yeah, I'm very excited for kind of what's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, it has been a year where like there was this kind of lopsided release schedule, and I forget that I tend to forget that the spring was pretty barren because I spent most of it playing Lost Judgment, and I spent I can look up how many hours I spent playing that game, 108 hours playing Lost Judgment and its DLC this year, which is a fuckload of time.
Because I mean, you got your like initial releases in January. So there's a fair amount there, But then, I mean, pretty much Q2 or March on or whatever you want to talk about. I don't think there was any real big games that came out, unless I'm missing one. And then you start.
We'll put them in the link dump if we forgot.
You started to see the releases hit maybe June, July.
Well, Zelda in May.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's
Zelda and
March 8th. Yeah.
Jedi Survivor as well.
And I think Diablo 4,
which everyone's completely forgotten about.
Yeah, I think that spring was just very slow.
There was Resident Evil 4 in spring, but again, that's I think kind of the thing is there was like it felt like maybe there was one big game a month, even though like in retrospect there were at least a few good games a month.
Yeah.
And then
always a lot of indies to keep you occupied.
And then it was just the point in the back half where every month felt like it had multiple big things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not enough time to play all of that. Not enough time to play all of that. Not even close. Like when I had Baldur's Gate and Alan Wake and a couple of others, I was like, I will barely make it.
Drowning in games.
Yeah. And I mean, even stuff like Baldur's Gate felt like as I was playing it, like it was just taking up so much of my time just playing it. I was like, this, come on. Like I was almost like wanting to hurry, but I was enjoying what I was playing. But I was like looking at all these other games that I wanted to play. I still haven't gotten around to Lamplighters League, and that's like a game designed for me. There's a lot of little games.
That game did not review well, though, unfortunately.
I saw that.
And it like pretty much killed Hairbrain.
Oh, really?
Which is a shame.
Yeah. War Tales was another one I really wanted to get into. Never really got a chance to get into that one. There's just a lot of games that I wish I could have spent more time with. But I mean, Baldur's Gate, man, it took everything out of that room. That's why I didn't really get into Alan Wake, you know.
Yeah. That and Fortnite, right?
Yeah, Fortnite, man. I'm telling you, it's as good as it's ever been. If you've ever been on the shelf, give it a shot. But you know, it's weird because I don't know if anybody else has this thing, but like it's like you're almost overwhelmed with all the stuff you can play, so you just put on something like there's a million movies I should watch, but instead I watch reruns of Always Sunny. You know what I mean? Like a show I've seen a million
Doom
times.
Today. I played all the Doom 2 today.
Yes.
Like I had all these games. I was like, I'm just gonna play a.
10 million things I should be playing, but I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go drop in real quick onto Tilted Towers. You know, it's just the feeling. I don't know. It's like your body almost reacts to having too much by doing what it like. It's like a comfortable middle. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that earlier this year when I got COVID. It just kind of like I was progressing through Metroid Prime Remastered and Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, and I got COVID and basically just never touched those games again, and just like essentially played Halo Infinite multiplayer and a bunch of like comfort games for a month instead of going back to those games, which I do intend to go back to at some
COVID
point.
hit me really weird too. I actually like. I like on the other end of it, I felt so good. I had so much like energy. I don't even know how to explain it. It was like coming off of a hangover. I felt great, and then like I had like a bounce back COVID thing, I guess, which is a thing that people get. But yeah, it was a really really weird feeling. I just never like kind of like had this like down up thing with COVID. So
Yeah, I was just mostly like mine like lasted pretty long in terms of like testing positive. I tested positive for like 2.5 weeks straight.
Wow.
Yeah. Even when the symptoms had like left, I was still testing
That's
positive. So like,
yeah.
yep, I'm still stuck
Because
inside.
I had Paxlovid. They gave me Paxlovid, and I felt good after like day 3. I felt like unstoppable, you know. And then like they said that with Paxlovid, sometimes it like kills the virus, but you get like a bounce back because your body has to fight the virus all over again when the Paxlovid runs out. And that's exactly what happens. Like I got COVID all over again.
No.
And and then I went away. I felt great. So, but yeah, that was my COVID journey this year. Finally had one. You know, 3 years into it.
Same here. Yeah. One last surprise I wanted to mention before we call this episode to a close. New York Times released their new word puzzle game called Connections. And I am really enjoying this one. It is the idea is that there is a grid of 16 words that belong into groups of 4, and you have to figure out which words belong together.
I'm looking at this right now, so I'm getting to play this for the first time right now. This is a GamesCast original.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it looks fun. I don't know if it might be beyond me in my general go to sleep after midnight after I play Wordle, Quordle, Blossom, and the Dictionary.com crossword. But this is very cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
It's in my daily rotation now, along with Guess the Game. You guys play Guess the Game?
I don't know that
where
one.
they show you a bunch of screenshots of a video game and you have to figure out which game it's from. I've been playing that religiously, and then I usually play Connections as well.
Merve, have you heard about Puzzmo?
I have.
Oh, yeah,
I think I tried out the like secret puzzle that you need to unlock the membership, but then I never went further with it, unfortunately, because it just didn't have that
also
time.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Zach Gage is now doing some cool things outside of Zachtronics.
Oh, nice. Oh, I didn't know it was him. I like Zachtronics, although they blew my mind sometimes too much. Like it was sometimes a chore to get through some of those puzzles.
Yeah, it is. It is Zach
Okay.
Gage. Just making sure. It is Zach Gage. I was correct. So yeah, that was the year 2023 in video gaming. The stuff that happened, what we liked, what we didn't like, and what surprised us. If you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, we post each episode along with a link dump to fact check some of what we say. You can also subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or Spotify. Just search for Avocado Gamescast and make sure you check out The Avocado at the-avocado.org.
Thanks for reading, everyone.
Yeah.
And guess what? I got my connections right. Perfect. I got it perfect.
Nice.
Awesome. Congrats to Wolfman for puzzling and podcasting at the same time. Just before we go, we would like to thank our listeners once again for another great year of podcasting. Like I've said before, we technically could do this without you. It just wouldn't be worth doing. No use talking to an empty room. In a couple of episodes, we'll be hitting episode 100. Somehow a podcast that was hatched because the Kappa wanted to talk about video games and I wanted to procrastinate on writing my dissertation, has made it to nearly 100 episodes and more than 7 years of podcasting. So thank you for joining us on the ride thus far, and we will see you all in 2024. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.